Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you. Glad to be back. Good to see some familiar faces here. I've got some great co-panelists for the evening, and it looks like for starters, we already have an excellent lineup of people in the chat. I hope everyone's doing. Ugh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Just drink some milk. I hope everyone's doing well, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. If you're watching this on the rerun, and if you haven't done so yet, maybe consider hitting the like button if you enjoy yourself. Maybe consider subbing to my channel and hit the alert notifications. I think you'll be pleasantly pleased. We've got a lot of amazing, fascinating content on this stream, as well as you'll be meeting a lot of really, really cool people tonight. So, first, I want to say hello on the panel to Sci Fi Sit Dan. How are you doing, Dan?
Just another day, alive and kicking, not dead yet.
Well, that's definitely a good thing. How about you, Stone Racket? How are you doing tonight, sir?
Just fine on this Saturday evening.
Saturday is always a good night because most people don't have to worry about work the next day.
That's
And
right.
hopefully, yes, and hopefully we get to sleep in tomorrow, right?
Yeah. And Saturday night's all right for fighting, as
That's
El-
right.
Elton John once said.
Kung Fu fighting.
And then kung fu fighting.
Right. Suzanne Eckstein, hello, Suzanne. Welcome tonight, Suzanne. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Suzanne says hello, Pop. And hello, my good friend Nemesis of Eden. Nemesis of Eden says, hail, you beautiful, hail, you beautiful beings. And it looks like he's listing a bunch of people's names. I hope you're all doing well tonight. Yes, we are. At least I know I am so far. I'm so happy just to be here. I figure I'm blessed. And Nemesis says, "Hail Stone Rocket. I hope you are well."
Yes, I'm doing very well. Nemesis, I hope you are doing the same.
Very cool. And there's my good friend Gorilla's random thoughts in the chat. Gorilla says, "Hey there, what are you doing, Gorilla? Get your butt up here." Nemesis says, "Hey Gorilla." Nemesis drops a link there. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nemesis. And Taylor Swift, hail Taylor Swift, aka Matt G. Greater than Disney Star Wars, waving. And oh, I see. PvP says hi, just eating. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself, PvP. Hopefully, whatever it is yummy. And Gorilla says, hey, Nemesis. Suzanne says, Nemesis, hello. And Suzanne says, PvP, hello, dear. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, hello. Suzanne says, Stone Rocket, hello. And
Hello.
PvP says, hi, Suzanne, sweetie. And Gorilla says, I'm giving my kid a bath. All right. Try to stay warm there, Gorilla. Don't get too wet and don't get your computer in the bathtub.
That'll be a good 20 minutes at least.
Probably so, which is totally fine. So, Sit Dan just had a really good stream just before mine. Why don't you tell us about this, Dan?
Well, in my stream, I usually do slideshows and I talk about various subjects on my live stream. Like today, I talked about Transformers. I talked about some Star Wars, some crossover ideas for videos I may do on my YouTube channel in the future. Like, what if the Stargate characters were in the Star Trek universe, or what if the MCU characters were in the Star Wars universe, or Star Trek and vice versa?
Uh huh. Very cool. MCU characters in the Star Trek universe, or was that Star Wars, or what did you say?
Both Star Wars or Star Trek universes. I may do both on future videos on my stream, on my YouTube channel as well.
Interesting to see something like Star Wars and Star Trek go against superheroes. That would be definitely new. That would be a
Well,
new experience for me.
well, it's not exactly against each other. It's more like, what if they were incarnated as Star Trek characters? In other words, like if Tony Stark was in the Star Trek universe, would he be a Starfleet admiral or Starfleet captain or Federation scientist or any of that? In other words,
How about a rebel bad guy? That'd be kind of cool, huh?
well, does it mention his personality?
Well, it does at the beginning of the first Iron Man, I guess. But that'd be nice to have somebody that's a genius who's a bad guy. Now they're always throwing something at the crew with the whatever ship, thrown by surprise, instead of having a bunch of idiots as the bad guys like the Ferengi. I always thought the bad guys. I love Star Trek. Don't get me wrong, but I always thought that the bad guys, a lot of them were severely lacking. A lot of them were downright dumb. We had a couple smart ones. I really, really, and I'm sure nobody who knows me knows, I really dislike you. I
Hey,
always wanted to
Pop.
see.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Pop. Your sound is getting pretty poor.
You may want to double check your connection.
Well, the connection is solid. It's a USB. Why don't you guys do some talking here, and maybe it'll
Yeah,
clear up.
you sound good now. It was kind of roboting just a little bit, and then you kind of sounded like you're fading out, but you sounded solid, really, really solid just now. So
Oh, I don't know why I did that. I apologize.
yeah, yeah. I don't know what's going on, but you sound great now. So
Excuse me. Sometimes what it is the way I have to sit with my desk.
oh, okay, yeah,
I have to turn my head to the right to face the microphone and the computer,
I
and then
see. Yeah,
I have to turn it to the left to face my dogs when they're wanting attention. So like right
okay.
now, so here's an example. Right now I'm facing the computer, talking directly to the microphone. Now I'm turning my head and I'm directing. Now I'm talking to the dogs, which are facing the other direction. And now I turn back my head over here, and now I'm facing the microphone again.
There you go. That's what it was.
Tell me, do you give your dogs a bones for treats, or do you just give them a small treats?
They're old, so their teeth are old. So I give them treats, but not as hard as bones. Because, like, and the two old ones, Romeo and Ginger, the poodles, they're about 17 years old. So they're a little bit beyond having something like bones. So, and I give them something that where don't have to worry about them swallowing it whole. Like if I give them little crunchy bits of dog, food, and if it's too hard for them to swallow, they'll swallow them whole. And I've got to be careful. I don't want them choking. So I've got to make sure that whatever I give them, they're able to chew pretty easily. I don't know if that makes any sense.
So you basically just give them dog pebbles, in other words.
Well, what I feed them is a mixture because I don't want to give them totally liquid type food. So what I give them is canned food, which is obviously textured like meat in the can, and then I mix that with a package of it's like ground beef kind of thing. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a dog burger kind of thing of Purina, and that way that's got like the chewy texture to it. So that way they're getting a little bit of both, and it seems to be healthy for them because I'll say their droppings are relatively healthy. That's another thing too. You've got to be careful what you feed them so they don't end up with diarrhea and all that other weird stuff. The youngest one, Rocky, he is about our years, 6 or 7, and him I can give stuff that's a little more durable and hard. I just got to keep away from the two older dogs is all. But yeah, enough about my dogs for the night. Yeah. Sometimes they're a pain in the neck when you guys hear them barking in the background. I do apologize for that. I try to keep my hand on the mouse so I can hit the mic and the mute button as quick as I can. Either when they're going to make noise or if I'm going to accidentally cough, I can't always make it quick enough to mute, but I try. I usually try to keep my coughing, clearing my throat, and all that kind of stuff to a minimum on the microphone because I know it's rude.
Yeah, I try to. That's why you'll see me hit the mute for a few seconds here and there, because I feel a cough coming on or a sneeze or something. I try to hit the mute as quick as I can as well.
Exactly. Because I know people in the chat, yes, they can hear us. But for other people on the panel, it's really loud in our ears when somebody's clearing their throat, coughing, or sneezing or anything like that. It's really loud with our headphones on. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, and in my personal opinion, I kind of find it bad etiquette. I think
Yeah.
one of my biggest pet peeves is when people are eating
Yeah.
and you can hear, right, you can hear them smacking their lips and
Yeah.
scraping the plate with the knife and fork, and
Yeah, that's
I
really
don't
a,
know.
yeah, I'm right with you there. I have a very low tolerance point for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's no need for it. It's not necessary. Everybody has a mute button. We all know how to use it.
Yeah, sometimes I'll hit the mute and then I'll do the be right back in the private chat, and that means I'm probably getting something to eat and I'm chowing it down.
Same
Either
here.
that,
Go ahead, Dan.
or you're in the bathroom.
Well, now, hey, I don't want to go into that area, but yes, sometimes I am
Yeah,
I am taking a piddle, okay?
when I yeah most of the time when I do have to use the services, I don't usually advertise it online. I don't see the need to, but I don't think it's funny. I guess it's good for potty humor if you're 5 years old. But what I tend to do is I just tell everybody, "Hey, everybody, I'll be right back,"
Yeah, that's what I do.
and it,
That's
and I'll put this up.
Yeah, that's sweet. I like that. I just put the BRB in the chat private chat and hit the mute.
So do I usually.
Yeah. I don't uh I don't sign in to StreamYard. So I'm limited just to the one, avatar. So I can't switch on the fly like that.
You can't.
No, I if I try to switch my avatar, it says I need to log in or sign up. I think is what it says, and I'm like, well, what's that all about?
You can get it. They offer a free account.
Okay.
So theoretically, yes, Pooch, of course. So theoretically, you can sign up for a free account. It is limited. Like I for mine on the top right corner, you can see my little animated GIF of the laboratory items.
Yeah.
Instead of having that customized, that would be a StreamYard duck, and I wouldn't be able to have. I think it's up to 10 people on my panel. But with a free account, you can change your avatar to a few other things, and it doesn't cost you anything.
So, so are you saying that you do pay a fee for what you need to do with some of the animation? Is that what you're or
Paying the fee allows me extra people on the panel. I think it's up to 10. I think if there's anybody listening that can correct me, go for it. But having a paid fee allows me more on the panel. It
okay?
allows me an animated GIF in the top right corner that you can see a brand name or an animated GIF or anything I want to put.
Yeah.
It will allow me. I can't remember what else. I think everything else is almost allowed. The sound of maybe some to play extra videos and sound effects and stuff like that, like Jill does. But you
Yeah.
might have to have a paid account for that. I don't
Uh-huh.
play a lot of videos on my because you guys see like with Jill, for example, she plays a lot of those clips from different shows. I don't
Right.
tend to do that very much. But the videos that I show are usually the introductions and the ending of my live streams.
Yeah. So if I were to sign up for a free account, it would just be something that I just that would uh I could just log into that first before joining you or in the StreamYard and your StreamYard link or other links. But first, I would log into my account and then I would have access to at least a few different avatars, I guess.
Yes,
Okay.
and the way it's even easier than that. For example, once you create a StreamYard account, you tell it remember me, and then that way, whenever you go onto any of our streams, it automatically logs you into your account. So it's not like you have to log into StreamYards and then one of our streams. All you got to do is go to one of our streams, and it logs you into StreamYards automatically into your account, and you'll already be logged in.
Yeah, that's I tend to not like doing that. I like to clear things out of
Well,
my
you can do that
browser.
too. You
But
can do that too.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. Um, that
As
was
long as you remember the name and password, as long as you remember the login
yeah,
credentials.
yeah. I have, gosh, I have so many so many passwords for so many different accounts. I'm starting
Well,
to write them down and
and that's why I have it to set to remember mine because um, my computer is secure. I don't have to worry about anybody getting into it and stealing my information.
yeah.
So any websites that are important to me, like StreamYards, YouTube, Twitter, I have them set to automatically remember my login info. Hello, PvP. How are you doing tonight, sir? Looks like PvP's on a silent protest.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't realize my mic was off. Oh, jeez.
That's okay.
I forget stuff. Well, I hope you guys are having a better day than I'm having because I'm in a frustrated mode right at the moment.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I took my medicine just before the stream, so I'm hoping I've got this splitting headache that will hopefully go away soon.
Well, yeah, I
But
know
what happened, PvP?
my
Go
problems are
ahead.
tiny compared to other folks. I know that, Pop, for sure.
That doesn't make yours
Well,
any smaller.
if you got like a couple of minutes, I'll try and explain the full story. Started about, I guess,
Humorous.
about a month ago. I lost my internet for like another 12 hours because I had the old 9-year-old modem that was obsolete, I guess, from what I've
Right.
heard since. So I called the guy in the morning because I got up early because I had to work that day. And I was in a panic because I had like 2 hours to work. And we spent an hour with the guy online. He was very helpful. He was great. But it took an hour to get the old modem reactivated and get me back online, right? And he said 80% of the phone calls he gets now are from people with the old modem, like I had, a week ago. And it just keeps, cutting out, and people are losing internet like right, left, and center, right? So he said, you really need to upgrade. So I finally got around to upgrading, and I had a tech come over last Sunday. He brought a new modem, and it's been driving me nuts all week because the fan. They all have fans now. Apparently, there's no quiet rooms
Yes.
anymore. They all have fans, and it's like trying to sleep with an airplane next to my bed because I have my computer in the bedroom. So that was bugging me. So I actually got a phone call while I was working on Wednesday from a very nice lady to say, "Well, you have signed up for a new account because I did when I switched modems." And she's like, "How's things going? We like to check in with new customers after 3 days or whatever, I guess it was." And I said, "Well, I got a real issue with this modem. It's driving me bananas with this noise." And so she said, "Okay, we can schedule another tech," which he came over this afternoon around 4 o'clock, like 2.5 hours ago. He was much more thorough than the other guy. He was here for about an hour, where the first guy was here for 15 minutes. And he said, "Oh, that other guy was probably one of their contract workers, not actually working for the company." So I was like, "Oh,
Right.
well, that's great to know." So he pulled a bunch of wires out of the living room wall socket, and he said this should increase the power of your Wi-Fi. But
Huh?
the thing is, he switched the old modem out, put a new modem in, and guess what? The new modem's probably twice as loud as the old one.
Ow.
So now I'm
So
like,
you
what am I going to
so you
do?
so you're on your third modem, is that right?
Second. Well, third.
No,
Yeah, the
yeah,
one was
right.
the one 9-year-old one was the first. Yeah, so third
Right.
modem
So
overall. Yeah.
why would he pull wires out of your wall? I'm
Well, the
confused.
building was made in 1981, so there's a lot of old jury rig crap in the walls. I guess the wall outlets, the connectors, where they you have the little you screw the cable in kind of thing.
Right.
And he opened it up, and there was like this three-pronged piece of hardware in there. So he just basically undid a lot of that, and he said, "Okay, I can simplify this." And he said this should actually increase the power of your Wi-Fi signal like quite a bit after he made the switch of what he did. So hopefully he was right. He seemed to know what he was doing because as I say, he was here for nearly an hour, so he seemed
Well,
to be
did you
pretty
tell him
thorough.
that? Did you tell him that I'm here to have you check out the noise, not here for the
Oh,
Wi-Fi signal?
oh, I told him all about the noise. I told him over and over and over again about the noise. Yeah, but it's like
Sorry.
I don't know. So I did tell him like, okay, if I get some, I've got a couple of longer cables here. I'm thinking, okay, if I get enough longer cables to put the Wi-Fi unit in the next room on a shelf, would that work? And he said it probably would work. Okay, but then of course I got to go to the time and trouble of doing that on my own. He said the other option is if I wanted to upgrade to one of the higher level modems, because I imagine this is the basic one they've given me. Uh, they could probably do that, but then of course there's a one-time fee to upgrade to the higher level modem. He said, which probably would be quieter, but once again, I'm like,
God.
well, yeah. So I'm getting the
Maybe. Yeah. Right. Give
yeah,
us your money,
yeah,
and then maybe it'll get better.
yeah, I'm getting the corporate shaft basically, Pop, and it don't feel good. Oh boy.
My
Do you have any?
modem,
Go ahead.
my modem does not have a fan.
How old is it?
How old is it? It's cutting edge, baby.
It's brand new. Well, you must have a better cable company than what I got here now.
I have CenturyLink,
Okay. I have
and
Rogers.
I told this story already, but I was in a situation where they had just kind of a generic boilerplate, if you will, email saying they're upgrading and everything is going to be peachy keen, but
Right.
they didn't say we're upgrading, and if you have a modem that's this many years old, you're going to be SOL at a certain date. So they didn't say anything. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
come home and I have no internet, and I find out
Oh
that,
yeah.
hey, you got to get an upgraded modem, and
That's what
so
happened to me basically, Stone Racket. Yeah.
and it's basically uh, almost twice as big as the one I had, and I have it laying underneath my monitor,
Okay.
because my other modem I had setting up upright next to my external hard drive, but it's like,
Uh-huh.
well, this isn't made like that. So I have, and then it has vents on the bottom as well as the top,
Oh,
and
that's
so
it.
so
Yeah.
I said, well, since it's sitting on the base of my Apple Cinema display, it's going to be basically blocking those bottom vents. So what I did, I took some extra Lego pieces and made these little supports between the 4 feet on the modem, so it raises it up, so it has some circulation there. So
Well, yeah, that's a good point. See, that's the thing. My old 9-year-old modem sounds like very similar to yours because it had vents everywhere, right?
yeah,
Because it had no fan and it was super quiet, right? I could just
yeah,
lie down and I'd be asleep in like a minute, right? But not with this thing, because this thing is like a tower. It's like about I'd say 7, 8 inches tall by probably 4.5 inches wide and deep. It's like a mini tower basically. And I'm trying to think, okay, where can I fit this thing? Because if I could stick it somewhere under my desk, maybe behind my printer, I might mitigate some of the sound, but I'm not even sure if it will fit under there, right? So,
yeah.
oh,
Well,
it's
Just be
frustrating.
careful.
yeah.
Just be
Does it
careful.
have a? Oh, go ahead, Pop.
I was just gonna say, if it has a fan, that means it breathes, and you don't want to suffocate it. So don't put it somewhere where it can't breathe.
Yeah, yeah, that's another concern. Yeah.
Now, does your new modem have an on-off switch on
Uh,
the?
no, I don't think so.
What it
Okay,
sounds
so
like. Did you ask if the modem has a hard drive in it?
I didn't. But I don't, I don't know what it's got in it, but I know the old one didn't.
Well,
So,
no, but that's a good question for them because the reason why is some of them now come with built-in hard drives in case you want a DVR and you want to record online content. And if it is a hard drive built into it, sometimes you can turn that off with just a disk switch setting if you
okay.
don't use it.
Okay, I'll have to write
That's
that
interesting.
down.
Yeah. But the other thing is just unplugging the darn thing when you want to go to sleep.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
every
but
time you want to use it, you got to boot it up and then wait for it to reset
well,
and all
yeah,
that
because
stuff.
when he plugged it in today, it took a good 15 minutes to get internet back because the
Well, that
connection was totally gone, right? And if I
that's
got to work every morning, I can't risk that. I really can't.
that's ridiculous. If I unplug mine, it's not. It doesn't take 15 minutes. It takes less than 5 minutes to get
Well,
it rebooted.
this took because it was, I guess, maybe a new install, but I'm not taking any chances on plugging anything because what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna call them tomorrow during the day, and I'm gonna basically bitch and moan and whine at them again and go, hey guys, they're like, okay, I was paying like 191 a month with the old equipment. Now I'm down to
Wow.
131. Oh yeah, not cheap.
Jeez.
That's Canadian dollars, remember though. Uh, but
Yeah,
still,
but
now,
that's still in American dollars for everything. I was paying $50 a month, and that
oh yeah.
included the rental of the modem.
Yeah, I think it's high. Yeah, I agree. Now I'm down to 131, so that's $60 off every month, which is like almost $700 a year I'm going to save, which is good. But it's like I want some service for my money. I don't want to have to lose my sleep and, lose my job and end up homeless because I can't, sleep at night. It's like, guys, this isn't going to
Yeah,
cut it, right?
I have a feeling what they're going to tell you, what they're afraid to tell you is, well, if you want to get some sleep, then move it away from your bed.
Well, I already asked the guy, could I do that if I put it in the next room if I had longer cables? And he said, I probably could, but then it's like, I got to do the work and I got to go to the expense, and
Yeah,
all the
he's not going to,
time,
right.
right?
They're not going to pay for that. You would have to move it and then buy the cables and run them
Yeah.
yourself. And then you would physically have the cables running from room to room.
Well, the thing is, I do have a long coaxial cable that I could plug into the wall socket. So that's probably already pretty much solved. And I do have a long, quite very long, I think it's 150 feet cable that plugs in, the ones that are like a phone jack that
Ethernet.
plug in. Yeah, Ethernet. I
Ethernet.
have a long cable I got years ago because the thing was, it was the same price for 150 feet as it was for 25 feet. So I thought, well, I might as well get the long one.
Wait. With Ethernet, you do not want to go over 100 feet.
Well, it's been working fine. I've had it for
Well, I'm
years
saying
and years.
that might be, well, that's fine, but I'm just saying it's going to cause signal loss.
No, maybe it's 100 feet. I don't know, but it's always worked. I got it hooked up to my work computer, and
I'm guessing it's 100 feet because they don't
okay.
usually tend to make them 150.
It could be 100 then. I mean, I haven't. I took it out of the package like 5 or 6 years ago, right? So I haven't thought about it since then. But yeah, maybe it's 100. It works fine.
Using my superior mental powers, your cable, your Ethernet cable, is 99 feet. No.
It's 99.5 feet. I don't know. I shouldn't have to put up with this though. I said, don't you have a quiet modem that's fanless that even if I had to pay a little extra to get something without a fan, I would probably, check it out, right? And
yeah.
like, no, it's all the same series. They're like A1, AB, AC, whatever. Like, you know what I mean, right? It's all the same damn series with fans. So it's like, nope, they all have fans. And I'm like, oh, well, isn't that wonderful? Ugh.
Well, call them again, double check, triple check.
I will.
Double check, triple check, quadruple check about the fan issue. And then I would, like Pop said, see if there's some kind of option where you can shut things off so the fan isn't constantly running in case it has this hard drive that's built in or whatever.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, from what both technicians told me, the one last week and today, they said, well, these new ones, they do get hot. That's why there's a fan in them, right?
Oh, well.
So I don't think there's an option to probably turn it off. I mean, I could take a look at the back, but I didn't notice any switches or anything when they were installing them. So
No, that's not what I meant with dip switches. I'm saying it's an internal setting that it would not be a switch on the outside.
Okay.
You would go into your modem settings and you would adjust it that way.
Okay, you got that PVP, write it down, internal settings, modem settings, No
It wouldn't
switch on the
hurt
back.
I'm just saying, it won't kill you to ask.
Yeah, you got to ask specifics,
Turtle
I guess.
modem
Yeah. Settings.
settings.
Yay.
All right.
Settings.
Disregard.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get some. Well, hopefully I'll get a tech person because they do have a tech line, which is what I generally call. So
It's is it all right if I tell a little story about contractor tech?
please do, because I'm sick of talking about my damn modem.
Yeah.
To be honest, guys.
Back in the day, well, I'm going to talk about my modem. No, back in the day, I had
Oh,
back in
joy.
back in the day, I had cable internet,
Uh-huh.
and as well as, of course, cable TV. It was the same company, but the thing is, the cable TV people were local, and the cable internet people were in the town 30 miles away, and so that made an interesting situation where you had two competing groups, but working for the same company. So I would have everything be going peachy keen on with my cable TV and my cable modem for my computer. But then if somebody in the building or in the nearby apartment buildings either had there was a new account or someone was moving and they were shutting down an account, every darn time that would happen, it would knock out my internet. And so you had
Oh.
the cable TV people coming in and messing up at the junction box,
Oh
and all of
no.
a sudden I would have no internet, and this kept happening,
Oh
especially when if we had some students moving out at the beginning of the summer, that
man.
kind of thing. And so finally, I had so many people out, but finally, they had a technician come out on a Saturday, and this guy was a contractor.
Okay.
But the thing is, he's the one that told me all about the politics going on between these two factions within the company.
Mm-hmm.
The cable TV people and the cable internet people in the two different towns. And what he did, he went down and he simplified a lot of things, got things rewired and new connections and new everything. And then he labeled everything. He put labels.
Oh, cool.
And so he went through and took the time to get everything so I wouldn't have that issue again. But it took a contractor,
Hmm.
and this guy, I just knew this guy knew his stuff inside out. He was just super smart, and he took his time to get the junction box all reconfigured and labeled so those crazy amateurs from the cable company wouldn't screw things up.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It all depends on how good the technician that arrives at your door is, right? It's got like random chance of the draw kind of
Yeah,
thing
but
almost.
this was a contractor,
Well,
and
that's yeah,
you'd
even
think
weirder. Yeah.
you'd think it's like, well, they're just fly by night kind of thing. But no, this guy was the complete opposite. He was more knowledgeable than the guys that work for the actual company.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm sure some contractors actually give a damn and they actually know their
Yeah,
stuff, right?
yeah.
And the one I had install things last week was here for like 15 minutes, and the guy today was like, didn't he check, the other outlet, like in your living room where your phone's lines are hooked up? And I was like, no. And he's like, okay, I better take a look at that. And he, as I say, he ripped out a whole, well, he didn't, he just pulled a bunch of stuff out of the wall socket. And he was like, what's this? And it was like some metallic thing with like three prongs and three connections on it. And he's like, oh, I can simplify this, So he just took all that out and he replaced it, with whatever he had in his bag of tools, right?
That's
He had a bunch
funny.
of parts with him. Yeah. And then
It
he put it
sounds
all back and he
yeah.
says, yeah, your Wi-Fi should be twice as strong now.
It
And I'm like,
sounds
oh,
like yeah, whatever the old kind of connection that they had for that outlet. They just said, well, let's just shove it to the side here and push these wires back over here behind these wires, and
uh-huh. Exactly. Well, this
like,
building was built in 1981
yeah,
because when I got my renter's insurance, for fire protection and all that good stuff, I had to find the date of the building, which took a little bit of time, but after a day's research, I eventually found it and talked to the nice lady at the insurance company. She's like, "Okay, 1981. That's fine." So that's what they put in my, renter's insurance contract was 1981 for the age of the building. But I mean, that's like what, 43 years or something now. So I'm
That's
not surprised there's a lot of
yeah.
garbage
It's
buried in the
like
walls
it's
in this
like, oh,
building.
the age of your billing's 1981. Well, that'll be an extra $200 a month. No.
The
Well,
problem,
it's just there's a lot of garbage in the walls, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
the problem you have to be careful with renter's insurance is it sounds fine and dandy, but if you ever have a fire or something, or if let's say if you get burglarized and they steal everything, when you go to claim it, the insurance company's going to say, "Okay, we need your receipts and your serial numbers." And if you don't have those, forget about replacing anything.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of valuable stuff anyway, so that part doesn't worry me. I mainly have it for the fire insurance if some, idiot
That's what
decides
I'm
to
talking
burn the
about.
building down.
That's what I'm talking about. Unless you don't have anything of value to worry about with the fire, but then you don't need your renter's insurance.
Well, I've got it anyway. It doesn't cost me much. It's actually pretty cheap every month. It actually went down. It's costing me less this year than it was the earlier years. So I can't complain about something actually going down in cost.
It's probably because sometimes they have a kind of a loyalty bonus, and also if you haven't had any claims in a number of years,
Yeah,
sometimes that'll bring it down.
I was guessing that, Stone Racket. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah.
that means it's just a win-win situation for them and lose-lose for you because you're paying to get nothing in return.
I'm only paying like
That's the
$31
cold.
a month. It's not like I'm
Doesn't
paying a
matter.
normal
You're
rate.
paying to get. It doesn't matter. You're paying to get nothing in return. That's just a cold hard
Well,
fact. I know it
okay,
doesn't
fine.
sound like it's not a good pill to swallow, but
That's my choice,
that's what
and that's
that's
the
what
choice I
I
made.
know, but I'm just saying that's how insurance companies work.
Uh-huh.
That's how they make their profit is by not paying people back.
Well, yeah, obviously they don't pay as much as they take in. Obviously, that's how they stay in business, right?
Hey guys, just like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And then how
Oh
about
boy.
this? How about this? You're in good hands with Allstate.
I don't want to be in anybody's good hands if I don't know them very well.
Well, the guy that did the guy that did the Allstate commercials back in the '60s,
Uh-huh.
Pop, you remember that that blooper
Roofer,
where yeah, he's playing
yeah,
a Commodore in communication with Kirk, I believe,
on
and
Star Trek.
he goes, I think it's like something like this. He goes, he's Captain Kirk, and then someone throws him a tribble. He catches it and he goes, "You're in good hands with tribbles."
Right.
So it's the same actor that did the Allstate commercials at that time doing that. So I thought that was that just reminded me of that.
Well,
And he was
PvP.
eventually replaced by Raymond Burr.
What was that? Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, PvP. You may have to get earplugs then for your internet connection thing. You may have to get
Oh,
earplugs for it.
I have thought of that, but I shouldn't have to do that. The amount of money I'm paying them.
Well,
You may have to.
if he has earplugs, then he won't hear his alarm when he has to get up.
That's another issue. Yeah, I got to get up in the morning. So yeah, it's just not cool. That's all there is to it, guys. It's like
I know. PvP, get a cat and train it to wake you up in the morning.
Uh-huh. Actually, all I need is a girlfriend to wake me up in the morning.
Oh.
That would be even better.
Oh, that would be the tops. That would be the tops.
Yeah, but then
Unless she's waking you up by screaming at you.
Well, I wouldn't. I'd avoid those kind of women. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you
How
don't want
about
that kind.
how about a girlfriend that gently nudges you on your shoulder to wake you up?
sure, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Better than a bucket of ice water.
Yeah.
Yeah, no ice water. No ice water.
well, the question is nowadays, can you afford one though?
No, wait a minute. Let's not get those pesky details into
Yeah,
this.
I'm looking for.
Well, you know what?
I'm looking for an independent woman that pays her own bills.
Right.
There you go.
Just fly down to the border, and just pick one of those. They're hopping over the fence. Just grab one.
Oh man.
As soon as they hop over the fence, say, "I'll take you." 50
Well,
pesos.
I'm a long ways from the fence, so it probably won't work in Canada, but that's a good thought.
Gorilla's random thought says, "Hey, Suzanne,"
Hey,
and
Gorilla.
Suzanne says, "Hello, Sit Dan." And Suzanne says, "Oh crap, gotta run. Apparently, we are having a batch of kittens tonight." Well, good luck, Suzanne. Sounds like you got your hand full.
Wow.
Meow.
That is your hands full.
Yes. And Suzanne said, "Oh, send us pictures, Suzanne, if you're still listening." Suzanne says, "Sounds fine to me, Pop." All right, very cool. And there's PPP saying, "Sounds okay here." Stormy
Hey,
weather. St.
that's
Thorn thumbs
interesting.
up.
PvP's here on the panel, and he's also in the chat. How can this be?
I
Oh,
know. It's like an
that was
enormous. Oh, yeah.
that
It's
was
time travel.
while ago
Wow.
when I typed it, but
Yeah,
hey,
it's
Yeah,
LGG
time
is here.
Hello, LTG. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well and staying warm. And Gorilla says, "I'll be back in a bit. I'm putting a movie on for Godly.
Gadley.
Going to introduce
Gavin.
Gadly. Going to introduce her to the land before time." Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Edge of Time.
Hey,
Greetings
Ed.
from the Edge of Time, where everything is installed in daisy chain power strip, so I can power off all the electronics while sleeping with the flip of a one switch. Or even better, Edge of Time, daisy chain everything together and then put the clapper on it.
Clap on, clap off
Right.
the clapper.
I bet what I would do is I'd hook it up to my entire apartment building. That'll teach them.
Yeah.
Edge of Time says Pops might need to wait. Pops might need to visit the dentist. Sounds like one of his canines are loose. Yes, they are.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah. When I was at the
They always get hungry right around 6 or 7 p.m. my
yeah.
time, which is around the time I start my streams. So that's why whenever I start, you guys hear them start to go off because they're telling me they're hungry.
Oh,
And Edge of Time says 1981. Does it still have the original wood paneling?
Nope, it's an apartment, so it's just plain old boring white drywall or whatever the hell it is.
Well, that's better than wood paneling hiding up cockroaches and holes.
Yeah,
Edge
well,
of
that's one
Time
good
says
thing. No roaches here, so that's good.
that's good.
exactly. Edge of Time says I've been seeing videos of millennials saying how good Generation X had it in the 90s. I keep thinking, what are you talking about, Willis? 70s
That's
and
so
80s were
good.
better.
70s were the best decade for me.
Well, it's funny because every generation laments the previous generation.
Yeah,
And the more generations we go back, we prefer the oldest of all the generations. We don't like for example, I know speaking for myself, I would much rather have like the 60s and 70s than I would like the 1990s and the 2000s, right? I mean,
I
further
agree.
back the better.
Same for me. Yeah.
Right? We may not have had internet back then, but everybody was happier, and that is a fact.
Well,
Yep.
the thing was in the 70s, I was a teenager, as was my cousin and all my friends. And we'd make a point on Friday and Saturday nights to get together on the weekend and bring all the albums that we had bought that week. And some weeks, there'd be like three of us would get together and we'd have like 4 or 5 albums to listen to that weekend because it was like, Led Zeppelin and David Bowie and, on and on and on with great albums being released that week, right? It was a golden age. It was such a golden age in music. It's incredible when I think back to those years, right?
And there's right, and another way to show you how things have changed is, believe it or not, kiddies, back then we used to actually look forward to the fall TV lineup.
Oh yes,
Right
yes.
now it's like, what? What is that? Who cares?
Is there even a
But
fall
yeah,
TV lineup anymore?
I think they probably do, maybe, but it really doesn't matter with streaming because I think everything comes out all the time.
Yeah,
But
and it's
there's
like
and there's
6 episodes a season or something. No.
6 episodes a season, and there's the writing the way it is. There's nothing to anticipate anymore.
uh,
Nothing is unique
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. But I
yeah,
miss the good old days where a TV season was, 26 to 30 episodes.
exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
And of
Well,
course, like you said, Pop, the writing was so much better.
Oh,
Yeah, but not only that, but
100
on
times.
those
Yeah.
shows, right, on those shows, they actually spent 9 to 10 months out of the year working on those shows, and that's how we got 30 episodes.
That's
Now they
right.
spend
Yeah.
a month or two filming those 6 episodes. Then they're on
Yeah.
vacation for the rest of the year, and
Yeah.
then they're overpaid on top of all that.
Yeah. It's pathetic.
Well, I remember shows like Have Gun Will Travel, which is one of because I love the old 50s westerns. That's one of my favorite genres. And I remember a show like Have Gun Will Travel, they'd have more than 30. They'd have like, oh, it'd be like 42 episodes a
Yeah.
season or something, right? It was
Well,
Uh huh.
mind-boggling,
the
you
for
know?
half-hour shows in the 50s, it was 39 episodes.
But it was a lot. I mean, they'd only like be gone for a couple of months during the summer, break, right? And then they'd be right back to the grindstone. I mean, talk
Yep.
about, work ethic. Like those guys had it, right? Man.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were working 6 days a week, and they were pumping those shows
Yeah.
out.
You'd
And that's incredible when you think about it. Right now, if they were making 30 episodes a season, can you imagine how much worse they would be written compared to what they are?
Well, the thing is, they can't even write 6 good ones. Can you imagine
yeah.
if they
Yeah,
wrote 30?
exactly. Exactly. Right. And the worst, now they're unionized, which means you've got to use them to write no matter what, whether they suck or not. They've got the job, and there's nothing you can do, and you can't get rid of them.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the answer is, but
The answer is
Don't watch it. Don't watch any of the new
yeah. Don't
garbage.
watch the
well,
crap
yeah, don't do that. Yeah,
and
yeah.
keep building up a physical media library.
Yes,
I got that. I got that. Yeah,
That's
I got that.
good.
especially TV shows, because
Yeah.
as we've all learned, they hack them and they cut them up for time and for commercials and for censorship. So you want the original TV shows, physical media. That is definitely a dying breed.
Well, yeah, or if you have
I was
streaming,
just, I was just,
they could just
yeah, I
take the
was just
series right
covering
off,
Gilligan's
right?
Island, which is what they do. There's a lot of them that aren't even showing. But the other night when I was covering Gilligan's Island with Gorilla, we were talking about scenes that were cut out, and this is Gilligan's Island. And
Really?
it's like,
They're
come
cutting
on,
Gilligan? Wow, that's sad.
everything. Right,
Yeah.
out of Lucy is another one. They're cutting out certain scenes that are just no longer in syndication anymore. Sometimes entire episodes.
Yeah, well, I know they used to cut like when I was, young in the 70s, 80s, they would cut minutes out due to syndication because they wanted more commercial breaks, right? But if they're cutting it out to censor it, that's even sadder.
It's both. It's a combination of both. And now what they're doing is, as we all know, us old fogies, is back in the days when you watch, let's say, Out of Lucy, they were half-hour shows. Without the commercials, they were about 24 minutes. And now, if you can catch Out of Lucy in syndication, you're lucky to get 18 minutes of a show, and the rest of it commercials.
Yeah.
That's about right. Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully now do they have Gilligan's Island on DVD?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
I
Yeah.
Blu-ray.
had
It's on Blu-ray. And are those complete, Pop?
Yes,
Okay.
I
That's
had the
good.
DVD set like about 15 years ago, and I got him like I got the whole 3 seasons for like $5 a season at Walmart on sale,
So
and I
so
binge watched them. I made the mistake of binge watching them over like a couple of months, which I
huh,
probably shouldn't have done because the repetition kind of got to me after a while. But they were
yeah.
good. But that's not the way to watch Gilligan's.
Hey,
Better once a week.
I was gonna ask you, Pop. So Gilligan's Island is on Blu-ray. I didn't know that. How long ago
yes.
did that come out on Blu-ray?
I'm guessing about maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, wow. Now, did it come out about the same time that Bewitched came out on Blu-ray, maybe, or
I believe so, roughly speaking.
roughly?
Also, also around the same time as Lost in Space, I Dream of
Oh,
Jeannie, and some of the others.
yeah. Lost in Space came out on Blu-ray in 2015.
And it looks
So,
amazing, doesn't it?
oh yeah, it's I'm glad they went to Irwin Allen's widow to because they needed permission uh
Yes.
I guess maybe from a number of parties, but definitely from her. They say, hey, we want to get this restored before it's too late because we want to get to the elements, you know,
Yep.
and they did a. Now I know with Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea and Time Tunnel, those just on DVD looked spectacular, and I was going, well,
Yes.
what's the holdup with Lost in Space? Well, then I read, well, they had to be convinced, to put money into the project, and then they had to get permission, and thank God they got it in the nick of time because they did a really
That's
good
exactly
job.
right.
They did a
Right.
really
That's
good
exactly
job.
right. Yeah, they
Yeah.
weren't. They were concerned on whether they would earn the money back, and they did.
Yep. Yeah, I as soon as I saw that was coming out, I had that pre-ordered big time.
Yeah, if I remember, I think originally when it was new, it was close to $100, but it was worth it.
Yeah. I from through Amazon I paid it was like 89, I think, 89 something.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes. Worth
And
every penny and loaded with a bunch of extras. Loaded. I mean, absolutely amazing set.
yeah, except the commentaries were a little bit
Oh, well, yeah.
I didn't really like, because they're with Mark Goddard and Angela Cartwright and Billy Mooney. They were kind of
Uh,
laughing it up, and some of the fans got ticked off because I was reading some of the things in the forums, and they said, "Well, don't make fun of things. Just tell us how things went." They want
I
behind the
know.
scenes stuff, and they thought they were a little too flippant most of the time, and I
That's
kind of
why,
yeah.
and honestly, that's why I was getting upset during my last Lost in Space stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was going on there?
Or you don't have to apologize. Well, people were getting to where they were just downright insulting it, and they were insulting not only that, but the rest of the second and the whole entire third seasons. I found it very difficult to finish that stream that night. I was not in a good mood. And
Oh, I
then Scotty coming in and saying what he did, and then, well, I don't want to go into detail, but let's just say I was not happy that night.
Oh no, wait. No, I'm getting a little confused. You said Lost in Space stream. You mean one of Jill's streams? That You
No, my Lost in Space stream, the Western, whatever the
Oh,
West of
West
Mars.
West of
West of
Mars.
Mars. Oh, I thought we all had a good time.
Yeah, I didn't notice that you were upset, Pop.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't.
Well, that's a testament to I'm glad I didn't sound like it online. I tried not to.
Oh, because I thought. So, was there someone on the panel that was upsetting you?
I'm not going to blame anyone in specific, but I'll say more than one.
Oh,
Oh,
that's not good. I hope I didn't
yeah. I hope
say
I.
anything out of line. I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I
hope
did.
I didn't irritate you because gosh, I
Don't
thought.
apologize.
eh,
No,
Well,
I thought we had a good time that night. I didn't realize there was anything wrong. Gosh.
Well, we were all kind of cracking jokes, but I thought we were just having fun.
Well, I
But
mean, it was kind of a crazy episode, so we were kind of having fun with it. I thought, right? You know.
Well, yeah, we've done that before. That's not an issue. That's not a problem. But without going into detail, I would just say that people were insulting the entire second and third seasons. And that's what was getting, because I was thinking, guys, there's people watching this. People have never seen it before, and you're turning them off. They're not going to want to continue watching it. That's my problem. Is yeah, we talk about this episode. Talk about this episode. We can laugh and have fun. But when people are
okay,
knocking the rest of the second and third seasons, that's going to turn off any potential future viewers I have. And that's what I was, and I didn't want to have to say that on the stream.
Oh, I'll just stick to the episodes from now on. Then I won't mention any future content. Then I
No,
can do
I
that.
didn't say no. I didn't say not to mention future stuff. What I'm saying is to badmouth future stuff like it's not worth watching.
No, I actually love season three.
It's kind of hard to explain.
I think I've only praised season three anytime I mentioned it because I love season three actually.
yeah, I know I've been kind of flippant about certain things
Yeah, I might have
So
made a comment now and then that
yeah,
season 2 is not my favorite, but I didn't mean to denigrate it totally. But oh well, I will be more keep that in mind from now on, Bob.
That's okay.
yeah. There's some.
It didn't.
There's some.
It didn't help when a couple people came on, like on the panel, not the panel, but the chat, and they were saying
Uh,
things that were pissing me off. Like
Well,
Scotty
there's.
when he was talking about rolling a joint. That really, I have found it so hard to contain myself when he said that.
yeah, that's not cool on a PG stream, is
Right?
it?
And he knows, as
He
you know,
should.
PvP.
He
As you know,
should.
PvP. He's been told before. He's even been booted before.
And that's what
So what he
Scotty
does is
does, though.
right,
You
he'll
know,
come in and he'll say something flippant that he knows is not allowed,
we
and
could
that's
always
why I found it.
we could time him out for like 24 hours if you'd like. That would be easy enough to do, Pop.
Is there? So what you're saying is that there's a way of keeping someone
Oh,
out of the chat.
you just
Out
put
of the
him in time.
chat.
You put him in timeout, and they're
Yeah,
gone. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
you
Yeah.
you can select timeout, and then you can select how long you want, or you can ban them from the channel completely. I had him banned at one point, and he kept begging me on other streams, please let me back in, please let me back in. I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
Uh,
And lo and behold, he did. He came back on. He was okay for a few weeks, and then right back to the same old thing again.
yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Well, I.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I. I remember reading one of his chats, and that you kind of screamed in protest when I read a certain word, and I didn't realize it. Yeah.
Yes, if you hear me
I.
scream and protest, that means they're probably saying something that I don't agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. I. Yeah. That. Yeah. I guess when it. Because we were taking turns reading the chat for you, and
Yes.
yeah, you know that, but yeah, I remember two in particular from Mr. R37 that were questionable. But you know, I'm sitting there reading along, and I just read along, you know,
Oh, I've
with
done
with
that
with
too, right? Where I'm
with
not. I
without
am reading ahead of my. Right,
yeah,
without reading
without
ahead of ourselves. Yeah.
yeah, and without kind of self censoring
Yeah.
and but yeah, it's I guess maybe if we're taking turns again, maybe uh
Oh no, he's
before
not going to be
but
back on there.
okay, there you go.
No,
Okay, that
no, that
solves
was.
that. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I didn't
funny.
want
It's
to. I didn't want to. I don't like to. Even when they do that stuff, I don't like to embarrass people. So on the stream, I did not say, "Okay, Scotty, that's it. You know, you're banned or you're off." I didn't say nothing. What I do, I
yeah.
just simply don't bring them. I don't let them back on. So like the next stream when we start, I'll tell everybody that if you see him, block him. And we're not going to read any of his text, none of his chat or any of that kind of stuff
Uh,
anymore.
Yeah.
I
That
do have a wrench, so I could quite happily time him out for an hour or two or whatever's necessary,
yeah, the
Bob.
thing is
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm gonna tell everybody. If he pops up, block him immediately. Don't even get him a chance to give say anything.
what
You know, if he pops up and says hello or howdy, whatever, block him. As soon as you see his name, block him.
uh
I'll hit him like a whack a mole.
yeah,
Bam
I was
bam.
yeah, I was a
And
little
he uses the
confused.
problem is he uses. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was a little confused about, you know, I wasn't sure that, you know, like certain words you didn't want spoken that weren't outright swear words. And I guess maybe that you know you should have communicated that a little clearer because I know there's two words in particular that you didn't like when I was reading things out loud from Scotty, and it's like
Yes.
he should I guess uh he the thing is you've given him, you know, a number of chances already, and it's like it's
Yes.
okay, that's enough because he should because you've told him, and because I know he was asking me before on one of Jill's streams before we went on air or went live. He was kind of asking me about some stuff, and I said, "Well, all I know is, you know, for the Lost in Space, it's got to be G rated, and I guess certain words, you know, you got to be real careful." Because I was a little confused myself, but I'm kind of
It's
glad
pretty
you.
simple. It's
I'm
pretty
glad
simple.
you cleared it up tonight. You know, you made it darn clear that you were rather upset
Yeah,
more
well,
than we
it's pretty
realized.
simple, right? It's pretty simple. If people say, with my Lost in Space, he looks down and they say, well, what do you mean G rated? I say, if it's something you hear on that TV show, it's acceptable.
Yeah,
If you're not going to hear it, it's not. It's as simple as that. So you're not going to hear anybody on Lost in Space talking about rolling a doobie. And he
right,
knows that.
right.
Yeah, that would have been quite a difference if they did that. I'm just picturing
So that's
Smith saying
basically
that.
right. So instead of having to give everybody a list of what words they can say and what they cannot say, I just
Yeah,
tell them what you're allowed to say is something that you would hear on that show during the 1960s.
it should
Yeah.
be pretty
Well,
obvious,
the
shouldn't it,
thing is,
actually?
Pop. The
Mm.
thing is, Pop. I remember you specifically saying that in one of the first streams I was on with you on
I
your
repeated it a few
on your
times.
channel.
Yeah,
Yeah, and so yeah, that's definitely you've said that more than once, and everyone should know. So
they do. They
it's
do.
fair.
The
It's
only
fair
people,
game. So
yeah,
you can,
the only people that break that taboo are the ones that do know better. That's just it. It's
yeah,
rare that I get somebody who innocently does not know better
yeah,
because most people are regulars by now.
yeah.
Yeah,
I hear you. I
yeah,
hear you.
pretty much most people are regulars. Yeah, and they should know by now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know why Scotty does things like that.
Well, it's like
Attention. But that's
it's
why
like
I don't know if any of you guys were on Jill's stream that she was doing the other morning. You know what I'm
yep.
talking about?
On Friday
Yeah.
morning?
Yeah,
On Friday?
I wanted to ask you about that, Pop, because you just dropped out all of a sudden.
Yeah, he got on my nerves. It was either
Yeah.
that or I wanted to go off on him, which I won't do to her out of respect. But no, I was out of there. I'm tired of it. Tired of it. He was talking over everybody. There was a couple times where she even said, "Okay, pop culture, what do you think?" And then finally he would shut up, and I would start talking, and sure enough, he'd interrupt me right in the middle of a sentence. So I'm
Yeah,
done. Tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it.
yeah, Scotty does that a lot. That's the biggest
He's got to right.
problem
He's
I
got to
have with him.
comment. Right. He's got to interrupt everybody, and anything that is said by anybody, doesn't matter who you are or what you're talking about, he's got to interject and take over the conversation.
Exactly,
Well,
exactly. Yes.
I pointed out I you know something I've noticed, but I just was kind of I didn't want to sound real mean, but I just said you're a contrarian,
Yes,
and
he does that to cause
Oh,
yeah,
argument.
I've
it's
called him that before, Stone Racket, and he
Yep,
actually agreed with me.
and he
he
did.
does.
He
He'll agree
agreed.
with it.
Yeah.
He
He-
kind of hummed and hawed and said, "Yeah, I am." It's like, well, we're on to you, buddy.
Yeah,
right, and
I know his
he's
shtick
even said
now. Yeah.
right. He's even said before. He said, "I'm a narcissist at heart."
He likes to
Well,
get
there you
attention.
go.
He likes to get attention for himself, guys. That's the
He
basis of it,
does.
I think. You know?
But for me, what I've discovered is, like I said, I've had to give him warnings on my streams, first of all. Then I've had to boot him on my streams. And every single time, what he does is he uses Jill and my friendship to get back to me, or back at me, or whatever you want to put it. But he uses Jill as the ploy to get back at me every fucking time.
And you know, it's not just you either,
I wish
Papa.
he'd leave our friendship out of it.
Yeah, I agree. Did you catch any of that Tuesday night stream where Scotty was on and Teague was on it? And I don't know
Yes,
what. I
I
came in
tuned out.
late. I came in
I
late.
tuned
I
out,
don't
right?
know. Yeah, I don't know what button Scotty pushed, but I remember Teague going ballistically
Several.
nuts for like at least half an hour, just
Yes.
screaming at Scotty like every hateful thing he could think of. And I was like, wow, this is fun because of course there were like I think probably six of us on the panel at least at that
Yep.
point, and nobody else could talk, of course. So I actually gave up after a while too, Pop, and I left as well.
Well, did
but-
you notice
Which-
that the whole time Scotty was laughing and enjoying himself what he was
Oh,
doing?
he was loving it. He was loving it.
Yes.
He was
what-
even telling Teague that he didn't care what he thought or what he said, right? Back in
Yeah.
his
What-
face.
Uh-huh.
So was this on Teague's channel?
No, it was on Bird of Praise, I
LDG.
believe. I think it was
Yeah,
Bird of Praise.
Bird. It was
Yeah, Bird.
it was Bird because I kept saying you guys need to apologize to Bird, and unfortunately Bird said no, it's okay, they don't have to, and I'm thinking, oh,
I
Oh,
just wish Bird would have reined it in and said, "Okay, guys, enough. I'm going to control this. You take your turns. You shut up and let other people talk, or I'll boot you." That's what I would do if I ever start a live
yeah.
stream.
Well, they would
But
have been
Bird
off.
was being nice, I guess. You know.
Yeah, for me, they would have been off the first 60 seconds they started that shit. And for me, you know what? They talk about, swallowing a turd. But can you imagine Teague and Scotty on the same panel? It's like
Oh,
that was
God.
overwhelming, and that was overwhelming of shit. Having both of them together, oh my god, I couldn't stand it. That's why I just tuned out.
And then get this, Pop. I think you'd left by then, but Captain Finity came on later too.
Oh, why not? Add him to the mix, right?
So can you imagine Teague and Finity on the same panel? It's like I think I
Fuck.
gave up shortly after that. It's like enough of this toxic crap, right? I couldn't stand
well,
it.
what's the deal with Bird of Prey 5? I thought he was pretty decent dude,
Oh
but
no,
Well, he
that's just it. No, he's a nice guy, but the only problem is he's too lenient.
He's too tolerant. Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh,
thinking.
okay.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. It's nothing he does wrong. It's just that some of us, speaking for myself, and in my opinion, some of his subs, we wish that he would rein it in a little more sometimes.
I
Because
see.
Yeah.
when he does it, we tune out.
He even had Melted Copper on the panel that night, which is
Oh, that's right.
another
Another
one of the
one.
people I don't care about.
Well,
yeah.
what the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then what's the point of even going on his channel if he's going to have idiots like that on?
Well, I
Well, he
regretted
doesn't
it after a
always.
while.
What it is, it's hit and miss. Sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when he does, I tune out.
Yeah.
You know-
So
you
that
know-
was what I kind of, I was doing when I was replaying Jill's stream, I think it was her member stream. I guess I misunderstood what Jim was talking about. I thought he was talking about the Star Trek stream and Scotty, but I think he said Teague when I was listening on the replay. So I guess he must
Right.
have been referring to that Tuesday night stream then,
Well,
because he said he just had to tune out. He said, and was Jill on that panel? Because he said somebody was kind of talking over Jill and
well,
or
no,
something.
that's I got to inform you guys about that because I thought when Teague was actually ripping into Scotty for a long time on that Tuesday stream. Then he started ripping into Jill after a while, saying, "Why do you associate with this guy? Why do you let him on your channel? What kind of person are you to tolerate, blah, blah, in Teague voice, right?" I can't stand his voice, by the way, guys. But he was ripping into Jill for, I'd say, I don't know, a good 10, 15 minutes at least, probably.
Okay, then that had to be what Jim was actually talking about.
But the point I want to add, Stone Racket, is
Mhm.
what I think you might have mentioned a minute ago. The very next day on Wednesday, I'm taking my lunch break. I'm in my work day, right? And get this, I always click on YouTube and just see what's up, what new stuff is going on. Guess what? Teague is doing a live Star Trek stream. Guess who the co-host is on the stream?
Jill?
Jill. And they're like talking away for, I think it was like a 2-hour stream, and they're like, all friendly. This is like less than 24 hours after he was, assassinating her character big time on Tuesday night. But, Jill being Jill, I guess, she's, that kind of person that overlooks, the stuff.
Huh.
And of course, Teague was, I only watched it for like maybe 3 minutes. And of course, the whole time Teague was over talking Jill completely, and she could hardly get a word in. So it's like, oh yeah, that's Teague, all right.
Huh. Okay.
And then get this too. In addition to that ridiculous stuff, a certain captain we know, which he'll probably do a hate stream on me now because I even mentioned his name because he's done it before to me several times. He did, I think, like 3 or 4 attack streams against Scotty and Jill this past week, and he did one against Teague, and I think he did one against Teague and Jill, and yeah, that's his stock and trade, though, right, guys? So it's like this is just sad after a while.
Yeah, I wish Teague hadn't done that. I wish he would have said, just said, Scotty, when you're on Jill's stream, when you pull stunts or whatever you want to call it, you're disrespecting her. So why are you doing that? I would have kept it like that. I wouldn't have gone.
Yeah,
after
exactly.
Jill.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
And then
But it
and
isn't-
then at most to say, Jill, you just need to do a better job of reining this guy in.
yeah, that
And
would
Yeah,
be
keep it at
Yeah.
that. Don't go at. I mean, don't
Right.
go.
Well, the problem is he has no tact. He's not able to do
Right.
it correctly.
I mean,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
times, there's times where he just ticks me off greatly, and then we're on another stream a couple days later, and he's a lot of fun, and he's taking a lot of, we're giving each other the business, and we're having fun. But I wish he could stay the fun Scotty and not the jerk Scotty.
Well, yeah, I've had
I think it depends on how much he's drinking because it seems to vary
Yeah, I
night
know.
to night.
yeah, it seems to be he's like it's like a switch that flips in Scotty's head, and he's either reasonable Scotty or jerk Scotty, depending on the day, right? And I like you, Stone Rocket. I've had some really great conversations with Scotty on Jill's Friday morning tea times, right? We've had some really good conversations, and then I've had other times when I just want to kick him in the head or something because I get so fed up with his antics after a while, right? So. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's hard to figure Scotty out. It really is.
Hello, Daniel's Hot Topics. Welcome to the panel.
Hi, Pop. How you doing?
I don't know.
I'm doing great. Good to see you. And just to clarify, everyone, we have 2 Dans on the panel tonight. We have Sci-Fi Sit Dan, and we have Daniel's Hot Topics. So moving forward, I'm going to refer to you as Sith Dan and Daniel, if that's okay.
That's fine.
If I can not screw up. And let me get caught up on the chat really quick. Let's see. We left off with Gorilla. Where are you?
Yeah, I was just going
Gorilla
to say
says,
that.
"Hey, Suzanne."
Where's Gorilla when we need him to chat?
I know. Suzanne says, "Hello, Sit Dan," and Suzanne says, "Oh crap, got to run." Apparently, we're having a batch of. Oh, wait a minute. I must be repeating myself.
Nah, that's
Sorry,
the
we-
old one.
There we go.
Yeah.
And Taylor Swift, greater than Disney Star Wars MCU, says, "Cheers." And hi, everyone, says PvP, who is now on the panel. Taylor Swift says, "Yo." Lemon Pie says, hey, dudes.
Hey, Lemon
And
Pie.
Daniel says, "Hello, Pop." And Daniel,
Lemon.
hello. It's good to see you.
Hey, and Dan's on the panel now.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing. And Sith Dan is too. And look, he's in the chat.
Can you check private chat? I send you a message.
I wonder
I'm
if
so
I'll be able to
horrible
find
doing
it.
that. I apologize.
Oh yeah, I think I'm seeing it's in the group. Okay.
Hakeem, hello. Good to see you, Hakeem. Hakeem says, "Hey, everyone." And he's
Hakeem.
waving. And Edge of Time says, "Boogaloo dudes, carry the nudes. Don't eat my lewds. What's on the news?" Hi, Lemon. Good to see you, Lemon, Edge of Times. I'm glad you can make it with us tonight. And Lemon Pie says, "Daniel, on your panel."
Paniel.
Right.
Hi, Lemon.
Daniel.
Daniel on your panel.
Daniel.
That's right. Edge of Time says, "Hello and welcome, Hakeem." Yeah, exactly. Lemon Pie says, "Hail to the Edge of Time." I wish I could do
Yeah.
that with an echo. I need to figure out how to use
Yeah,
this thing a little
Edge of
bit better.
Time has got a good sense of humor, and so does Lemon Pie. But now, where's Euler Greg? That's
Yeah, where's Ola Greg when we need him? Exactly, you're right. We still
And
got more people that we're expecting.
it's
tonight.
been a while since Euler Greg has talked about the giant spider, and I always look forward to his giant spider comments.
That's right. Got to have our giant spider. Hakeem says, "Hey, Lemon and Edge of Time." Lemon says, "Hakeem," and he's waving.
Well, at this rate, Gorilla's probably too busy with his kids to come on the panel tonight. Probably.
Yeah.
At this rate.
Yeah, that's
Did-
got to take care of those kids first.
Right.
Seems
He's
like
busy
it.
being a good dad, which is a very good thing. Very,
So,
very noble.
yeah, indeed. Sith Dan, did you want to talk a little bit about your panel experience or not?
Well, was I on it? No, when that heated discussion happened, or was I not?
Well, from your comment in the private chat, I thought you were.
Well, I was asking PvP since he was really talking about it. That's why.
Uh-huh.
And if it's the one I'm thinking about, I think me and PvP were on it when Bird ended his live stream.
Oh, okay.
I was
Yeah, I
asking
know.
PvP.
Yeah, Bird just killed the live stream at a certain point, and we all continued on backstage, like
Oh,
off of YouTube for probably I think probably another hour after that, because I was on quite a while, kind of hanging in there, hoping things would improve, which they actually didn't. So I just said this is crap, and bye, and I just signed out in a huff eventually, but.
oh.
Yeah, Bird signed off at a certain point and he said, "Okay, guys, I'm going to end this." And that was it for Bird. So I
Was
think he
he
probably got frustrated.
well, so did he bow out and you guys just stayed on the StreamYard
Yeah, he
thing
just
or?
left it running for us on StreamYard, right?
Okay,
Which,
gotcha.
people do quite often. And,
Gotcha.
I think there was probably about 4 or 5 of us that stayed on the panel just while trying to chat. Well, there was a couple of people that, were basically going and consuming most of the chat. So that's why I
Yeah.
gave up after a while too. I was like, oh, this is just a waste of time, right? So I just, clicked out and went to bed basically after that. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough. I have to deal with that with my parents, and I don't want to deal with it on the panel. That's why.
Yeah,
With them always arguing with each other.
that's too bad. I
Yeah,
mean,
although
there's
I don't get it. It's like the only reason I come on like pops, rumblings on Saturdays is just to have fun, hanging out with you guys and spending
sure.
some hours, and
Yeah.
because otherwise I'd be bored out of my tree. I mean, there's stuff I could do, of course, but
Yeah.
it's not the same as hanging out and chatting with folks, right? Which is
Hmm.
much better. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I like kidding around with you sometimes PvP, but I don't hopefully I don't rub you the wrong way because I don't want to come across as mean spirit or anything. I just like to
no,
uh,
I don't think I've ever had any problems with anything you've said, Stone Rocket.
okay, that's good because I like to kid around.
Well, I do as well
Yeah.
sometimes. So, yeah,
No,
yeah.
actually, if you really will rub PvP the wrong way, just call him an American instead of a Canadian.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's not even going to upset me that much. I mean,
Well, I do want
I do get a little annoyed though when people disrespect Canada because Canada's got a lot of good things. I know it's not popular to say anything
yeah,
good about Canada these days because of a certain prime minister we have.
right. That's the thing that we're thinking of the most,
But
and a lot of the crazy stuff
oh,
that
there's so much
you know.
right wing propaganda. I sign into Twitter to message you guys, and I'll see a lot of crazy right wing propaganda. It's like, oh, guys, I know. Yeah, I know no government's perfect, but come on, this is getting ridiculous. Some of the things I read, you know, and
Well,
it's just like,
still I want you and Scotty to move out of Canada and go to
not gonna
Texas.
happen. Not gonna happen.
Not going to happen.
Not unless Joe gives me free room and board. Then I might think about it.
Are you talking about PvP and Scotty on a road trip?
Oh
No,
my
No,
god!
no,
Oh my
freaking
god!
way.
no. I meant
That
I
would be
meant
funny. That would be
yeah.
so funny.
That would be like planes, trains, and automobiles to the nth power.
Well,
Right. I'd have to insist that they have the camera rolling the entire time. I guarantee you guys you get good ratings.
oh man.
Or better yet, who's going to control Scotty's drinking? You or Scotty himself?
Oh, we'd be both out
Exactly
of
right.
control. I'm guessing that's the problem. We would feed on each other's bad impulses. Is what I'm afraid of. We'd be like, oh man. And I have been on road trips with friends before. I actually went on one when I was at art school during a spring break. Me and my 2 other buddies piled in my car and we drove all the way down to San Francisco. And we were gone. Instead of reading books and studying, we took the week off and we were gone for like 6 days on a crazy road trip. But I wouldn't have missed it for the world because it's one of the best memories I ever made, actually, because we had a great time. So yeah.
So you
But with
ever
Scotty, I have a feeling Scotty might end up being buried in the Nevada desert at some point.
By you
So,
or by someone
So,
else.
No, I'm not
two
admitting
men-
anything.
So in other words, two men leave, one come back, right?
That's right. That's right.
I don't know what happened to him. I thought I
Yeah.
saw him a couple hundred miles ago. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we stopped for gas. I was filling the tank, and he wandered off.
Yeah.
Said he was going to the washroom, and I never saw him again.
Saw him
like,
again.
geez, you know.
Right.
yeah.
He said something about something called a glory hole, and that was the last I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I waited half an hour, and I even checked the washroom, and it was empty. And it's like, oh my goodness, he's been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, and then they ask, well, why is there a shovel in your hand, sir?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
Oh no, I would get rid of the shovel.
Edge of Time
I
says
would use the
it
shovel
is-
as the marker.
Edge of Time says if it's Libby's on the label, you will find
could-
it on your
Put it
table.
on your table. Yeah.
Yep, Edge of Time. And they still make that stuff. I actually buy it. They have what I like about them is their juice is 100% juice. It's not one of those concentrates where you read there's no mention on the front label, and you turn around the back label, it'll say 15% juice, and I'm like, oh, screw that.
Screw
I drink
that.
only 100% juice for me. Don't, and especially because they're around the same cost. All you
Yeah.
got to do is just read the labels, people.
That's right. Read the
Cool.
label, set a better table, right, Pop?
Yes, exactly. Edge of
Most of
Time
us don't
says,
want- but most
don't
of us
make
don't
me
want to do
revisit
that.
that. Don't make me revisit that whole Footloose incident again, says Edge of Time.
Huh. Is that
And
referring to
Lemon Pie
the?
says, I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Pop.
Lemon Pie says, PvP is a genie in a bottle. You got to rub them the wrong way.
The right way.
Right way.
The right way. I apologize.
Oh,
My
I-
problem is, I'm sorry, guys. I have to lean forward to read these on my laptop.
At this
yeah. Well,
point,
do you want us to read some? I don't know.
Yeah, we could read some.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be great. How about?
Yeah, I'll
let's
read
start
this
with- how about
one.
you?
I'll
Thank
read
you.
this one. Edge of Time says, we've got Dan, so where's Don? Yeah, that's a good question.
Right. We've got Dan. So where's Don? Darn.
Yeah. Darn.
Daniel, would you like to read this for me?
Which
Let's see if
one?
Daniel's made it.
Daniel. Not Sith
one that's
Dan,
highlighted.
Daniel.
Daniel, not sit Dan.
Yeah.
Right,
Is he
because
at the
the reason why I picked the name Daniel is because he's got his full name on his avatar, and you've only got Dan. But how about you, PvP? He seems to be a step away from his
Yeah,
mic. Would you like to read this?
I'll do it. I don't have any problem with Canada. 90% of Canadians I know seem to be pretty cool. Well, thank you, Lemon. I think you're right. 90% of people I meet on the street are pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's a
I'll
nice
put it this
thing.
way, I'll put it this way, everybody. Whenever you're in doubt, whenever you're down and out, just remember, if we didn't have Canada, we wouldn't have Captain Kirk. So
That's right.
always keep that in mind. That's what I look at. There are so many of my favorite celebrities that are from Canada. I couldn't live without them. I'll put it that
Well,
way.
Yeah.
And
don't
I hope I
forget-
go before he does, by the way, because that's going to be, for me, it's going to be a very tragic thing when he passes.
Don't forget Scotty.
Who? Oh,
James
real
Doohan.
Scotty. Real Scotty, yes.
Yeah,
Jimmy
real
Doohan.
Scott. He was born in Vancouver, which is 4.5 hours away from where I am.
I know. For me, it's such a pet peeve that Scotty R37 has the same name on his avatar because
Yeah.
I
Well,
really love Jimmy
yeah.
Doohan.
Yeah, Jimmy Doohan, great Canadian hero, fought on D-Day, lost a finger, as we've all heard that
That's
probably
right.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fighting for his country. That's right. Which
You
something you don't see
betcha.
anymore. Imagine that getting that from Timothy Chalamet, right? Lemon Pie says, I don't have. Oh, how about Daniel? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Daniel, can you read this in the chat for me?
All right, says, I don't have any problem. Well, Lemon Pie says, I don't have any problem with Canada. 90% of Canadians I know seem to be pretty cool.
That's right. I wanted to clarify that, make sure everyone hears it, because there are brothers in arms, as they say. Sci-fi sit down. Would you like to read this for us?
I would pay to see that.
That's
I
probably
think he's
that road
talking about
trip.
the road trip. Yeah, let's all do a fundraiser. What do they call that? A
Well,
GoFundMe. GoFundMe.
our road trip wasn't that crazy. I mean, there was lots of cheap booze and
No, no,
cigarettes.
the road trip with you and Scotty coming down
Oh,
to the
yes,
state.
Oh
yes.
man, I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And you
I
can,
don't
yeah,
know.
and we don't mind PvP. You guys can do the cheap booze route,
I'd have to if I was in the same car with Scotty.
right? And let's not forget, for the money we're paying, we want both of you sharing a room and the same bed.
Oh my god.
Oh no 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 no! That's not ever gonna happen. Oh man, seriously, I'm not gonna sell out like that. Jeez,
Oh,
you
come
guys
on!
have
Oh,
to give me a,
no, I
you
don't
have to
mean
give
in
me a
that.
lot of money.
I don't mean in that way. My favorite comedy team was Laurel and Hardy, and I also love the Three Stooges. They often slept in the same bed, and it left it open for lots of comedy.
Yeah,
Ensuing.
but one of them wasn't Scotty, and you know what Scotty would be up to?
Oh my
Right.
god.
Hakeem says I would pay to see that. Okay, so Stone Racket, can you read
Yeah.
this for me?
Yeah,
Oh my, oh
Lemon
my.
Pie says, or 90% I've met. I don't know the 10% that aren't cool anymore.
I,
Speaking of Canadians.
I very seldom have any problem with anybody.
Oh,
Like, you know,
yeah.
I've only seen a couple times, actually in the last year, there are a couple of people in the grocery store locally arguing with one another, which is very uncommon, I gotta say, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of weird PvP, but I didn't really know much about Canada or what was up there, what it looked like. And then my folks were watching when I was up over the holidays, they were watching Anne of Green Gables,
Oh yeah,
which
that's East
was
Coast, East
which
Coast.
was filmed entirely in Canada, and it was like, oh goodness, that is so beautiful. I got to visit that someday.
Yeah, that's out on the East Coast where
Yeah,
that story was. The writer lived there, and she based it in her part of Canada. I
yeah,
gotta say though, Stone Racket, Canada is very regional, and the regions vary greatly from
right.
the East Coast to Ontario, Quebec, the
Uh-huh.
prairies, and BC. They're all very different regions as far as the lay of the land, the culture. It's almost like we're like 5 or 6 different countries in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I've heard.
your country is bigger than ours anyway.
What's that?
Your country is bigger than ours anyway.
Second largest democracy in the world, second biggest country next to Russia.
Very cool. PvP, would you like to read this?
I can do that. They said the same thing about the Pillsbury Doughboy, and we all know how he turned out.
Ooh, oh.
Wait a minute, I didn't get that. What was that referring to? They said the same thing. What was the same thing?
I think maybe when I was talking about them sleeping in the same bed, maybe. Am I
Oh,
wrong?
okay. Well, we all know who did the voice for the Pillsbury Doughboy. It was Paul Frees.
That's right. And we all know that he got poked every time.
Oh
my
dear.
That's probably the joke right there.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
got
Right.
well. He was a cute little Pillsbury Doughboy. He got poked in the belly just for a little bit, and it tickled him, and he went.
Yeah.
So
Woohoo!
all nice and
Yeah.
all nice and jolly, and G rated.
That's
Definitely
right.
G-rated.
Okay, who read this one?
That's PvP.
PvP.
Is it my turn
Okay.
already?
No,
Oh.
you already read
Daniel, are
it.
you
Oh,
Daniel, are
okay.
you there?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm here.
Can you read to us this famous line from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome?
Okay. Edge of Time says, break a deal, face the wheel. I never
Thank
heard that
you.
before.
Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. And Sith Dan, would you like to read this for us?
Why don't they call it Canada but pronounce it
Granada, like
Granada.
We'd actually say Canada, so I don't know where Edge is getting that from, to be honest.
No. I think Edge of Time was just saying, well, if they call Canada why do they pronounce it Canada when Granada is spelled Granada? So that's just to play the English words, English
Yeah.
language is all.
I guess, yeah.
It's that extra consonant there, that
Yes.
GR.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Stonewhacker, would you like to read this for me?
Yeah. Lemon Pie says, without Canada, we wouldn't have PvP, Daniel, Scotty, or the McKenzie brothers.
That's right. Absolutely
That's right.
straight up.
Bob and Doug McKenzie, the Great White North.
In fact, speaking of that, all of SCTV.
Right.
Yeah, John Candy.
Jim
Uh-huh.
Carrey. We
Jim
wouldn't have Jim Carrey.
We have yeah. Gosh, who am I thinking? Catherine.
Catherine O'Hara.
Catherine O'Hara. Yeah, and the
Eugene
guy that played the
Levy.
father, Eugene Levy, in the American Pie movies. Yeah,
Is Keanu Reeves? I think Keanu Reeves is Canadian.
there's a lot of Canadians that people don't realize are Canadians. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if at least 30% of the actors and talent in Hollywood are Canadian.
What about
Okay.
Deadpool? The guy who plays Deadpool, he's Canadian.
Yep.
Who's
Ryan
Ryan
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Yeah.
Ryan
Actually,
Reynolds.
they filmed the two Deadpool movies here in Vancouver, like just down the road. So yep.
So you have all kinds of behind the scenes photos on your phone,
Oh,
right?
I actually sent about a year ago when I was first getting to know Jill, and we realized we were both big Deadpool fans. I messaged her on Twitter a whole pile of clips from YouTube about backstage Deadpool locations in Vancouver when they were filming it.
Oh,
And I think I sent her like a dozen, and she's like, "Wow, that's really cool, but maybe you don't need to quite send so many." I was like, "Sorry, Jill, I get enthusiastic."
yeah. It's like here, Jill. Here's a few links. You send her
Yeah,
like
we got
two dozen.
yeah, exactly. But she had a good laugh. We both had a good laugh, and it was
Oh.
all,
What about-
all good.
Yeah.
For
Now,
PvP,
go ahead.
Hello.
PvP. Tell me, will we be able to recognize you in all those photos?
No. I'm not in any photos. I wasn't on the location shoot.
Oh,
Hold on. And another question: Will we see you as a cameo in the movie or not?
No, I wasn't in Vancouver at the time. There's lots of
Okay,
really
wait.
good stuff. If you want to look up Deadpool behind the scenes in Vancouver, there's lots of stuff on YouTube though. It's quite interesting, a lot of it actually.
okay. Who would like to read this in the chat? Whose turn is it?
I don't know.
I want to read it, even though it was my turn last time. Edge of Time says,
Go
"Take
for it.
off, eh?"
Take off, hey?
Take off,
Daniel,
eh?
would you like to read this for us?
Hoser. Yeah, Lemon Pie says Hoser.
Yeah.
Hoser.
It's
And
like-
Sit
and then-
Dan, what does it say?
I met one Canadian years ago who was a real dick, and no nation is 100% good people. Well, Canadians are usually more polite than us American assholes.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely, I agree.
Well, it's not like we don't have, assholes here in Canada. I mean, there's definitely dickheads and criminals and drug addicts and riffraff
You guys
and
do
all
have-
that sort
right.
of, losers.
You guys do
right?
have Trudeau, right? You have Trudeau, and we got
You
Sleepy
got
Joe.
Biden.
Sleepy Joe.
You got
Yeah.
Biden. Yeah.
Lemon Pie. Who would like to read this? I think
Lemon
it's
Pie
from Stone
says-
Racket.
Yeah. Lemon Pie says, "Oh, and we all love Suzanne too."
Absolutely, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber, that's it. Canada also gave us Justin Bieber.
Oh,
nobody's
no.
Oh,
perfect.
thank you, Canada. Thank you
Oh,
so
Canada,
much.
shame! Don't mention
Yeah,
Bieber.
nobody's perfect. And
Celine Dion's
Phoebe
another
What
Lee,
about,
would
what
you
about
like
that girl who played Supergirl in Smallville? She's Canadian.
They filmed Smallville.
I
around
don't know.
Vancouver,
I just
actually.
remember Helen. I just remember Helen Slater's Supergirl. I didn't watch the Smallville version. And I thought Helen Slater was hot, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that when it first was released because I thought, hey, they picked a really good looking gal to be Supergirl.
Yes, yeah, what a crappy movie, but she was hot.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw it at the theaters as well.
I have the
Oh, I was so disappointed.
yeah, I have the Blu-ray from Warner Brothers that has it has the original theatrical, but then it also includes a DVD which has the European cut, which is a long extended cut. So at least I saw what the longer cut was, which it's a better movie, but still it's not that good of a movie.
The only good thing about the Supergirl movie is they kind of showed the Phantom Zone, right? I like that. It's no,
Right.
like because in the Christopher Reeve movies, the Phantom Zone is just like a crystal they put you in, right?
Right.
And
Right.
Supergirl fleshed it out even more and said the crystal is just a transportation device that takes you to the Phantom Zone. The
Right.
Phantom Zone is like another dimension or something. It's like a planet in a different dimension.
It should be another dimension. At least that's what I got from the comics when I was a kid. But yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it seemed like another dimension in the first Superman with Christopher Reeve too, right? When they put him in the zone and they floated away from Krypton, it was like they were trapped in an alternate dimension, kind of thing.
I liked the wire work with Helen Slater when she's flying around and she's just kind of flipping in the
You're
air. I
right,
thought yeah,
when she's first learning her powers, because
yeah,
remember this, kiddos, this is before they had computers removing the wires.
uh-huh,
So they did an amazing job keeping those wires
yeah,
hidden, even though it was right there on camera.
yeah. I like that because she's of course being a woman just so graceful, and I liked how they did that.
Do you know how they did the scene where she came flying up out of the water?
Oh, I read about that, but I can't remember.
They what they did is they made some dummies, tried a few different dummies. They couldn't get it to look right, especially because as soon as she came out of the water, the hair would be wet, and they wanted her to look perfect. So what we ended up getting was a cardboard cut out of her.
Oh,
So when you watch that
really?
scene, it's a
Just
cardboard cutout.
cardboard cutout.
Yep, full size cardboard, life size cardboard cutout. I'm
Huh.
sorry about my phone
Interesting.
going off, guys.
Yeah, I hear a communicator.
Yeah, that's my phone and that's my ringtone, and it's a pain. I'm gonna turn it down because it's a friend I haven't spoken to in a long time, and he's excited about talking to me. And I don't want to hang up because of the stream. I want to try to at least. I'm trying to uh, juggle both conversations, so I apologize for that. I'm gonna turn
No
it down right
problem.
now. But that was a shame too because Supergirl, she was hot. The special effects when they showed her the wire work, amazing. But anything blue screen, appalling.
Yeah,
And right and Faye Dunaway as the bad guy. Oh my god, that was by that time she had as an actress. I think she had just totally lost it because by then everything that she was doing was way over the top. Like Mommy Dearest, it was like my God, why were people hiring her at the time? By that point, she was box office poison.
yeah. I think it's really strange. I really love the film 3 Days of the Condor, and I thought
Yes, yes.
she was really good in that. But then once she was in Network and Eyes of Laura Mars and all that, it just seemed like something happened, and then you notice that she had some of these nervous tics and some of these same mannerisms and acting style, and it just seemed like what the heck happened. She went down, and
I
quality
hate
or
to,
acting just went down just like off a cliff or something.
Maybe she
yeah,
got
I
in.
hate to,
Maybe she
I
got
hate to,
into drugs or something. Maybe. Yeah.
I
no,
don't
it
know.
wasn't that. No, and I hate to say it, but I think the pinnacle of her career was Bonnie and Clyde. I hate to say that because it was so early in her career, but I think what happened is her ego went straight to her head, as you could say,
Well, I
and
I
not.
liked her
But
in Thomas
go ahead.
Crown Affair.
So did I.
Yeah, that's 68. Uh, I don't know. I maybe when you say pinnacle, I
Peak.
yeah, but that's early.
I know that's what I'm saying. I said I'm sorry to say that I know it was early in her
Okay.
career, but it just seemed like, with a few exceptions, like Chinatown was good. Yeah, she made some good movies.
Yeah,
But
Chinatown's
then,
really good.
Yeah,
She's
right,
really
but then,
Chinatown's. Yeah,
yeah.
really
right, but
good.
what stands out in my head though is, like I said, Mommy Dearest,
Oh, for the
Supergirl.
over the top crap.
Yeah,
Mommy Dearest. Wow. I mean, I don't think anybody takes that film seriously. You got to look at it as a really bad comedy to even get through it, basically. You know,
I have never seen the movie. I've
you're
never
lucky.
seen I've never seen it. I've seen clips from it,
Oh,
but I always make jokes about wire hangers.
oh
And
yeah.
I've
Still to
never
this
seen the
day,
movie,
yes.
but I know all about the wire hangers, even though I haven't
Oh yeah.
seen the movie.
Yeah.
She
But
was the one that made that.
Infamous.
Right,
Infamous.
she's the one that turned him into a permanent joke. 'Cause
yeah,
seriously, after that, and I'm not kidding. After that movie, people stopped buying wire hangers, and they were getting rid of
yeah.
their wire hangers. And now you're pressed to find one.
Yeah,
Uh,
there one of the things when I was still working, one of the things I had to do in the morning was deliver the lab coats to the different clinics and some of the doctors' offices because
Right.
we would get it was a weird situation where we didn't have a linen department, and so that was part of our job was bringing the clean linen into the building. And what I would do, part of what I would do early in the morning was deliver the lab coats to the doctors, and then there's times where I would go up to the different offices, and the doctors would have a bunch of empty wire hangers from previous deliveries, and sometimes
Uh-huh.
I would find them on the floor even. So it's like I was picking up after a bunch of children, but I would be coming back down from the different floors with these hangers, and then there would be staff coming in from the main entrance and the parking lot entrance and whatnot, and passing me in the hallway, and I would always get a cheap laugh when I would shake these wire hangers, and then I'd say, "I told them no more wire hangers," and they all got the joke because they all knew about Mommy Dearest. So
boy.
Okay, who would like to read this?
Whose turn is it?
PvP.
Oh,
PvP,
how
how
do I
about
read that?
you?
Is that
Cheers.
four diamonds?
No, it's
Cheers
four.
over
It
to
looks
the
like
martini.
four martini glasses or
Okay.
Right.
cocktails.
No.
Yeah.
Cheers, then. I
So
guess
I
I.
always,
Cheers.
yeah, I always
Yeah.
read that as, I always read it as cheers.
These emojis baffle me actually when I see them like
Daniel, are you
that.
there? Would you like to read this one?
This must be
Oh,
old again.
Daniel,
I said that years ago.
Oh, yeah. So
Daniel,
PvP says, "Hi everyone."
hello everyone. Says PvP. Sit down. How about this?
Yeah,
I'm not.
I think
I'm
we've
not.
read these already.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have.
Oh, I'm
these look
sorry.
very
Hold on.
familiar.
Yes,
Yeah.
I apologize. Oh, darn, I keep. What a fool. I got
You're
behind on that.
one of the Edge of Times chats. I think further down.
This one?
No,
No,
we've
further.
already read that.
It's right. It's right when.
Pocket full of loonies?
Oh, there you go. We haven't read that. Go ahead,
Perfect.
Sith Dan.
Thank you.
Go
A
ahead,
pocket
Sith Dan.
full of loonies.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that us?
And Stone Racket, what is this here?
And Canadian Spider-Man is in the chat.
Oh, he is? Well, it's Spidey. Hello, hello.
Or is
Good to see you, buddy.
or is that talking about our favorite Canadians maybe?
Possible, yeah, because
Yeah.
I haven't seen Spidey speak up. So yeah, I think he's talking about our
Yeah.
favorite
Well, yeah, we can't forget him.
Canadians, right? Which definitely
He's the
includes.
he's the superhero we all need.
He's our
Canadian
local
Spider-Man.
resident superhero. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And whose turn would this be? How about you, PvP?
And Nemesis.
Yeah, where's Nemesis? He's supposed to be on the panel,
Yeah,
isn't he?
he's hiding out.
That's right. he was saying hello right on my Twitter right before the stream started. So he may be working. Maybe he'll stop by when he's done.
Oh, okay.
I tweeted Gorilla a while ago back, and he said he's just watching that movie with his kids. So whether he'll be on later, I'm not sure. But he was.
Well, that's right. He did say he was going to watch a movie with the kid. That's right.
Land Before
That's fine.
Time or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely
with
fine,
with the PvP. What was the name of the Triceratops?
Oh, I don't know.
Sarah. Sarah.
Okay. I probably never even saw. I don't think I've ever even seen that myself,
You
actually.
know,
I
Triceratops.
just
Oh,
Get
I
it?
just know because
Oh, that's
okay.
okay. Yeah, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah with a
Okay.
C, those CERA, Sarah.
Yeah, I
Right.
always
and
wondered why you felt
Mhm.
that way.
I just know it because it's produced by Steven Spielberg. That's back when I used to be a fan of Spielberg, which I'm no longer.
Did you like Saving Private Ryan?
Yes.
Yeah, that's I think that's the last decent Spielberg movie.
Was
It's
that a
too bad he
97
could have.
movie?
I'm sorry, Dan.
No,
Just Dan.
older than that. It was older than that, said Dan. It was I'm guessing early '90s, if anything.
Yeah,
For
somewhere in the early 90s.
Was it before or
yes,
after or Schindler's List?
After.
Mm. I must have been either, yeah, somewhere in the mid 90s then, or maybe late 90s. I mean, I could look it up. No, it came out in 98.
Oh,
oh well, I stand corrected.
goodness. And
It's
then
fairly, fairly
Schindler
recent.
is more like 93 then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, who would like to read this? Another
Whose
fellow
turn?
Canadian. There we go. How about I'll let you do it, PvP?
Okay, Scogli.
What's
Yes,
that?
Scogli Yoten is a fellow YouTuber.
He's
Oh, okay.
based in Alberta, actually, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah, he
really?
comes on here. He comes on. He plays the guitar, and he plays video games sometimes. We'll watch along where you watch them play video games.
Yeah, he comes
Really,
on
really nice guy.
generally Saturday mornings, and he's either jamming out with his guitar or he's killing zombies on one of his video games. Yep.
Okay.
I've
And
watched
I
him
think
kill
he's
many zombies.
right. And if I'm correct, I think he's roommates with Nemesis of Eden.
I believe so. I think that is correct. I believe.
Right.
Interesting.
And Daniel, would you like to read this?
Lemon Pie says Norm MacDonald.
Yep.
Yes, the late great Norm Macdonald. Rest in peace, sir. And sit down. Would you like to read this?
Lenny and
Squiggy.
Squiggy from oh man, some of these names I'm not familiar with.
What you need is a decade translator. So
Yeah.
you need an old person.
Yeah.
Lenny and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley, also Spinal Tap, and the CA A Mighty Wind, and Best in Show.
Thank you.
And yeah,
Yeah,
and I want to shout out to Doug McKeon. Is it Doug? No, not Doug. Michael McKeon, who plays Lenny,
Yeah.
really came to fruition and became a really amazing actor. So not only was he came out. You would never know by looking at Laverne and Shirley. You think the
Right.
guy's an idiot,
Yeah.
but he's actually a very, very accomplished, amazing actor. The work that he did on Better Call Saul, oh my God, nothing can come close. He was so good on that show.
he's a good
Yeah.
actor. Like I really liked the Vernon and Shirley, though. It was one of my favorite comedies back in the '80s. Of course, I had the hots for both Laverne and Shirley back then because they were pretty cute.
Um,
But I thought it was a fun show, and Lenny and Squiggy were idiots, but they were kind of fun idiots, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
um,
Well, I don't know if you're aware of BBP, but did you know that Laverne and Shirley was produced and written by Gary Marshall,
Yes.
and he cut his teeth on the Lucy show, and here's Lucy.
Yes. By the
So
way,
that's why.
Penny Marshall that played Laverne was his sister, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. But he basically, that's where he got a lot of his experience writing for a female comedy duo, right? Was from
Yeah.
Lucy and Ethel, which
Didn't
I
he?
always hold very clear and dear to my heart. I
Yeah.
love Lucille Ball and her comedy antics with Vivian Vance. It was so sad. Vivian Vance had a lot of tragedy going on in her life. Hello, Gorilla.
Hey, Gorilla.
Oh, sure. The one night I can't come on right away. The dirty jokes are flying.
That's right. You missed
Well,
him.
it is Saturday after all, Gorilla. By the way, I just
Right.
want to mention, didn't Gary Marshall contribute to that old TV series, The Odd Couple?
Yeah, he wrote it and produced it and created it, all
Yeah,
that good stuff.
I figure so. Yeah, he was a very talented
He
guy. Yeah.
he actually, but he did. I don't know if you've noticed, but YouTube has a few of his failed pilots.
Oh,
So he
really?
did have his share of failures. Yeah, he made one that I was watching. Cringe. It was hard. I couldn't finish it.
Oh,
But
really?
it was a believe it or not, it was a comedy duo with Bob Denver, where he played a detective.
Gee, that sounds like it could have been good. Actually, it's too bad it was cringy.
It was, yeah, like I said, I couldn't even finish watching the pilot episode, but
Wow.
it's on YouTube if you ever want to check it out.
What's the name of it? Has it got a name? The show? Like?
Yeah, it does, and I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sure if I look up his filmography, I'll spot it. But I can't remember who plays. Bob Denver was obviously the. There was two detectives. Bob Denver was obviously the comedic one, but the guy who plays the straight one was not funny, and that's one thing that did not help. They should have had two
Okay.
funny people do it. Nothing is. I mean, you remember Dusty's Trail, right?
I actually don't remember it, to be
Okay,
honest.
that was the one that Sherwood Schwartz made right after Gilligan's Island. Except
Oh,
instead of Skipper, we got Forrest Tucker, and it was where it was a Western parody, kind of like F Troop. But
okay.
it was, yeah, it was Forrest Tucker and Bob Denver. It lasted one season, but he was. When I say he, I meant Sherwood Schwartz was trying to create that lightning in a bottle of Gilligan and Skipper, and he couldn't do it. He tried a few different shows that had that, and it just he couldn't do it. Couldn't
Uh,
do it.
yep. Sometimes you do get that lightning in the bottle once in a while, right? And it's hard to
Yep,
replicate.
that's exactly why they call it lightning in a bottle, right? It's not something you could
Yeah.
do it twice that easily.
Yes.
Anyway, as we were saying, and Edge of Time corrects himself, saying cast of. Speaking about the cast of Laverne and Shirley, Lenny and Squeaky. So I
Oh.
clarified that for you. Thank you, Edge of Time. And whose turn is it to read this?
Gorillas.
Yeah. Let Gorilla go. He's new.
Good choice. Good choice. Gorilla, would you like to read this for us?
Scurvy here says also PvP's neighbors, I assume, are Canadian.
Well, all the people in the building are, as far as I know, unless they snuck into the country illegally.
Xenophobes. Just kidding. Just kidding. And
Well,
sit down.
would
Would you
that,
like to read this?
would not be ironic? PvP. Jim Carrey and Michael J. Fox are two of my favorite Canadian actors, and it's sad. On Michael J. Fox has Alzheimer's too.
Yeah, the poor guy. Everything he's going through, it's
Well, I
terrible.
know he had Parkinson's for years. He's got Alzheimer's now as
Oh, no,
well.
No part.
no!
Uh,
I messed up the name. Yeah,
you stand corrected. In other words, yeah,
yeah.
it's part right.
Yeah, I
But
think he
and I'm
suffered for
proud to
like
say,
20 years now from that. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
so far,
because I knew it was something to do with the mind, right?
No,
yeah. Well,
it's a
it's the
muscular
nervous
disease.
system. Yes, it
Nervous
is
system. Yeah.
degenerative nerves.
Yeah.
But I do, and I know I've said it before, but I'm proud to say it again. I did go to a Star Trek convention where Jim Carrey was the resident comedian. Yeah, he
Oh.
was a replacement. He was a replacement for the horrible Star Trek comedian they had. They had a regular guy. Every time there was a convention, there was Rick Overton, and he sucked. And I remember at the LA convention where they said, "We're sorry, but Rick Overton can't make it tonight." And I stood up and gave a standing and cheering ovation, and everybody was staring at me. Nobody understood in the audience, and was like, "Come on, people! Haven't you ever been to a convention before?" And they said, "Well, we're gonna have to try to find somebody." And then they came back a little while later, and they said, "Well, we found this new guy named Jim Carrey. We hope you guys like him." And I was like, "Yes!" I had already seen him on the Tonight Show and a few other things. So I was excited when I heard he was going to come on stage. So yeah, he was like maybe 15 feet ahead of me. I was like, whenever I go to the conventions, I got there early so I could sit up front as close as
Did you
possible.
get? Did you get his autograph?
No, I didn't. He was not that famous yet, and he just came on, did his shtick, and then went off. And at a convention, you don't get up and lose your place. You will regret it. I mean, even going to the bathroom, I wouldn't drink because if I got up to go to the bathroom, I'd probably lose my place. In fact, there was people that would bring food in. Now think about this: it was so crowded that the first few rows, people were sitting on the floors. There wasn't enough room for chairs. So we're sitting on the floor and we're packed against each other where you can barely breathe. And then you would have these fat pigs that would bring their food and they'd be sitting there munching right next to you. And that caused a few fights. Because people are like, get that food out of here. What the hell are you doing? I got the rent. I can do whatever I want. No, get that shit out of here or I'm going to fucking throw it at you. But anyway, needless to say, that was history. And okay, who read this one? With Jim Carrey and Michael J. Fox?
That was
that
me.
was Sith Dan.
That was it then. So, Stonerack, would you like to read this one?
And Lemon Pie says, and Justin True. Oh wait, he ain't so popular.
No,
that'd
he's
be
not. So,
that Trudeau guy.
yeah, he's popular on dartboards and things like that.
Yeah.
PvP, what does this say?
Lemon Pie says, not a Jim Carrey fan myself.
Totally
And
fine.
I kind of tend to agree. I'm not really a big Jim Carrey fan either, even though I know as a Canadian I should
Hey,
be.
did
But
you know?
I think he's a bit overrated, to be honest.
The first time I saw Jim Carrey was on, I think it was on HBO. They would have this Rodney Dangerfield
Yes.
thing for young comics, and
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
for up and coming.
Yeah, and he was on.
down there. Yeah.
yeah, he was on, and I thought he was fantastic because it was just weird. It was like
Impersonations.
it was like he was a morphing. He had a face that would morph into whatever he
Yes.
wanted, and he
He
just did
started
all
out,
these.
guys.
Yeah,
Well,
he did all
Go
these.
ahead.
You know, he would go
Impersonations.
impersonations, but he would go like he'd do Fred McMurray from My Three Sons, and then he would.
And his face looked just like him.
Yeah,
He contorted his face.
he was contouring it, and like he did an impersonation of E.T. And then when E.T.
yes.
when E.T. gets alarmed, and he makes
Yes.
that wailing sound, and then Jim Carrey did that, and then he goes, Charles Nelson Riley, the extraterrestrial, and he did a Charles Nelson Riley thing, and
As E.T.
as E.T. in a way, and I remember busting a gut watching that.
It was right. It was funny because what we're talking about, guys, he wasn't doing jokes, but he was impersonating. But he practiced for years in front of a mirror. So
Yeah.
like he would get up there and he did James Dean from Rebel Without a Cause, and he looked just like him without having to say a single word.
Yeah,
He would turn around like he was facing against the audience, and you
Yeah.
knew it's like, okay, what's next? And he would turn around facing the audience, looking like a certain character. He wouldn't have to say who. You could immediately tell who he was by just his facial expressions.
yeah, very talented guy.
Yeah,
But then he
By his
started
Go
getting
ahead.
into movies that drove people nuts. I guess I don't know.
Well, like that Transylvania 65000 really sucked.
I
And then
imagine so. I haven't
Yeah,
seen it,
because
but
that was when he was sleeping with what's her name, the lady with the gap between her teeth, Lawrence. See, she was in the movies with him, and she really sucked. But I don't know why they did a couple movies together.
oh,
But as far as if I was to,
Lauren Hutton.
that's it.
Yeah.
I never found her attractive.
No, she
But-
was I don't know. She used to be a supermodel, but it's like
Yes, believe it or not, yeah,
it's like with the gap in your teeth. What?
I know.
I would say
Right?
this.
She must have been fun at pool parties, I guess.
I would say that Jim Carrey, he did a very good Clint Eastwood impression and Jack Nicholson impression.
Yes, he did. Those were some of them too.
You know, this is interesting. You know, Jim Carrey, I read that he's a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I wouldn't be surprised he's physically able to do it.
Yeah. He did.
I would say
he,
go ahead.
he was pretending to do karate on a Saturday Night Live skit, and he was really good at it. It wasn't like he was acting. It was like he
In
actually
living
knew what
color.
he was doing.
In living color.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did do Saturday Night Live. Thank God, he did do Living Color. That's what I was going to say. If I had to sum it up, what I like about his entire career, I'd have to say I liked his stand-up routine when he was young. He was relatively dependably funny on In Living Color. I mean, his fire marshal Bill, I would laugh so hard when I couldn't breathe. That character was so hilarious. I liked the first, I think, Pet Detective movie. I can't remember a lot beyond that. I did like the Truman Show,
Yeah, that was
but
a good one.
it was, but he did make some movies that weren't really up my alley.
Right. Truman Show, though, that was excellent.
It was. It
also
was
The
a good. It was
Mask.
a really good movie. And me, I'm really big into behind the scenes. As you guys know, like whenever I do Lost in Space and Gilligan's Island, I like to talk about a lot of the behind the scenes trivia. Like, hey, did you see that in the background? You can see one of their cars
Yeah.
or something like that. And that's what really clicked with me with the Truman Show, is because how he was noticing that he was on a TV show and then he noticed that there was the same reoccurring actors in the background. I was laughing so hard when they were doing that. It was like he just was pushing the right buttons. And the same reason why I liked The Last Action Hero was the same thing. Because it was like a movie within a movie and how they pointed that out. And I don't know, I really liked that as an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I thought it was hilarious. Or as he put it in that movie, Bunchspagett. Okay, so that was Lemon Pie. Who wants to read this by Hakeem?
Wait, you didn't like The Mask?
Oh, that's right, The Mask, of course. Yes, that's of course.
That was that. I thought the best actor in that was the dog.
Milo. Well, that's true, but I did like The Mask. I did like The Mask. I thought The
Yeah, it wasn't
Mask,
too bad. It wasn't too bad. I did go
right for
see
the
that.
day, right for the day, I thought it was like an early comedy superhero. I guess is the best way I would explain.
Yeah.
But they couldn't have picked a better person because he was already like we were talking about with his impersonations and his body and his face and his contortions. He was like it's made out of rubber. So that's
Yep.
why The Mask was just perfect casting, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and a fun fact of the if any of you have heard of the Mask comics are actually a lot more darker and a lot more gorier too.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah, like if they
I
were,
didn't even know they make comics.
I mean, if they were, if that movie was actually faithful to the comics, The Mask would have been rated R or rated X for violence and gore, probably.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay, who would like to read this? Whose turn is it? Cricket. How about you, Gorilla? Would you like to volunteer?
Oh, let me get back to that screen there. Well, it's been a while, Hakeem. Hello, don't remember loving it.
Talking about The Mask. Okay, that's fine. And who would like to read this from Edge of Time? Now, don't rush all at once, everybody.
Edge of
I'm
Time
just
says
Jim
Dan.
Carrey wants to do a sequel to The Mask now, but I don't know. A lot of people say it's too late.
Or is he too old and tired? I don't know if he has that energy that he used to have. I don't know.
I know they're doing an Ace Ventura 3.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Interesting. Does he
Well,
have that energy, though? We can always hope, right?
Well, given how Hollywood's track record is with sequels, it's either going to be crap or either mediocre or very good. Just how they make their sequels.
Right,
nowadays.
or Hollywood's current track, the way they're making movies, I'd say it's going to suck.
It's also
Especially, you know what it would be. You know what it would be. I mean, honestly, what it would be is it would be Ace Ventura and his daughter, and he's passing the torch on to her. How much you want to bet that's what it would be?
Probably.
That's
They
all
already
Hollywood
did
seems to
Ace
be
Ventura
now.
Jr. in 2009. God, that movie was awful. I watched that movie.
Uh,
I rented that movie at Blockbuster with a friend.
wow,
We
you're
brought
probably
it
it's
home.
probably brand new when you rented it. Yeah, you're probably the only one that
It was
rented it.
awful. It was just terrible.
Didn't they have a cartoon there for a while?
Yeah, they did.
For a few
Yeah, I
seasons or
thought
for
so.
a few episodes.
A few episodes. They even had a short-lived Back to the Future cartoon. It was like, huh? Oh well, whatever works.
Yeah, it
I
had
don't
Bill
remember it
Nye the
being very
Science Guy in
fun.
it.
I know the guy who did the voice of Doc sounded just like him. And then we get Morty and what is it, Rick and Morty, which is pretty much a direct rip-off of it. And let me see here. Just sit down. Would you like to read this?
Oh boy, I have Dan. I guess someone help me with that name, please.
I'll read it. I'll read it. Edge of Time says
Okay.
Dan Aykroyd stole Paul Stanley's of Kiss girlfriend Donna Dixon and married her. Now they are separated.
She was pretty good looking. I don't like the black roots look, but Donna Dixon was pretty good. Hot.
Yeah.
I don't know that look with the black roots and the blonde hair. I really, really hate that. It's like ugh. It's like they're going out of their way to look ugly. I guess I don't know. You know, it's like here I am, everybody walking birth control.
Just send them over here, Pop. I'll take care of them.
Okay, I'll give her a call. I've got her somewhere on my contacts.
I'm sure some of them aren't quite that bad, but I get what you're saying.
At your time, let's see. PvP, would you like to read this?
Okay.
I already read it.
Yeah, you want to bring the next one up?
Oops, I need to snap out of it. How about this? Here's a good one. Gorilla, would you like to read this for us?
I guess that's mine.
Yeah.
It is now.
Yeah, we may have gotten Captain Kirk from Canada, but we also got stuck with Justin Bieber.
Oh,
There it is. And we'll say it again and again and again.
He who should not be named, along with the other Justin.
Yeah, but
Right.
but you guys got like people like Carrot Top down there too, so don't get too cocky now.
Yeah, you're right about that. And then the Sabine says lemon. And
I was, PvP.
Go ahead.
PvP. I wasn't getting. What was the word you used? Cocky. I was complaining.
Well, yeah, we don't like Justin Bieber either, actually, Gorilla.
Yeah, well, PvP. He was. You said don't get cocky. Gorilla was saying that I love to complain, but he also loves to play hockey too.
Oh, that's good. Well, Gorilla is like, you're in Minnesota or something, right, Gorilla?
Minnesota.
Yeah, so you're an honorary Canadian anyway, then.
I was doing all right there too.
Hey, is that payback for the comment I made the other day with their PvP? Was that serious?
Well, you guys got more snow than we get out here. You got lots of ice. You play hockey. Hockey's popular, so you're an honorary Canadian.
Hey! Just because Minnesota or carries the weight for the Olympic hockey team doesn't.
Oh man, that's so good.
I gotta grab something to drink.
I'll read something, but I don't know if I can read that.
No, I was just gonna say, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a soda.
Okay. Oh.
So am I supposed to read that there was a water pistol, a lemon, and is that a pie?
So
Lemon
basically,
pie.
did Nemesis of Eden get the draw on lemon pie?
Yeah, you got him.
That makes sense.
So, and I don't even know where we're at here. He goes, Nemesis got me. Buy a lotto, everyone. Still in my game that I play with Jill.
You still got to get Jill to curse more often, Gorilla.
Yeah.
That's when you win those lottos, right?
Well, then make her watch more cringe stock on your channel then.
Oh, I don't think Jill could. I don't think Jill could have lasted through our last Grinch stock, Gorilla?
Hey, no, hey, she wouldn't have even showed up, but no. Yeah, hey, she's not going to show up for the next one because we're declaring war here, so.
Well, I gotta say, I did sink to the depths of humanity for that last pick, and I think it worked because Jerm was really hating it, which was very, very much fun.
Oh yeah, next week we're watching a Justin Bieber concert.
Well, now
Yay,
you're just
Nemesis.
getting cruel.
Hey,
No.
it's Nemesis.
No, better yet, why not watch the Justin Bieber movie that came out over a decade ago?
Maybe we should watch some Celine Dion concerts. That would be just as awful.
Yeah, hey Nemesis, how you doing? Nemesis,
You there,
are you
Nemesis?
muted?
Hello.
He's muted.
I am certainly muted. I've just been kind of waiting. Yes, I'm doing very well, Gorilla. How are you doing, bud?
We're doing okay.
Well, besides that, I'm still recovering from cringe stock on Thursday.
You still haven't quite recovered from that one, eh?
Oh dear.
Oh,
And how are
yeah.
you, Pop?
Yeah, and Gorilla's daydreaming still of that movie too. He must love certain scenes of it.
Yeah, Pop stepped away to get something to drink, Nemesis,
Yeah,
so he'll
I
be
think-
back shortly.
Yeah, I think he's getting a soda.
Thank
Here I
you.
am. Here I am.
Oh,
Sorry.
He's back.
What did I
Thank
miss?
you.
Living Pies has got me buy a lottery. Everyone. What did I miss?
Yeah, he got
Oh.
Nemesis got the draw on him with his water pistol again.
Drop, drop, drop,
Drop.
drop. There's no such term as got the draw on someone.
Got the drop on someone.
See,
Yes.
but I always have used the term "got draw" because that's what you do
No.
when a duel. You draw. I got the draw on you. Boom.
Right, but that's different. But the term is I got the drop. D-R-O-P. Watch any film noir movie, any old movies from like the gangster movies in the 20s, 30s, and stuff. Anything like that with like Jimmy Cagney. It's I got the drop. D-R-O-P.
I was just
Look it up, and the internet will tell you if you don't believe.
Yeah, you're right, but I was just echoing what Nemesis would usually say.
No, I think both are correct because if you're talking film noir, then I think Pop for sure has it absolutely accurate. But if you're talking a lot of old school westerns, it's like they're always like, "Okay, draw, sucker," or whatever. It's like draw.
Yeah, they do say draw. They do say draw, but the term I
And
got
that's
the
what
draw
I'm
on
basing.
you.
Yeah, that's
Go
what I'm
ahead.
basing my term on. Is Lemon and I
Oh,
facing off in a
good.
pistol duel?
No, Nemesis, I didn't know you were on the panel. Hello, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, buddy. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Please tell me you're getting high.
I was just actually going outside to smoke a new strain. I got some space griffins.
Oh, can you do me a favor and think about me while you're doing it? I wish I could join you.
Dude, I think about you every time I do. I wish I could smoke you up. I'd have you high constantly.
My roommate the other day, I was walking through the living room and he was smoking a pipe and he holds it up and goes, "You want a toke?" And I said, somebody with one lung? Yeah, that's a good one.
Well,
Well, we do have edibles, though.
Hey, Nemesis, bail him some brownies.
Well, speaking of edibles,
Right?
a good friend yesterday, believe it or not, this is going to sound surprising, but my insurance company, they offer rides to my doctor's appointments. So there's a company called Pike's Transportation. The drivers are really, really, really cool. And one of them yesterday, Carrie, she gave me a bag of edibles. And I thought that was
Awesome.
very cool of her. Yeah, and they're good. They're really good watermelon flavor, and they are delicious. I had one last night. It knocked me out, but hey, it helped. I'm not going to complain. But I
Well,
wish
that's
I could
awesome,
smoke.
though.
I wish I could partake.
Hey, I tell you, the best sleep I got in the last 10 years is when I got into my mom's gummy stash there for MS there. And I ended up, a bunch of them got melted together there, and I ended up just scooping a bunch out with a spoon.
Oh no!
So I had the equivalent of like 4 of them, and I can't.
Wow.
I actually got a video of that for that night, because not only that, my dad, like whenever the rule around our get-togethers and whenever ever, if someone leaves their drink unattended, it's gonna be gone by the time you get back. You just set it down and walk away, your drink's gonna be gone by the time you come back to it. And my dad
Now,
just told
is that because somebody drinks it or they dump it out?
no, we drink it.
Okay.
And right now I'm the designated drinker because my sister's pregnant. So
Oh my
Oh,
and my
what
other
a,
one don't
what a
drink.
horrible job to have. Isn't that terrible?
So
No.
more
So-
for you.
Yeah. So not only did I have like 4 some packed full of THC gummies there, my dad and sister left to go to Walmart there.
Oh
So I
no.
downed his brand new thing of he has it's a 1/3 Jack and 2/3 Simply Lemonade there.
Oh
And
no.
it's one of the big glasses. It's one of his big glasses there. And it's freshly poured and all that. So I ended up downing that there.
No.
Plus a couple beers I already had. Man, I slept for like 12 hours that night. It was like the best sleep
Wow.
I had.
Yeah, I bet
wow.
you felt really good. I bet you felt really good the next day.
I was wonderful the next day there. But yeah, the dad comes back and he goes, "Ah, you son of a bitch."
Man,
Comes
yeah.
back and take a drink.
That must have been a really good sleep, man. Wow.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Oh.
And thank you for being here, Gorilla. It's good to see you
Yeah.
again, buddy.
Oh, that killed the conversation.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
thank you.
not at all. It's all good though. How's everyone else on the panel? How are you doing, Daniel, Stone Racket, Sit Then, PvP?
Oh, I've been telling them earlier about my internet woes because they got a new modem and it's driving me crazy because it's so loud and noisy because these new ones have fans in them. And I have it next to my in my bedroom because my computer's right near my bed, and it's driving me crazy. And I've had 2 technicians out here. Actually, the second one came, replaced the first one, and put the second one in, and it's even louder than the first one. So I'm going to be back on the phone, bitching and moaning. But yeah, it's not fun.
Well, PvP, if it makes you feel any better, my brand new modem's all quiet, nice and quiet, absolutely no noise from it.
Well, thank you so much. My old one was quiet. I had for 9 years. It was beautiful. Trouble is, it was obsolete, and I was starting to lose internet connection for like a day, so I just couldn't continue with it. So yeah. Oh man,
Not cool.
not
All
fun.
right, who would like to read this? Whose turn is it?
Sneak attack.
Sneak Attack
All
says
right.
Nemesis.
And then I
Good
also
o-
say, good old Saving Private Ryan. What an opening. That beach scene, amazing.
Hey,
Yes.
you know that beach scene there? They invited a bunch of World War II veterans to the premiere of that there. And these were all veterans that were at D-Day, and there's
Yeah.
a bunch of PTSD attacks in there because they said it was so realistic. They felt like they're back on the beaches again.
Oh,
I
I
that's
do
fine,
remember
I'm
that,
sure.
yes. Yeah, it was crazy.
Poor guys.
Just did. Oh, man.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best crowd to invite to the premiere, but oh well.
Yeah, well,
They did the same thing. I remember when that movie Pearl Harbor came out, they did the same thing. They invited a bunch
no.
of veterans from that.
Yeah, but you're not gonna have a PTSD attack from Pearl Harbor. You're gonna have a groaning attack. From all the-
Well,
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah.
going to say. Right, and what a shit show that movie turned out to be, right?
well,
That
it's
was
a-
that
it's
was
a
Michael
pretty good-
that was Michael Bay trying to be Steven Spielberg.
Well, the thing with Pearl Harbor, it's a good movie if you do not mind the love story in it that extends it out 3 hours.
I
It was
agree
just
there. I agree there.
That was
Dude,
all.
I don't know, man. Like the whole, even though just the whole premise of that movie where they're like, "Oh, I have the hots for you, so I'm gonna pass this blind fucking person who's now gonna be flying airplanes." Like, what? Really?
No,
Like, don't get me wrong.
no, he wasn't blind. He is dyslexic there, which I don't. I don't know if that'd be an actual disqualifier or not. But what gets me is some random guy. He acts like he's I don't know if he outranked him in that. He told give him his medical file, so he just hands it off, and then he just goes and gets the second shot of whatever he was getting there. There, you got a second shot there.
Yes.
Yeah, I still think From Here to Eternity is my favorite, Pearl Harbor movie.
That is a good movie for us old guys. I don't know if any young people have seen it, but it's a good
It's
movie.
really
I do
good,
recommend
though.
it as well.
It's a really good film.
You're talking about the Burt Lancaster version, right?
Burt Lancaster, you got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, who would like to read this? Whose turn is it?
Fun fact: the
Fun-
moon was on the reverse side of the Canadian dollar coin. It wasn't talking about posies.
Pocket full of posies.
Actually, the loon's actually on the face side. It used to be the queen that was on the reverse, actually.
Oh, so in other words, you had a loon on both sides. Sorry,
Yeah. Ha ha. Yes. I won't argue with it. I'm not a monarchist, that's for sure.
Who would like to read this?
Hakeem says, "Hey, Nemesis," and hello, Hakeem. It's good to see you.
Yes, it is good
Hope
to
you're
see
doing well.
Hakeem again.
Mhm.
And
Hey, Hakeem.
who would like to tackle this one?
Welcome to a very special episodes of Rumblings from the Lab.
That's right. Sit back, enjoy yourself, and enjoy the show. And who would like to read this?
Me. Hello, Hakeem. How are you doing? Says Nemesis of Eden.
Oh, very cool. And how about you, Daniel? Would you like to read this one?
Here, I'll get it.
No.
Ru-
Okay.
Rumblings.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I was muted.
Electric Boogaloo.
The Edge of Time says Rumblings 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Thank you. And no problem, Daniel. It's okay. For us old folks, does everybody here know what this Electric Boogaloo is all about, or is it just us old people?
It's a song, ain't it?
No, it's about a movie.
About
Tell 'em,
really,
Pops.
really bad, right? A really bad. Oh no, don't apologize. A really, really bad movie from the Cannon Group, Yolan Gorm Globus, and the term "electric boogaloo" is actually more popular than the movie. Nobody remembers the movie, as you just pointed out and proved.
Yeah, I remember the term. I do not remember the movie at all.
They made a movie called Breakin', and then the sequel came out called Breakin' 2: Electric Boogaloo, which makes no sense. But everybody picked on the term "electric boogaloo."
Was this during the disco era? I'm kind of guessing.
No, 86, 87,
Oh, really?
somewhere around there. 85,
Yikes.
86, 87, yeah.
Okay,
Really,
yikes.
really, really bad movies. I would say rapping. They were based around rapping, not really disco.
That's even worse than disco, so okay.
Yes, it is. Nothing can be worse than that.
Wasn't it like blaxploitation?
I wanted to comment on Edge of Time's earlier chat where he said a very special episode of Rumblings from the Lab.
This one?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure maybe Edge of Time might be referring to those after-school specials. A very special fill in the blank.
Yes.
Kind of a
Usually
cliche.
where a character dies.
Yeah, basically.
Right, but hopefully a little more entertaining on this end.
But yeah, a little more entertaining there.
And who would like to read this by Edge of Time?
Edge of Time says Saucy Saturday.
Saucy Saturday. And how about Sit Down? Would you like to read this from Nemesis of Eden? Okay, how about Nemesis of Eden? Would you like to read this from Nemesis of Eden?
Yeah, I say, hail at Edge of Time. I hope you are doing well.
I second that. Hope you're doing well, Edge of Time. Good to see you there.
I third that.
And I say, yeah, you tell him, Pops.
Thank you for dropping this link here, Nemesis. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
And who would like to read this?
I'll read it. It's mine. I say, I'm a Jim Carrey fan. He's a good actor. Lots of facial comedy, but he can do lots of serious roles too.
Yes.
Like I remember. Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say.
With the exception of Man in the Moon, but go ahead.
I never saw it, so I couldn't say. But I remember, you grow up with like Ace Ventura and like. What else is there for like the comedy side? But then you have, I remember growing up with, The Truman Show and thinking that was just the weirdest concept ever, let alone how ahead of its time it was. My goodness. But then there's even other serious films, and I can't remember the one what it is. It's based on a true story, and he plays a thief, and it's got Ewan McGregor in it as well, and they're gay lovers.
A thief. Interesting.
Yeah, it's real. I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm butchering it, but it was actually a really good film and really well done. Very seriously done.
Oh.
But,
no,
yeah,
I
like-
hadn't heard of that myself. That's cool.
Yeah, and he's done other stuff like Eternal Sunshine on the Spotless Mind and stuff like that.
That was a good one. Oh,
so,
absolutely.
yeah, so
Sorry.
he's fantastic. I'm very proud that he's Canadian. Mhm.
It's incredible, throughout history, when you see really funny people, comedians, break that barrier and then get in and do serious drama. I find that very amazing. It's happened a few times throughout history, and it's I don't Dick Van Dyke to them when it comes to mind. Every now and then he'll do serious roles, and Robin Williams is another one. Has anybody seen his movie Photo Booth?
No, but I want to. It looks great.
It is. It's a thriller where he's a borderline stalker, murder/killer. I don't want to give away too much, but it's a good example that sometimes you can get those, because first of all, it takes a lot of skill to be a comedian. It takes a lot of skill to make people laugh and to engage them, and then to take that and turn that into a dramatic art. I always found that very amazing, and it really impresses me when people are able to do that.
Totally, yeah. Like, cause yeah, that's a serious, scary role. It's not like Mrs. Doubtfire, where it's like, haha. If you think about the premise of this is actually really creepy. It's like genuinely creepy. Like he works in a photo development place, and he's like,
Yes.
he's basically fanatical about this one family. Yeah, it's really good. I haven't seen it, but I know the premise.
Right. Without giving away too much, he starts getting too involved with the people of the photographs that he's developing, because he's developing photos, and then he starts getting involved inside the lives of those people. And it's a really good movie. I highly recommend it. Maybe I'll cover it one of these nights on myself. Well, I don't know if it's really horror sci-fi, but I do recommend it for everybody.
Yeah, I'd say it's suspense, if anything.
It is
thriller.
Thriller, yeah.
Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, I might have got us demonetized.
Nemesis, thank you for also dropping this link for Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Thank you, Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis, would you like to read that? No.
Yeah, totally. Let me get right on that. So I've dropped a bunch of links for everyone that I could.
That's nice
Thank
of you.
you.
I was just joshing.
Yeah, and here's another link for my good friend
JK
of LDG Free the Net. And Daniel's Hot Topics. Would you like to read this?
Let's see.
How about
Edgetop says, I do as little as possible, Nemesis, but good to see you.
Good to see you too, Edge of Time.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Sci-Fi Sit Down. Would you like to read this?
Thank you, Nemesis, for sharing. Oh, and just for the record, for any of you that are wondering why my mic is still muted, I'm having dinner right now.
Ooh, yummy! What's for dinner?
Chicken soup with three slices of buttered bread and a slice of cheese.
That sounds delicious. By the way, guys, if you're ever on my streams and you tell me you're eating, beware. I'm going to ask you what you're having. I get to eat so rarely that by proxy, I enjoy by what you guys are eating. So I apologize, not trying to be too personal.
It's all good, Pop. No worries. And you're very welcome, Hakeem. Definitely check out the channel.
Yes, absolutely. And here we go. Gorilla, would you like to read this?
Hakeem, what do you do on your channel? And
Yeah, please
cheers.
share that with us. Cheers, says Ola Greg. Hello, Ola Greg. Good to see you. Hope you were doing well, sir.
Yeah, hey, Greg.
Hey, Euler.
Cheers, OG.
Yeah, I was wondering about you, Euler Greggs. Good to see you.
Yeah, we missed you.
Giant spider, arms waving wildly.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you gotta get more
Danger,
reviews.
danger.
Hey, you gotta get more reviews up so we know which movies to watch.
Well, that's true. And who would like to read this from Lemon Pie?
I'll read it.
Okay.
Lemon Pie says there was a Mask sequel with Jamie Kennedy. I watched that. That was supposedly awful. It was. It really was.
Yeah, I'll correct you.
watched-
God awful. God awful. How's that?
I watched it, but it's one of those. It's not memorable.
Yeah, I
What
thought it was going to be good.
Well, it's like
The demon
blunt
baby
trauma
isn't
force.
memorable.
It's like blunt trauma force to the brain. Your brain is trying to forget it just as quick as you're watching it.
So in
I mean,
other
the
words,
only good thing about the sequel. Oh, sorry. What?
So in other words, cringe stock.
Yes. Cringe. I don't know. I still remember the movie with the floating building. So there's a few things. There's a few things that stick out in my mind.
Oh gosh.
Well,
You can't beat the Crimson Permanent Assurance.
well, and there's a bit of trivia I heard about that movie. The director was trying to make a living Looney Tunes movie, and he used that as a framework for it.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about it from that angle.
Well, the mask
And-
itself, the comic is supposed to be like rated R, like hard R. I haven't researched too much into it, but that's what I've heard, allegedly.
Isn't it the same with Howard the Duck? Wasn't it supposed to be like kind of like a hard edge to it?
Oh, dude, Howard the Duck is crazy. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Exactly. Good analogy. Comparison. Good comparison.
And Stone Racket, would you like to share this with us?
Yeah, Edge of Time says, "Hail, Greg. Were your ears burning?" And he's got
Only for the good reason, Ola Greg.
He's got a
Go ahead.
flame and 2 ears of corn there to
Ears of
emphasize his
corn.
point.
Yeah, Greg, it's only because we were wondering where you were. We miss you when you're not
Yeah.
here. And who would like to read this?
I'll do it. I sense a disturbance in the force edge.
Yeah, he
And
sensed a
hello to
disturbance.
hello to my good friend Basil Battle Dragon. Hello, Basil. Hope you're doing well, staying warm, having a good time.
Yeah, hey there, Basil.
Hey, Basil.
Happy St. Patty Day. Is today St. Patty Day? I lost
Basil.
count.
No,
It-
tomorrow.
It
It's
will
tomorrow.
be.
It will be in a few hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Wear your green, everybody. I don't know if people still do that or not. Is that still a tradition?
I think
Yeah,
a lot of
and-
people do.
Well,
yeah.
well, the problem is South Park did a perfect episode on it. Nowadays, if you go ahead and pitch someone who's wearing green and they don't like you, all of a sudden you could have you're getting the cops called on you. You could have a lawsuit for inappropriately touching them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, and do you know what's gonna be more annoying? If there are any short people wearing pure green suits, there's gonna be that stupid question. Well, if you're a leprechaun, where's me gold?
Or where's me Lucky Charms?
Yeah, I can't remember what my St. Patty's shirt is. It's somewhere in the
Oh
closet.
man.
When I was at work, it was majority of my coworkers were women, and basically the place where I worked is a medical facility. There was basically a dozen women for each guy that worked there. That was the
ooh.
ratio. So basically, I was a minority, just being male. But on St. Patty's Day, I would never wear green because I wanted the women to pinch me. But it never worked.
Oh,
Oh,
next time wear a sign.
Well,
And see, when I was a teacher, I learned, oh, you better wear something, otherwise those kids will come after you en masse. And one time, I was attacked so badly when I got out of the shower, that I took a shower that night when I got off work. My body was covered with bruises, and
Oh
I was
no.
sore
Wow.
because those kids they pinch as hard as they can,
Oh,
Gosh.
and when
that's
you've got a
that's a,
bunch of them, right? When you got a bunch of them doing it, it's like a swarm. Where
that's abuse. Oh dear.
it was, and as the thing is they're kids, and you're fighting the urge to just start swinging and beating the crap out of them,
Oh
but you
no!
can't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I
And
know
there's a
people
reason
frown
I'm not
down
a
on
teacher.
that.
And there's
Well,
a reason
there.
I'm not.
Yeah. You don't. Right, Pop. You don't want to start swinging, but boy, you can write notes to send with each of those kids to their parents.
Yeah, give him an F.
That's right.
Give him an F on the report cards. Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
I
an
don't have
effort.
any really good St. Patrick's story, but I have a coworker a couple years ago when I was still working at the office. It was St. Patty's Day, and my boss walked in to one of the other guys in the office, and he wasn't wearing anything green, right? And she's like, "Hey, how come you're not wearing anything green today?" And he was like, "Well, I do have leprechauns on my underwear. If you'd like me to pull my pants down and show you, boss." And she was like, no, no, that's okay. That's okay. You get a pass.
Yeah, what
And
you're
you get it.
supposed to do, what you're supposed to do is you tell people when they say, "Why aren't you wearing green?" You could just say, "Well, my underwear is green. It used to be white, but that's how it's been
Oh
said."
no. Oh no. Yeah. That always made me laugh though. I remember that
Yeah,
story.
but
It's like, yeah.
you said that this guy did it to a female boss. Is that what you
Oh
said?
well, our boss is very cool though. She's
Yeah,
got a
but
good sense of
she
humor.
could say, "Haha, that's real funny," and here's your lawsuit coming
No,
right at
Right,
you.
right.
she's not that kind of person.
That's good.
Here's your
She's
here's
she's
your
not
right
old.
here.
She's old
Here's your
school,
here's your
lady.
ticket to the unemployment line. Right.
No, no, no. She's got a very good sense of humor, and let's put it this way: if it's your birthday, she'll buy a birthday cake, and everybody will get a slice of the cake, and we'll spend like an hour eating it and just relaxing, during our shift. So yeah, she's a very good boss.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
that's
have
sweet.
365 birthdays a year.
Oh, there you go.
Jeez, if I
So does it?
had that many birthdays, I'd be gone by now.
So does this mean that do McDonald's still have the Shamrock Shakes?
That's a
Oh,
good question. I don't
I have
know.
no
Hey,
idea.
hey, wait. You mean their ice cream machines actually work?
Yeah.
Right, for 5 minutes out of the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the reputation, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
would
especially because it came to light that they do that intentionally. So
yeah.
yeah, that's really really stupid.
Yeah,
It is.
when I used to work the medical facility I was at just a few blocks away was a number of restaurants, and I would sometimes go down to Arby's and I'd go, yeah, and I'd like a Jamocha shake, and they, oh, I'm sorry, our machine isn't working. And that was like I'd go like 3 times in a row. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't give you a shake. It's our machine's broken. That just almost threw a fit. It's like almost became a Karen. I want to speak to the manager
I want to speak to your
Well, yeah.
manager, right?
because
You should
doggone, I want my Jamocha shake.
You should complain. I used to be polite, and after like years of being polite, like the last 20 years, if something's annoying me, I'll just tell them, and it's like, okay, you either fix it or I'll just take my business to somebody else because
Yeah,
there's lots of places I can go, right? So
yeah.
Especially if you drove all the way there just for that.
No, I don't drive. It was within
Okay.
walking distance. But yeah,
Well, it's even more. It's even more of an effort walking there just for that.
I've never owned a car and I don't drive. So
you sound like my mom. My mom never owned a car, never got a
I
driver's
sound
license.
like your mom. You got to be kidding me.
No, I mean as far as never driving, because
Yeah,
my
I
mom
know.
never learned to drive, and I'll tell you though, she walked into her 90s, and she was in great health until she had a fall, and when she was like 89, and that slowed her down, and then a couple years later, she was kind of getting to the point where she wasn't walking so well, so I would take her around in the car, and man, when she stopped walking, she went downhill real fast. It's amazing how walking is
Uh,
extremely healthy, guys. Like
Yep.
I need to do a lot more myself. I'm too lazy, but
Me too.
she walked all her life everywhere, and she was in incredible condition like till she was like 89. She was physically fit like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
Amazing.
people, maybe when I was a little kid, they kept telling me to slow down. It's like I can't help it. I got to walk warp speed.
That's
But
right.
yeah, I just to kind of throw another wrinkle into this. Yeah, I don't drive, but I do have a driver's license.
That's
So
handy.
so I have driven in the past. It's just that I'm not a very good driver, but yeah, I have driven here and there. So
It's not just being a good driver though, Stone Racket. Like I almost got killed last summer by a fool that ran a red light when I was back then. I was driving to work because the office was still going right, and I came within I had to slam my brakes on. I would have T-boned him for sure, and probably totaled my car and probably got whiplash if not worse. And I missed him by I'm thinking 3 feet tops, and that's kind of the life-changing experience when you have like that kind of thing. So it's actually, you're probably not too bad off not driving because even if you drive defensively, like I try to do, there's a lot of idiots out there on the road. Really, really a lot.
yeah, it's like my dad told me when I was learning how to drive. He said, "Now just keep this in mind. Everybody's insane except you. So just drive, and that's his way of saying drive defensively. And by golly, the way a lot of the drivers around here
Yes.
are how reckless. But yeah, I borrowed my brother-in-law's car, and it was a Beretta, and that was such an easy car to drive, and the cruise control and the reset button, as well as the little accelerator button, were right on the steering wheel, and all I had to do is just use my thumbs to hit those.
Cool.
And I just ended up, I was driving at night and heading up to my hometown, and I just got in the left lane, and the speed limit back then was I think that was still when it was 55, and I was driving like 82.
Wow.
I just stuck in the left lane, and because there were so many stinking trucks when I got on the interstate, and I just said, "Oh, the heck with this," and I stayed in the left lane most of the way.
So you're just flying by the trucks, were you?
Yes, there were 5 semis, and I just went, enough of this, and so I just zipped right past them. I actually had some asshole, excuse me, I was in the left lane just speeding along, and I had a jerk tailgate me in the left lane.
No, that's always fun.
And so I had to put on the old turn signal, go into the right lane, let the idiot pass me. But yeah,
Yeah.
Well, you could actually get pulled over for riding the left lane there because you're impeding traffic.
no,
If you're
no, I'm not. I went in the left lane to go faster, and also people getting on the on ramps didn't have to worry about them merging in the traffic. Plus, I was driving after 10 o'clock at night, so traffic wasn't that bad.
Well, as long as you got nobody behind you, it probably doesn't
Yeah.
matter what lane you're in, right? But I mean, if it was a busy day, yeah, you'd want to stay right because left lane
Right.
is a passing lane, right? So yeah.
No, I've seen a lot of people get pulled over in the left for driving the left lane and having people pass them on the right. Where the left lane's meant to be
Passing on the
passing lane.
right is really bad. That's a real no-no.
I didn't say I passed on the right. I
No,
said
but people
I
who
was
do.
tailgated when I was in the left lane going 82, and I had to shift to the right lane to let the asshole pass me in the left lane.
How
No,
fast was he going?
I hate tailgaters anyway. They suck.
Well, he was obviously going fast, well, trying to go faster than what I was doing, so I was just really annoyed. But again, this is basically at 11 o'clock at night, so
Well, Stone Racket, just be thankful you weren't passing a kidney stone.
I have passed kidney stones.
Well, that was a joke too, but it felt
Yeah, I
funny.
know, but seriously, I've
No
had
fun.
that, and those are no fun. And one time when I was in the emergency room, this has happened to me 4 times, but there was one time I was in there. It was in the summer, and the doctor told me, yeah, there's 2 other men here at the hospital having kidney stones, and he said, and there's 3 women on the floor above having babies. So I'm going, is there a full moon out tonight? What the heck's going on?
I would have started a lottery. Who's going to scream louder,
Yeah.
the women with the babies or the guys with the kidney stones?
Yes.
But let
yes.
me tell you, there's 2 times they gave me morphine, and I told them, and this is in the ambulance while I'm heading over to the hospital, and I go, that's not going to do any good. Morphine doesn't do anything. But the last time I had one, they gave me Toradol, and that works. So
I
if you
haven't heard
guys
of
have
that one.
if you have a kidney stone, say, give me Toradol, which is basically a hyped up ibuprofen. And what, like I say, once they gave that to me, within like 3 minutes, the pain diminished, and I'm like, oh, now I know it works. It's Toradol, baby.
Or better yet, just take the stuff the pregnant ladies giving birth have. That way you'll feel great too.
Well, yeah, you got a point there.
I was just going to say, Pop, you should write that down. Maybe mention that to your doctors. That might be something to.
Well, that's
Yeah, I know. That's what I was just thinking. I need to start taking notes. You're exactly right.
it's just that it's
might help,
ibuprofen. You don't want to overdo it. This is just kind of an emergency kind of thing. But
Well, for tonight, I didn't want to take too much. I do have, if I want it, I do have morphine. But tonight, because I was on the stream, and if I take too much, honestly, guys, it knocks me out. I'll get too drowsy.
Yeah.
And so tonight I just did oxycodone, and ibuprofen. So that's what I'm
there you
currently
go.
under the
Yeah,
influence of.
by the way, you sound great and clear tonight, Pop. Like, you sound really, really good, man.
Thank you. I am feeling better. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you sound like your own self tonight.
Yeah, it helped. Sad to say, but it helped when I had to yell at that nurse the other day. That's what really cleared my throat.
But yeah, Pop, if you feel like yelling at one of us, just clear your throat. Go right ahead. But it's okay.
Well, on a panel, I should be able to do it without having to yell at anybody.
Yeah, I know. I was just.
All I need to do is laugh if I can do it without coughing.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, laughter is the best medicine, they say.
Well, laughter
It does make me feel better.
Laughter is the one thing that separates us from the rest of the animal kingdom, right? Because we are the only species that has the high concept of laughter, and I think without laughter, I don't know how I would get through life. It would be pretty hard,
They say, you say laughter. They say language is what separates us from the beasts, but I say also, we're not afraid of vacuum cleaners.
That's true too. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. There's many more things I could.
There's like, we're not afraid of vacuum cleaners, but I have a Shark vacuum. Speaking of vacuums, and my cats, Chico and Harpo, they don't freak out when I'm using it. So
really,
yeah. And
by the way, I might post it in the private chat if Pop doesn't mind, for consideration. There's a channel I watch every week because I think he's a really funny guy, and I've been watching him for years now. And the first video that I discovered on him was he vacuums his cats. And the cats love it. Well, one cat sadly passed away just over a year ago, previous December, but he still got the other cat. And yeah, I'll look it up right now, guys. So anyway, continue chatting. I'll be maybe looking at it up for a minute or two.
Cool. Gorilla, would you like to help me get caught up on the chat?
Yeah, sure.
You're sounding tired.
Where are we even at?
Okay, Pop, is if I yell at Gorilla to wake him up? No.
Wake up, Gorilla. Wake up.
Wake up, Gorilla.
Slap.
All right, Scurvy says, yo.
Oiler.
Basil says, Oiler, how are you? Cheers, Basil. Doing good for the most part, Basil. Howdy, Basil. Good to hear you here once again. Sympathies for your loss of brave kitty. Her bravery lives on in other kitties.
Oh, who lost a cat?
I'm not sure.
Was it Euler Greg?
Maybe.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
other,
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's so sad.
other Greg says Pop was chugging 2 beers.
That's right, double fisting it, as they say.
And other Greg says, "You dirty rat." And Basil
I,
says,
you
"Hey,
know,
hey."
go ahead.
Uh,
I was gonna say I did the other day. I rode with my roommate to the grocery store. I bought a 30 pack of beer because I said
Oh
I'm
wow.
going to do this. Right, because I thought I'm going to do this. I haven't had alcohol in a while. I'm going to enjoy myself tonight. And lo and behold, I still haven't opened it up yet.
Oh really? Now,
Yeah,
when Euler said "you dirty rat," I think it was Euler. What was that in reference to you mentioning James Cagney earlier, Pop?
I think so.
Yeah, it might have been.
You dirty rat.
You dirty rat. Now, how many on the panel besides Pop has anyone seen White Heat with James Cagney?
No.
no.
Oh, you got it.
What?
White Heat, a movie that made in 1950 with James Cagney.
Who?
He was an amazing actor. I love James
Oh my
Cagney.
goodness, Nemesis! I'm gonna have to bitch slap you for that one.
Did he just say? Did he just say who? Oh my goodness, I'm in shock.
Yeah,
That's okay. I understand.
that's
It's a
all right.
generation thing, guys.
It's he's one of the best actors Hollywood has ever produced. James Cagney.
Well, I did
All right.
say Red Heat.
Not Red Heat, White Heat.
It's a joke. Okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm just being silly.
All
I'm being,
right.
I'm being, it's fake umbrage that I'm doing. That's my comedy routine sometimes.
All right. Basil says, "Wait. Hey, way to go, Pop. Chug a lug, bud." And
Thank you. I will
Bogey
try
Hey.
one of these days.
yeah, Boogie was a favorite of mine.
Bogey.
Bogey.
Boogie say. Gummies,
That's-
Pop.
that's a
Edible
booger.
gummies are awesome for pain and sleep and feeling good.
Yes, they are. I was thinking about popping one for right now, but I don't want to pass out on you guys.
Yeah.
Nah, do it later. Like, give it when you think where it's going to take a couple hours for it to kick in. So, like,
Yeah.
but you know your body,
Maybe when
so
Right, maybe when we're wrapping up the stream or something. Because even though I like the beer, I have it right here, but I don't know, drinking by yourself is no fun. And I don't really want to drink on the streams and embarrass myself, so maybe I'll get around to it one of these days.
Hey, Pop.
there you go.
If I'll make you feel any better, I'll get White Girl wasted here so that you won't make an ass. You won't be the one making an ass out of yourself.
You'll get white girl wasted?
You never heard that term before?
I can't say I have.
Does that mean you're an easy drunk, Gorilla?
No. Yeah, just
couple of
you-
shooters and you're ready, raring to go, right?
Hey, look how long it lasted on Jill's channel there. No, just look up on YouTube White Girl Wasted videos.
I
and
never
you'll
heard that
find
term.
Is
What's all that
somebody
racket?
typing?
Yeah, what's that racket?
Somebody typing? Yeah, it's not me.
Not me either.
That's me.
Well,
That's totally me.
yeah, hit your mute, please.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
those keyboards are
Didn't
loud,
mean to
man.
sound so mean.
By the way, I posted Larry's cat vacuuming video. It's just vacuuming his one cat that sadly passed away just over a year ago, but it's pretty funny. So that'll give you a taste of how goofy this guy's channel is. But he's a
I'm
lot of fun.
guessing does he use like one of those little hoses?
He's got the vacuum with the hose. Yeah, you got that. Yeah.
Okay, because that way,
Oh.
at least the motor's not right up next to the cat. That way you've got.
Oh yeah,
like,
he turned the suction down too, so it wouldn't hurt the cat or anything. But
Well,
it's definitely
yeah.
suctioning because at one point he sucks up the end of the cat's tail, which is kind of funny actually. You got to watch it to really get it though. It's
Well,
good fun.
Well, when I hear vacuuming cat, I was thinking of that video with the cat sitting on top of a Roomba.
Yeah, there's lots of those.
Oh,
He
Jill will
actually
be
has
on our. Sorry, go ahead.
he actually has another video where he starts off. It's always good to keep your pussy clean, especially if you're lucky enough to have two pussies, which he did have back then, right? And of course, that's a pussy joke. But then goes on to a very funny video where he's actually vacuuming both of them. So yeah, he's a
Jill,
goofy guy, but he's a really nice guy. I've actually been on some of his live chats a few times over the years because he does do them occasionally. And Larry's a really sweet guy, really good-hearted, good
just
natured
a
guy.
just a heads up, everybody. Jill will not be on our March 25th Lost in Space stream.
Oh no.
She has a prior engagement. Every time I hear that, I always think maybe I should wait another week. I don't know. I hate doing it without her because I love her. I love her enjoyment for the show, and I feel like I'm letting her down if I carry the show without her. What do you guys think? Can we
Well,
postpone it?
it's up to you. It's your stream, Pop. If you want to put it off a week, I'm fine with that. Because I mean, we all do love Joel's, opinions and ratings of Lost in Space episodes, of
Yeah,
course.
it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's really fun hearing her reaction because this is all new to her.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have a problem if you want to postpone it till the following
Yeah,
week.
if you want to postpone it a week, we can do that because of Jill's prior engagement.
Yeah. I mean, I
Okay.
can always find something that I need to do that I haven't done.
Well, I can
which
do
I should have
I
done.
can do a rumbling. I can do a rumblings from the lab.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be good.
What do you think, Gorilla?
Yeah, you can do rumblings from the lab. They're on. What was that? Monday the 25th. Was it 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks.
Monday the
from now?
25th.
That's like a month from now, man. Or is that this month?
Yeah.
That's like
No, it's
Okay,
this
that's
month.
like,
Next week. It's a week
okay.
from Monday.
right. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm up for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be next Monday.
Yeah, you could just call it a very special edition.
Yes, exactly.
Extra,
Very
extra.
special.
A very very extra special edition.
Of
Yes,
rumblings from the
exactly,
lab.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question is, will PvP be there?
Well, I usually work my short shift on Monday to be on Lost in Space. So if it's the same time as Lost in Space, I will definitely be there.
And it will be the same slot. That way it'll give us something to do because
Yeah.
usually I have that slot open for Lost in Space, so I'm trying to figure out, well, what else would I do, right?
Well, when you work a regular job, Monday's the most hated day of the week because it's like, oh, back to the grindstone for another week. So I always love,
Yes.
going on, having fun with all you great friends and talking, Lost in Space. And Rumblings is just as good, really. I mean, if it has to be Rumblings, that's fine.
Well, PvP,
Yeah, different.
it's Mondays and doing 10-hour shifts for 4 months straight.
Wait,
What? You do 10-hour shifts?
Well, I did on my old job for almost 5 months since we
Oh.
were backlogged in warehouse work doing gate rate orders.
Hey, sit down, do 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week for 4 months. Take 1 day off, then do that again for another 3 months with no days off.
Ooh.
This is reminding me of that old Monty Python sketch where
Yeah.
I lived in a cardboard box. Oh, I wish we had the luxury of living in a cardboard box. We lived in a grate under the sewer. That kind of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paradise.
Well,
Paradise.
Well, it's one of those. That's not including the 45-minute drive one way.
You guys are breaking my heart. You know that? I mean, I'm sincere. You're breaking my heart, guys.
Yeah, it was
I
funny.
am sincere, actually.
when-
That's long shifts.
Yeah, I always like to come back with if someone asks me, "Oh, where do you live, Stone Racket?" I just go, "In a box."
Right.
And then they'll go, "What?" I go, "Yeah, I live in a box under the bridge."
Well, Gorilla, if you count my driving time both ways, I actually work 11 and a half hours on that old job I used to do for 10-hour shifts. if you count the driving time. I did almost 12 hours.
Okay, is this real traffic or city traffic?
Half and half. I did a commute on my state's local highway, Highway 99, through Modesto, Ripon, and then Manteca. Then I took 120 all the way to Tracy. Then I took I got the I worked for PepsiCo in Tracy for 2 years or more.
I know exactly where that is. I used to drive that route all the time.
And depending on how heavy the traffic is, it was 40 minutes to an hour, depending on one way, depending on how heavy the traffic was.
Okay, has anybody read this yet?
No.
I can do it. Well, as a Canadian.
Okay, go right. Yeah, go right ahead.
Because I'm a big Neil Young fan. Neil Young was born in Toronto. He's bringing his music back to Spotify now that Rogan is being boycotted or some such. Yeah, I know there was some politics going on with Neil Young and his music a while back.
Oh, another one of those.
Oh, Neil Young's a great guy, though. I mean, I think he just, wanted to, be represented the way he wanted to be. So,
Yeah, but a lot of those celebrities stuck their foot in their mouths when they started saying all that garbage. Well, as long as Trump is doing this, I'm going to do that, and all that kind of garbage.
I don't know if he's anti-Trump, but I just think he had his. Let's put it this way: Neil Young has his beliefs, and I guess he just.
Well, why did he remove it? Why did he remove it from the Spotify in the first place?
Well, there was some issue. He had some argument, I think, with Rogan about something. I can't even remember what it was, and so Neil Young said, "Okay, that's fine. I can just take my music off, and I can still keep selling it in other places." And I don't think it was a big deal, really. But
I'm surprised he's still alive. He's as old as the hills.
Oh, he's very old, but he's still recording. Actually, he's still making
music.
Yes,
he is. Yes, he is.
And he's made a lot of great music. So I separate the politics. I separate the artists, from all the other shit they do. Because to me,
what about "Screw Your Freedom"? How does that affect you? Arnold Schwarzenegger's famous. How about Arnold Schwarzenegger's famous line, "Screw your freedom"? Does that affect you in any way?
Did Arnold actually say that?
Yes.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, get the job. Get the job. Screw your freedom.
No, that's weird. Just
and
Arnold
that's
doesn't
why
seem like that kind of guy.
And that's why I get disappointed when it's like, oh, great, now we got to review a Arnold movie.
So you want
to? There's only a couple that I'll show. I think we've already seen most of, if not all of them. I will not show any of his current or new stuff. That's for sure.
Okay,
but like Predator, that's a movie like Predator. That's a movie that's bigger than him. So even I know, yes, he is in it, but the movie is so good that it's beyond Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's the only reason why I chose those.
Maybe some cringe stock material there, Gorilla, possibly.
Pop.
No, this ain't about cringe stock. It's about principle. I can live with Robert De Niro call me the dumbest person on the face of the earth, but when you go and start attacking the freedoms that we fought so hard to get and keep, no, I'm not gonna. I don't.
Especially because he's from another country. Fuck him.
Well, what shocks me is I never heard about that, and yeah, because he made his success coming from another country. Like he should cherish his citizenship in the U.S. Not shit on it.
Even before the jab stuff, he would say a lot of stupid crap like, "I wish I was king of the world because most of the population on the globe needs to be told what to do."
Yeah, I remember that.
And I'm like, yeah.
It sounds like you learned a lot from his daddy.
It sounds like his fame and fortune swelled his head so big he's not thinking anymore.
Yeah, well, it's not like that, but his mind has been poisoned by liberal politics. He's a far left liberal Democrat. So for him, he bends over and he sticks it up the ass by Joe Biden. So yeah, whatever works for that.
Well, I've mentioned this before. I hate the extreme politics. I hate the extreme left. I hate the extreme right. I've always tried to be a centrist. I think, well, when I was a kid, people on the left and the right, the liberals and the conservatives in my country could, they could get together, at the table, work their differences out, come up with a good plan that benefited
Not
most people,
anymore.
shake hands and, sign some documents, make some policies, and live like honorable men. And sadly, those days are gone. But I've always been a centrist, and I firmly try to remain one because I do not like extreme politics on either end of the political spectrum, guys. I just want to, state that.
Yep. Yep.
Well-
just remember what Arnold Schwarzenegger said is almost identical to what Ron Perlman said, almost verbatim. So that's another one. I used to kind of like him, but
Oh,
not
Ron
anymore.
Perlman.
Fuck him.
Did Ron Perlman go like lefty too? Shit.
Yeah, he attacked. Let's just say, according to him, I'll use his words, MAGA. I can't remember if he said idiots or whatever, but yeah, anybody that's right winged or conservative, right? He insulted all of us. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Well, that's
Pop,
not good.
have you seen the Arnold movie, The Sixth Day?
Yes, unfortunately.
It was that bad, in your opinion?
It was, in my opinion, one of Schwarzenegger's worst. In fact, I used to collect physical media. And I was actually buying all his movies. And I had forgotten how bad it was. I bought that movie and I was like, oh my God, that is so bad. I gave the DVD to my sister.
I would say at best, that movie is mediocre. The movie is.
Arnold Schwarzenegger versus the devil with guns. Enough said.
No, you're thinking about a different one.
No,
Arnold movie, the Sixth Day is about cloning. It's about the threat of cloning technology and all that. The Sixth Day is.
Was it Arnold
You're thinking of
Schwarzenegger?
End of Days, Pop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Thank you for correcting me. I'm sorry.
It's all good, buddy.
So, okay,
Yeah,
I
the
have
6
to
Day
see
is the
it
one
again.
where it's got like a picture of his face. He's got that weird eye goggle thing on. And it's like flashing. I don't know. I've never seen it.
I probably have, but I don't remember.
Well, I would say that the Sixth Day of Arnold's movie, I would say it's mediocre. It's kind of boring in some parts. The action's
Okay.
all right on it.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for helping me out by remembering. But the movie with him fighting the devil, you guys know which one I'm talking about, right? What is it?
Yeah,
What did you say it was
the
again?
End of Days. Yeah, the End of Days.
Okay, the best part of that, which I could still watch, just the clip from, was where he's fighting the fat lady from Little Shop of Horrors, where she's playing the devil. She's like babysitting the devil, kind of like the movie The Omen. And I'm talking about the one she played the nurse that Steve Martin was beating up, the lady with the black hair that was heavy set. And there was a scene with her and Arnold Schwarzenegger fighting, and I laughed so hard when I watched that. That I could watch again. I wish I could show the clip here and show you guys it is so hilarious. And that is in my opinion.
Yeah, and Gorilla, just to I'm trying to keep the political stuff out of the stream, but to do a little pushback on your point, I would say that Arnold, he's more of an established Republican. He's not a full on lefty. He's just an established Republican.
Right, but I learned that being from California, that he's like many Republicans where he lets the wife wear the pants, and unfortunately she was a Democrat.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
learned.
you guys remember his wife, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Skeletor?
Yeah. Well, I think he just learned a little too much from his daddy there, who happened to be a hardcore supporting member of a certain German organization.
Communist.
No,
It was either
Well,
that.
Fascists.
Yeah, fascist.
All the above.
Yeah.
Everything that our teachers are in our public schools right now.
Basically, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, very unfortunately, yeah.
Well, both ideology are sort of similar. They could be the same thing.
Might as well be, yes, exactly, unfortunately. All right. Where are we at on the chat, Gorilla?
Yeah, let's get a new one
Oh
because
no, I
Neil.
lost track.
I
I'm
did
about
the Neil Young one already.
Yeah,
to scroll,
do we have a
scroll,
chat
scroll.
about cats? No.
Delta Extracts will mail it to you. Use the coupons.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I can get them here actually. Thank goodness they even opened up a dispensary right here in my little small town. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And Scurvy here says, well, Neil Young is really coming back because it's where the majority of his income originated.
Well, the thing with Neil Young, he sold so many millions of records since the 1960s. He's probably got more money in the bank than he could ever spend. So I'm sure he's not too worried about making bucks.
I bet you it all went towards cocaine. But
No. I think Neil's actually a very clean living guy. I think he's been married to the same woman for a number of decades. I'd have to look it up, but I think he's a pretty straight arrow, actually, Neil Young.
Yeah. And Adjective here says, I like Young, but his politics make him goofy sometimes. Same with Crosby.
Yeah, Young's a bit of a lefty, so yeah, I totally can agree with that comment, actually.
Keep
I
on
don't know why
rocking
when
in
you
the
think.
free world.
Yes, I don't know
He
why when
writes
you think
good
about it,
music, though.
but when you think about it, it's too bad because most musicians, actors, celebrities, they seem to be the majority, a very big majority seem to be Democrats, and that is sad.
Doesn't bother
Well,
me.
the overall majority are, sadly, yes.
Doesn't bother me at all.
It is.
As I say, I'm a
Yeah, but
centrist.
PPP. Think about it. I know it doesn't bother you, but look what they've done to Hollywood. I'll put it that way, huh?
Yeah, but Neil
That's
Young
why we're
hasn't done
getting what
that
we're
to
getting out of
Hollywood.
Hollywood right now.
Oh yeah, but that's a lot of internal assholes in the inner
No, I'm
circle
talking
in
about that. No,
Hollywood.
I'm talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Democrats in general.
Well, either
Well,
that or are there a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
either are there a lot of closeted conservatives in Hollywood that are too scared to actually show their true colors and they hide
Well,
in plain sight.
let's
That
put it this way,
yes,
though.
they
I
are
don't
right. They've learned that they better not speak up or their career is over. You're right about that.
I don't like to paint any group with one brush, though. Artistically speaking,
I do. I'm
there
talking
are
about
people. Well,
Democrats.
I don't think all
That's
Democrats are
okay.
evil. I don't think all Republicans are evil. I think there are good people on both sides. I think there are bad people on both sides. I kind of like to, just
That's
try and keep
fine.
an open mind,
I think
That's
all
fine.
centri
if that's allowed. I hope.
I think all centrists are evil. No,
Oh boy.
Well,
no, I'm just
well,
kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
Well,
the Democrats aren't what they used to be. And back in, JFK and Bobby, the classic
Liberals.
liberal, it's you know, they're viewed by the Democrats of today. The classic liberal is viewed as a conservative, some kind of right wing nut job. So that's how far left the Democratic Party has
yes.
gone. It's
well.
extreme. They're extreme right. Most of them are extreme left. I mean, in their politics. So
Right,
Let's
but
not
they actually wish death on the other political party, which is
right.
sad.
let's not forget Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. So
Yeah, but
What
PvP.
does that have to do with what I just said about the far left? I
no,
don't get it.
I'm just saying that parties can change over time, right?
Yeah, they
What they
do.
stand for.
Yeah, the Republican Party started with Lincoln, basically.
Yeah, and if you actually, well, if you learn the history and during that
I
time
I,
period,
I but I think
the
Lincoln was a great president. By the way, sorry,
yeah,
Yeah.
interrupt.
my
Oh
point is
yeah.
that
There's no argument there. Yeah.
well, I hate to be a little bit of history or from what I heard over historians actually study that period. During that time period, the Republican Party was actually the party of big government back then. They were for about 40 years or so until they started to change. Then they started to become moderate, the more small government, then eventually little to no government. That's what they are today. So
I
over
personally
time,
I personally think it fluctuates through time, through decades and centuries. I think both parties swing back and forth from different extremes. At least that's what I have seen because sometimes both parties can be quite moderate and meet in the middle. And those are the decades that I think when things might actually progress. But I'm not an expert on politics, which is why I don't like to discuss it too often, because I'll probably say something and stick my foot in my mouth, and I don't like to do that. And if you guys are, much more educated on political stuff, that's great. And, please share. But
Well,
I tend to not want to talk about politics, guys.
That's
PvP.
that's fine. We can change the subject.
PvP, like, I try to stay out of politics, but what I do is I study history as a hobby too. I study history to learn how things work around. I learned the context of that time and how politics work in that time. So I roughly know how things kind of work in that time frame when it comes to history and all that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's always great to gain knowledge on any era, but I found, as they say, a little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing, because as much as we think we know about a subject, there's always much more to learn about it. And that's why especially when it comes to like politics or say religion, I really don't like to talk about those topics on live streams, because they are so complex. They're so deeply rooted in centuries of history, and and many more scholars are amazingly more well versed than I will ever be on those topics. That I feel like at best I'm an amateur, looking in from I'm on the outside looking in, so to speak. So that's why I generally resist talking about them. But anybody who wants to research and learn it, it's like power to you. Like I'm all in favor of that, Dan, of course.
Well, that's how I am too on PvP. I try to stay apolitical, and I do study history as a hobby, and I do go into the era of how things were to try to understand it. Like if you go into the the early to 20th centuries, during that time, there was a lot of total government power during that time period. Like you got certain regimes in Europe coming to power, which is basically full total government control and no individual freedom at all. Then you have some others that are more moderate, but I can't name some at the top of my head since they're rare during that time frame. But during the FDR years, the U.S. is basically almost a one-party country, since during that time period the Republican Party was a minority party for about 12 years during that time, since I guess the U.S. populace during that time period wanted more government support, more social nets to help them in the hard times that they were during that time period.
Well, I remember the Depression because my mother was a small girl growing up in it, and she told me things about it, living through that era. And I totally can understand. I believe FDR was reelected 3 times. He served like 12 years as the president.
4 times.
4 times. Okay, even more.
Well,
but he served a long time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that correct, Doctor?
Can I just? I love you, Gorilla, but just let me finish my thought, please. I think the reason FDR was reelected all those times, as Stone Rocket just mentioned, was that his policies were quite popular at the time with the American public.
Yeah.
And I mean, some people say, "Oh, that's bad." Well, that's the will of the voters, and I mean, you can say the elections are rigged. I don't believe most of the time they are, but that was the will of the people to me, and that's what democracy is to me. So I think his policies, like we see on the Waltons, right? When we do that on Friday's Gorilla, there was a lot of make work projects, but I think if the government hadn't helped a bit, putting a few dollars into people's pockets, I mean, you wouldn't want millions of people suddenly becoming homeless, right? So just giving them a little bit of work and a little bit of pride, and actually going out to have a day's work to earn something they worked hard for, I think that's a good thing. And anyway, I don't know how the hell I got off in this tangent, but sorry guys, I'm rambling. Sorry.
Well, I started to try to give you context of certain era I was trying to prove that I sort of studied.
Yeah, Sith Dan started it. It was him. No.
I was trying to give an example of how in that era certain things were like that. In other words, in that time.
Yeah, that's fine, Dan. I'm just
other
silly.
things different back then too is you had the rise of the unions back like in the 20s and 30s, right? Because I mean, I've read enough history about the horrible working conditions back then, and basically workers had almost no rights. And I'm not a big fan of unions, believe me, because I think they have too much power now. But back, 100 years ago, I think what happened was probably necessary just to give workers some basic, human rights, to a decent, working conditions, a little bit of a decent wage, maybe, one day a week off, to rest. I mean, all those kind of things we take for granted now, a lot of us. Um, but I mean, people died to fight for those rights. I mean, I remember reading stuff about how they'd have people, the union busters would come in with the clubs, and I think some people even got shot and died struggling for those rights. And I have to respect that time in history, even though I think unions got way out of control and they're way too powerful now. And I'm not a fan of unions now. I'm really not. Even though my sister was a teacher that was in a union, and my mother worked for Safeway for like 30 years, and she was in a union there. So, I mean, having family members in unions definitely benefited the income level of my family. So I can't totally say I hate unions, but I understand there's a context and a time when they make more sense, and there's a time now when perhaps they make less sense. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, the main reason is because all the main organizations that started 100 years ago or so, if they're still around, they have too much power nowadays. That's why.
But they didn't back then. They had no power, and that's
Yeah,
why.
which now they do. They have a lot more power than they're supposed
Oh,
to.
yeah, they. I think a lot of unions have too much power now. But the thing is, that's 100 years of developments, right? So it progresses from one point over that century, and it changes like everything does, basically.
Yes. All right. Well, since all that is done, and Pop's probably annoyed by us talking about this, should we change
Yeah.
the subject?
Oh, I'm
Let's
not
talk about.
annoyed.
Yeah,
You
let's
guys,
get to the chat,
it's
shall
all
we?
good.
Can we talk
Good
about
idea.
chat? Yeah, chat's good. Good point, Nemesis.
Can you help me out, Gorilla?
Well, I think he had to step away for a few minutes.
Oh, he did. Let me see where he left off.
Yeah, Cody guy is waving to all of us. So
Damn.
as
There we go.
as Gorilla says, Cody guy, the man of many words.
That's right.
Yes.
And that sci-fi sit down. Would you like to read this?
That, and he admitted he boycotted, wasn't doing anything.
Who's that? Is it something I missed?
He's
Yeah.
probably talking about the entertainer musician. A few comments.
Oh,
before this
Neil
one.
Young.
Oh,
Neil
Neil
Young.
Young. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, gotcha. Yeah, thank you.
I'm guessing anyway.
Stone Rack, would you like to read this?
Oh dear, Euler Greg says Neil is an a-hole in my book.
And PvP, what say you? What does this say?
Okay. Breaking 2, Electric Boogaloo, 1984.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, Lemon Pie.
I hope I caught the gist of that.
Absolutely. And Nemesis, would you like to read this to us?
Basil Battle Dragon says, "Hi there, Edge of Time," with a wavy face,
A wavy hand.
wavy
And
hand.
sci-fi-
Thank you kindly.
Oh, I just realized, did I miss Daniel leaving? Good night, Daniel.
And I
Yeah, he just disappeared.
Oh
you
my
know.
goodness, Daniel
he-
did disappear.
Yeah, he just dropped off and
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
say
I just
nothing.
noticed he was gone. I
How long
stepped
ago
away.
He hit
and
the
I
wrong
came back,
button.
he was gone.
I've done that a few times.
Sci-fi sit down. Would you like to read this to us?
Neil Young, like so many other musicians and artists, is a liberal tool. They need to stick to their trade and shut the hell up.
We can all hope and wish, right? And I
Yeah.
agree with you. They should.
Yeah, I agree
Because
with
either way-
Basil.
Yeah, it's like I agree with what PvP says about separating the artist from the work. But still, I think they should shut up and
Yeah.
not even give us their politics, because that ruins. And they may not ruin it for everybody, but they do lose a great deal of their fan base when they do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well-
agree. I agree totally.
Well-
I think though that should apply to people on the right as well. They should stop
It
talking
does.
about their politics too, right?
It
Well,
does, but these days most of them don't because they know they'll get blackballed out of Hollywood.
Well,
so.
one guy comes to mind is Ted Nugent. I used to have a couple of his albums, and
Yeah, he's
some
pretty
of his
hardcore.
some of his
Right? Yeah.
hardcore rants. It's like I'll never listen to another Ted Nugent song ever. And I sold his album years ago anyway because I sold lots of my vinyl. But yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
And PvP, PvP, Pop, and the reason why they do that too is because they're trying to get attention or stay relevant or to get more gigs. or
That
more
is
perks.
true. That is true. That means they're using their careers in the dumps. Okay, so who would like to read this? Who's next?
Matt G
Should we
says,
There
Matt
you
G's
go.
laughing at us. No, no, Matt G is
LOL.
laughing out loud again.
Laughing out loud. How about this one? Who would like to read this?
Should I do this one?
Oh dear, this is sad.
Oh, maybe Stone Racket should take this one.
Oh, you're mean, PvP.
Well, if you don't want it, because I thought you're more, of a cat person. But
Yeah, but look what he's saying.
Oiler
Okay.
Greg says a dog killed my cat recently, and that's what Basil was talking about earlier. My condolences, Oiler Greg. That
Yeah.
sucks.
yeah,
That sucks.
that is nasty.
Sorry,
I hope,
sorry
I
to
hope,
hear that, Oiler Greg. That's terrible.
I hope you got the name of the dog owner, and we'll have him severely punished for that.
Well, what will happen is the dog would get put down.
Well, hopefully, if it's that vicious, yeah.
I don't know if they'll get put down for killing a cat. It usually takes hurting a person for that to happen.
Yeah, but it's
Well-
I keep my cats inside just because there's so much that can happen outside. It's like,
Yeah,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
if they're declawed. Do not declaw them and let them outside.
well,
Especially.
I don't believe in declawing, but yeah, that's right though. There's some that do, and they're especially vulnerable if they're declawed for sure.
Yeah. Well, my cousin had a kitty cat when he had a house up in the hills here before he moved to his condo a few years ago. And he had a beautiful cat. I used to, pat him and he'd sleep on my lap when I go over and see them. And then one time I went over and I was like, "Where's your cat?" And he's like, "Oh, the kitty went out in the backyard and he never came back. And we figured the coyotes got him." I was like, "Oh, crap."
Oh,
Well, on that note, I'm gonna say good night to all of you, and
No, I didn't mean to
Nice
drive you
stoner
away.
racket.
yeah,
Good night,
I-
Stone Racket.
Oh
Yeah,
God, I've broken his heart now. Oh God.
I'm
So bad.
I'm gonna go now and cry a little cry, and no, I just need to go. But you guys have a good rest of your live stream here, and thanks,
thank
Pop,
you
for having me.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, Stone Racket.
Yeah,
Hopefully I can see you Monday
thanks for
okay, we'll see you Monday for Lost in Space.
yes, Lost in Space for sure, with a trip to or a visit to that netherworld.
Yes, yes, exactly right.
Okay, well, you guys have a
Downstairs.
good rest of your weekend, and we'll catch you on the next stream.
Yeah. You too, Stone
All
Racket. We'll
right.
see you Monday, man.
Okay,
Good
bye
night,
bye
Stone
now.
Good night,
Racket.
buddy.
Good night.
Good night. All right, that
Happy
was very
St.
cool.
Patrick's Day, everyone.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
It will be in 2.5 hours here.
Okay, who would like to read this?
Oh, I'm not going to read that. I'm still traumatized.
Okay.
By
Oh,
what
I already
we
read that.
We already did. Okay, how about this one?
It's funny Neil Young can't even stick to his boycott, whether it's right or wrong. It's like you don't have enough money either way.
I think what he
wow.
did was he said, he said, well, my music's not selling. Nobody's listening to me anymore. Maybe if I do the boycott, that'll get me back on the charts. And then he did the boycott and it didn't work. And now he's back to, well, maybe I'll cancel the boycott. I think that's what they do. I think that's what happens.
I think some of it, as an earlier chat said, it had to do with another person he was feuding with. Had to
Rogan, whoever that is.
Yeah, had to back down, and that's why he returned. Anyway, oh God, I don't want to get into politics again. Please.
Rogan's just, he has a podcast on Spotify that's the
I've
largest
listened to
podcast in
him,
the
and I
world.
actually enjoy his podcast. So I
Yeah,
look at
so,
both
I
sides,
don't
guys.
know.
But let's not argue about it. Oh, please.
It's not an argument. We're merely just discussing the topics. That's all. It's okay. No big deal.
Yeah, well, me and PvP had a nice little debate a few minutes ago.
I wanted to bring up the possible Prisoner remake, but I guess I don't know if we're going to get there.
Sorry, repeat that.
Christopher Nolan is apparently considering doing an adaptation in his next film of the classic 1960s series, The Prisoner.
So instead of a series, it'll be a movie?
It'll be a movie.
That's interesting.
Tell me this: is the leading character a man or a woman?
It's under wraps. He's apparently still writing a new script, and it's not even for sure if it's going to be about the prisoner. But there is Variety did mention that it might be about the prisoner, so there's a lot of speculation. There's an interesting video. Give me a second, guys. Go on and continue. I'm going to see if I can find that video I watched today.
Okay. All right, here, let's do this then. Who would like to read this?
Euler, the Delta extracts are amazing. Absolutely awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, they are.
It sounds like I could certainly use it. I mean, like I said, I know I've got oxy and morphine and all that, but I still do prefer the natural route when I can use it. And I always thought THC is definitely a big plus in my book. It's not like smoking cigarettes. No offense to anybody who smokes cigarettes, but I always thought pot is different. And who would like to read this?
They really helped with pain relief and sleep deprivation.
Deprivation. See, that's just it with all the morphine and the oxy I've been taking. I'm not really too worried about sleep deprivation. I've been getting plenty of that. My problem is I want to be able to find a way to kill the pain without it putting me to sleep constantly, so I don't have to spend most of my day in bed. And I'll tell you the truth too, guys. Like right now, I'm talking to you guys sitting in an office chair. If I sit in this position too long, it's really a lot of pain, especially when my pain pills start wearing off. It's really, really painful to be in the... Stop it. It's really painful to be in the standing or the sitting position.
I've been using CBC for my pain.
What is that?
Yeah, it's an oil.
It's a cannabinoid, and it comes in gummy form, and it helps with pain, but it wakes you up, so I wouldn't recommend it during nighttime.
Wakes you up?
Yeah.
Oh, I could use it during the daytime and then just take the other stuff at night.
Take it in the morning.
Exactly.
Yeah,
way,
because seriously.
No, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
Seriously, well, kind of like what PvP was laughing at. See, like, I'll get up in the morning, let's say, I don't know, 8 a.m. Let's say 8 a.m. Now, since I hadn't been taking pills all night because I was in bed, when I usually get up in the morning, I'm in really, really excruciating, really, really high pain, undescribable. So I take my pills as soon as I get up. In about 30 minutes, they start kicking in. But then by the time an hour passes, I'm ready to lay down and go to sleep again. And see, that's what I don't like. I don't want to sleep all day. So if I could take something that'll kill the pain but not put me to sleep, that would be great. If that makes any sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me. I get it. I totally get it.
And this shit that puts me to sleep, I would take it about an hour before bedtime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I remember I talked with Nemesis off at the end of a stream when we signed off. I think maybe 3, 4, or 5 4 weeks ago, whenever it was, Nemesis, and you mentioned cannabis edibles and the oil for knee pain amongst elderly folks, and I did a bit of research that night actually after we finished talking, and it seems unfortunately though that cannabis use can be quite risky if you're taking medications for high blood pressure like I am. So
what's the risk? What does it do?
Well, you could have a heart attack, amongst
Oh,
other things. So yeah, so I did not bring it up with my doctor yet, but next time I see her, I definitely will. But I'm not sure if that's a safe alternative. Though if I could, do edibles and the oil, that would be awesome. But I'm not sure if it's going to work for me. But if it works,
Do you get
if it's something that might work for you, Pop, it's definitely worth looking into, right?
now the oil. Do you apply it to the area that is sore? Is that how that works?
So there's a couple different solutions, and first and foremost, PvP. Definitely talk to your doctor about it. Yeah, the way cannabis works is it's a stimulant. It makes your heart rate go up and beat faster. Contrary to how you may feel, you might feel lethargic and whatnot, but your heart is racing a lot faster than you think it is. So yeah, I can see it causing potential issues. I am not a doctor. I am not going to give you any medical advice. That's up to you and your doctor. But the way it can work is there are topicals which contain either CBD or THC, and CBD is usually used for anti-inflammatory, that type of purposes. And it can, if you apply it directly on the skin, it can have immediate results. But generally speaking, it's like vitamin D. If you don't have it in your system already, it takes a little while to build up in your system to get the full effect. So you can take the oils, you can put it in hot chocolate, you can put it in your drink, you can eat it just straight up like I do, absorb it sublingually. You can put it in your food. There are plenty of different options of how you can ingest the oil, and that's usually the best way to do it. And in that regard, it usually takes 2 to 3 hours to kick in, but it can last anywhere from 6, 8, 12 hours. So generally speaking, I always recommend to everyone who's starting out just to start low and go slow. You can't undo what you've done, right? If you don't prescribe 3 tabs of acid to a newbie, you start them off slow. It's just, I equate it to that, right? You can't undo what you've done. Yeah, you can eat some food and whatnot, but you're just going to have to ride out what you've put yourself through. So, yeah. But that being said, when it comes to CBD, CBC, CBN, all of these additional cannabinoids that are occurring naturally that we just haven't done any research into up until recently, since cannabis has been legalized, they're all occurring naturally, right? CBC needs a little bit more research. I need to do more into that. CBN is just THC that's been left open to the air, so it loses its psychoactive properties. So you don't get high off of it. You just get the sleepy, the munchies, that type of thing. So it's really helpful for people in that regard. And same with CBD. It doesn't get people high or anything. It just helps with pain relief, inflammation, that type of thing. It can keep some people awake. It's very unique to how interacts with you. So it's very much you have to go on this journey yourself type of thing. I can just kind of guide you. And yeah, that's my spiel.
I just want to ask Nemesis, since you're so knowledgeable, the ones that don't give you the psychoactive high, but they help you to sleep, which I really need, especially with this damn loud modem. Is that still risky if you're taking high blood pressure meds? I'm guessing it probably is.
Potentially. Once again, I'm not a doctor, bro. I can't make that decision for you.
Of course. Yeah, I'd have to ask my doctor, of course. Yeah.
It's usually I attribute it to being maybe the THC that's the stimulant when it comes to that, the extra.
I'll have to bring it
Talk
up
to your doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be cool about it, bro. It's legalized. This isn't anything new. This isn't taboo. Don't feel bad about it.
She's a very cool doctor too, so I'm sure she'll be cool. Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. This is legalized here in Canada. I know it's not down in the States necessarily for where some of our viewers are.
Your mileage may vary. Oh man.
And Jim's landscape has been here for a little while. And hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Giant spider.
Hey, Jim. Good to see you. I would like to read this.
Euler Greg says, my pet giant spider might bite that dog.
Sick 'em.
Bad dog.
And who would like to read this? By Euler Greg.
Euler Greg says, stone rocket. Yeah, Stone Racket doesn't
Right.
drive because he is a vampire. Probably. He turns into a bat and flies around. Difficult buying groceries.
But saves a lot on gas.
And those grocery bags must be a bitch trying to fucking fly home, though.
Yeah, right. And Gorilla, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Oh God!
Sounds like you're about ready to lose it.
Barely.
If you have to get ready
You
to leave,
sound-
Gorilla, please let me know so we can. I want you to plug your channel before you leave.
You do
Okay.
sound tired. It must be almost midnight there, Gorilla. You do sound tired, dude.
Hey, I still got 100,000 rocket launchers to nuke yet on this guy.
Oh, okay, nice.
I love your spirit. I love your spirit, man.
Yep. I just want to make sure you plug your channel before you leave. His driver's license photo is blank because the camera can't see vampires, so he hypnotizes the clerk. There you go. Ola Greg says, just kidding, dude. And he says, cheers, and he got sunglasses. And Ola Greg says, bumper car rules, bump the tailgater off the road. Yes, I agree with you. And Ola Greg says, now there's a suspicious bat outside of my window. Probably not related to Stone Racket. Weird timing, though. And Ola Greg says, cats laugh at humans all the time. Yep, they sit on their perches and just laugh at us, especially when we try to call them or give them orders like dogs. They're like, what? Excuse me? Ola Greg says, cats laugh at humans all the time. There you go. Basil Battle Dragon says, bat is good luck. Possums fear the bat, and for good reason. Oh, really? So, okay, that explains, yeah, many actresses in Hollywood. And then Zabeden says, lend me some bats. They are very misunderstood. Must be a language barrier. LOL. Nemesis, have you seen those pictures of those giant bats? I think they're like Korea or something like that, but they're about the size of a human. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I think that's a forced perspective type of thing, but I certainly do love me some bats.
Or you
Though.
think it's
They're
fake?
very cute. I do, unfortunately.
Well,
I
I
want it
would
to be
love to-
real.
I would. Yeah, me too. I wish I'd have like 3 or 4 of them, and I'd have them posted right outside my front door, and have them hanging there on perches, guaranteed not to have any burglars. Right?
Oh, for sure.
So tell me, are they real life vampires then?
Vampires, I don't know, but they're big as hell. The ones I've seen pictures of. It's somewhere in India or something. I can't remember exact. South America. I can't remember.
You'll have to send me more pictures, Pop.
I'll see if I can dig some up. Basil Battle
Sounds
Dragon
good.
says, yep, they have a rather unique language. And Nemesis says, can you read this, Nemesis?
I sure can. I say, I just lack the hearing range to understand them. Must have been all that loud music growing up.
Right, exactly.
Well, isn't that PvP's problem usually though?
What's that?
I don't know.
Huh? What? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Exactly.
Actually, my hearing for an old bugger is still pretty damn good. I gotta say, guys.
Me too. I consider myself very lucky. My eyesight may not be as good as it used to, but my hearing is still there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think the guys that are going to be like hearing damaged in 10 years. Have you ever been like this has been going on for a good couple of decades now, going probably back even into the last century. You'll have a car where the guy's got speakers in it, and especially bass speakers that are so fucking loud that you can hear it in the next car. You can probably hear it 2 blocks away, and he's playing some god awful rap garbage or whatever. It's like boom,
Yep.
boom, 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 and it's like, are you kidding me? You're in the same
Yep.
vehicle. Like those guys are going to be stone deaf in like 10 years.
Oh yeah. I always joke with people whenever I'm in my car and there's other people and we're next to one of those, and I say, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you know what that is?" And they're, "What?" And I'll say, "That's the sound of somebody slowly going deaf."
It's It's a sound of stupidity for me.
It is. It is. I always
actually-
wish I wish I had some kind of jammer, an electronic jammer, to where when I get beside one of those idiots, I can push
Yeah.
the button and just fry their whole electrical system.
Seriously, yeah. I actually knew. I actually rode in a car one time with somebody who had speakers like that because back in the '90s, I used to get my hair cut for cheap at a friend of my mom's, right? Because she got her hair styled there. So I went there and got my hair cut, and I don't know, for some reason her idiot son offered to give me a ride, home, right? So I thought,
Right.
okay, fine. I get in the car. He puts the tape deck on or cassette, whatever the hell it was back in the '90s. And it's like boom, 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 and I'm like, oh my good lord, oh my good lord. And luckily, I was only in the car for like 10 minutes, but I don't know how human beings could sit in a car and listen to something with that volume. It's just,
Well, you notice
ugh.
too, it's like this. It reminds me of the same people that watch anything with Seth MacFarlane in it. It's like you notice how they don't sing along with it. How can you enjoy music when you're listening to something that you can't even sing along to? It's like when you watch a Seth MacFarlane cartoon. I don't care if it's Family Guy, whatever, but nobody's laughing. All the people that are claiming they like that damn show, nobody's laughing. So it's the same with rap and all the other crap. It's like, how can you enjoy yourself? You can't sing to it. You can't dance to it. What is the point? Is it like just sheer shock value?
Yeah. What do
I-
you think of listening to metal music, bro? You can't understand that, but it's amazing.
Well, I think metal's a little different though, Nemesis, because I'm not a metal fan per se, but there are certain bands that I love, say like Judas Priest, for instance, that I really dig their sound. But
Well, yeah, but you can actually understand Rob Halford. He's an amazing vocalist.
and he's an incredible vocalist, and he's still singing. Like at what, 80 or something? I don't know. He's
Yeah.
older than the Redwoods.
Dude,
Almost.
Judas Priest put on the best live show I've ever seen. Like when it came to their farewell tour, it was fantastic. But yeah,
I could have seen them 30 years ago, but I missed them, and I'm still kicking myself for that. Yeah.
I do have a question. When one of those vehicles go by, is that an earthquake or is that a sound system going by?
Yeah, I know exactly, right? I agree with you.
well, not only that, like you got to think if you're doing that for years and years and years, that vibration can't be good for your organs and whatnot. It's the same reason why anyone who works in like a heavy duty equipment has they don't live very long because their entire insides are shaken up due to constant vibration.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
exactly.
they'll get no sympathy from me, Nemesis, because
Well,
I think they're idiots.
it even damages their car because stuff starts vibrating loose. So and hello, I'd like to say welcome, Captain Duke Shepard. How you
Hey,
doing, tonight,
Captain.
Jim?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey, Shepard.
Good to see
Hey,
you, Jim.
It's another Saturday night, all right for fighting
Kung Fu
Sounds
fight.
like it.
or hanging out and having fun.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys hanging all right.
How's it hanging?
We try. And who would like to read this?
My giant spider translates bat language. He knows more languages than C-3PO.
Cool.
That's one way of doing it.
Love it.
And PvP, would you like to read this?
Sure. I hit the wrong button. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Okay.
Well, we all do the same thing, Daniel. The important thing is you're able to come back. So I'm
Yeah,
glad
I
to hear
did that the other night myself on a live stream. Silly me.
And then Mr. Eden, would you like to read this?
Euler Greg says, "Don't hit the big red button, Daniel."
Right, not the big red button. No. Daniel, would you like to read this to us?
He's still at the mic.
You there, Daniel? Oh,
I mean,
not. How about Captain Duke?
It's mine, so I'll-
Oh, it is.
sleeping.
Okay,
I'll say it.
Nemesis
Yeah,
Eden.
I said, "Oh no, you coming back on, Daniel?" At Daniel's Hot Topics, and he has made it back on since. So yes, the question has been answered.
Yes, thank you. And Captain Duke Shepard, aka Jim, would you like to read this?
If your eyesight's good
Oh,
enough
let's
to read it.
see. Pops likes Arnold. Wait a minute. Pops likes Arnold as much as I know Neil Young.
As much as I like Neil Young.
And happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I'm still acting late tonight to get my fan film done.
And it's going to be that time for some people here coming up in about 9 minutes.
And some odd reason, Captain Shepard lost his Lucky Charms while down in engineering. We found it. We found it in engineering. How about that?
Very cool. Cody Guy says that's generalizing. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cody.
I decided I'd come up and just
Next.
act up a little bit.
Next. Oh, Matt, who would like to read this? Sorry, I just had a big pain attack.
Yeah,
It's all good, buddy. I'll read it. It's mine. I said, give me some general anesthesia for this generalization, please, because that was when PvP was having his tangent.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
Scurvy here says I discuss politics usually after someone else brings it up, then it's fair game.
That's true. That totally makes sense. How about this?
Wow, for someone who doesn't want to talk about politics, he does endlessly about it and dominates the conversation. Guess who's sorry, not sorry?
I think I've just been insulted.
No, actually, was that towards me or was that towards VVP?
I think it was
Well,
directed at me.
if you guys can't tell, then that means maybe it was really directed not toward one person.
But you know what?
individually.
If somebody wants to take cheap shots at me, I'm totally cool with that because I really don't give a crap. So
I don't think.
power
I
to
don't
you,
think,
power to you, bud, power to you.
I don't think that's necessarily what it was.
Well, PvP, like I gave a cheap shot at you the other day, so that means I'm free
Yeah.
fair game for another cheap shot.
But I know you, Gorilla, and you're a good buddy, and we have lots of laughs together, saying dirty stuff about the Waltons. So it's like you're good in my book, if you know what I mean. So if you're good in my book and you're a good buddy, then I'll give you a pass on most things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who would like to read this?
Cheers.
Cheers, says Ola Gray.
And 4 beers in a row.
Nah.
I could certainly use that. My goodness, my back is like, it feels like somebody's stabbing me right now.
No, it's not good. Can you take any more pain meds, there, Pop?
I try not to overdo it. I took some before. Let's see now. It was about 30 minutes before the stream started. That would make it 4.5 hours ago.
Something like that. It's been a while then. Yeah.
I guess I could.
How long do their effects last on them? 8 hours or 4 hours?
The bottle says 6, but they don't really, of course, last that long. And I haven't eaten. Did I eat today? No, I have not eaten yet today. So I've got to be careful so I don't get it puke.
Yeah, don't get sick.
You gotta eat.
Okay. Got my gabapentin here. I'm eating dinner right now.
GABA.
I'm having my pill party.
Yeah.
So has anybody read this one yet?
No.
Lemon Pie says, so if Trump is elected again, it will be Donald Trump, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, it will be. Lemon Pie says PvP is in a stranglehold, baby.
Not sure
And
what that means, but
how about Jim? Would you like to read this for a change of pace?
Hang on a minute. I'm doing some editing.
How about Gorilla? Would you like to read this?
I got it. I like dogs, but I'm gonna say that dog sounds like a real jerk.
Which one's that? I'm sorry.
the one
That was the one that killed the kitty.
killed the cat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love dogs too, but yeah, there's no reason for that. And then the Pie says, "Good night, Stone Racket." So that was when Stone Racket was still here.
No, it
And
wasn't.
Ola Greg says, "Good night, dude."
I missed
And
them.
Sci-Fi sit down. Would you like to read this?
PvP, don't complain that the chats are political when the chat was composed back when you were talking about politics.
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. I'll let you guys know when I think that we've overstepped our bounds. So I'll put it that way. But no, other than that, you guys are okay.
Oh yes, he
Daniel's
will.
Hot Topics. Would you like to read this?
Hey, Jim.
Well, Daniel
Are you
may have
still there,
stepped away
Daniel?
from the mic. He may have stepped away from the mic. Oops, don't go away. No. So how about
I'll read it. Hello.
PvP?
Wow, you still going? Damn. It's
Yes,
after
we
midnight.
are.
What are you doing?
I figure I've got my voice is relatively strong tonight, so I'm gonna take advantage of that fact.
You
There you
sound
go.
you sound great tonight, Pop. I gotta say,
Yeah,
your
sounds
voice is
pretty good.
very strong.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good, and I'm actually I'm able to breathe well too, without too much pain. So
You
I feel
sound
very
good, man.
lucky.
You sound really good.
Thank you.
Hey,
Gotta
Jim.
eat, gotta breathe.
Yes. Hey, Jim, says Lemon Pie. And Nems of Eden says, hail, Jim. And Jim says, hey, Lemon Pie. And Lemon Pie says, Stranglehold is a Nugent tune. And Lemon Pie says, I don't take cheap shots, only expensive ones. There you go, Lemon Pie.
Hey, oh.
That's got a few different meanings, I'm thinking.
Well,
Uh-huh.
isn't that usually how Gorilla usually is when he takes a shot of strong liquor?
He's done that a few times on streams.
Gorilla, are you still there?
Yeah.
What do you recommend I drink with whiskey? What goes good with whiskey? What goes good with whiskey,
What
Gorilla?
kind of whiskey is it?
It's honey
It's
flavored.
it's a good question. Give me just a moment.
It's most likely honey flavored. He didn't open it, or he opened it once to have one small drink out of it.
Actually, I bought it and I haven't opened it yet. That was like 2 months ago. Blockhead caramel popcorn peanut flavored.
Straight shoot it.
Yeah, it sounds like a shooter
shoot
drink
it.
to me.
It does sound yummy, doesn't it? Though.
Well, if it's regular old whiskey there, then I'd say mix some lemonade in there. Some Simply lemonade.
Or even just go with some good old Coca-Cola or something if it's just straight whiskey. But that sounds
What
like
is it?
that sounds like a shooter drink for sure if it's like peanut flavored or something.
What is Simply Lemonade, Gorilla?
Simply.
It's pure lemonade. Doesn't have anything extra in it, I believe. It's
But
the
it does
lemonade
have
my dad
sugar.
buys.
Right, but it's not like lemon juice. It's definitely lemonade with sugar in it, right?
I'm not sure. My dad's the one my dad always gets it.
So is it in a glass jar or a carton, Gorilla?
It's in a plastic jug.
Okay, well, it's probably different than what we got here, so I can't be too helpful there.
Pop culture. Tell me, do you have a large bottle or a small bottle of that stuff?
Let me take a look.
Like is
It
it
is. It is. Where is the size? Blah, 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 blah. Because I'm bad at because I don't drink very much. I'm bad at looking at 750 mi.
That's
Is that a
milliliters.
lot? I would guess about a quart. Is that right?
I'm not sure, but in Canada, 750 milliliters is kind of a standard size.
Yeah, it's
for food.
milliliter.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that converts to in standard.
It might be a quart. I'm not sure. I'm sure somebody here on the panel could convert it.
No, not really.
I don't know
Well-
freedom units, bro. Sorry.
I have no idea.
Just a sec.
You guys are being lazy. Okay, Gorilla, do your magic. I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm actually going to refresh my drink if you guys.
750 milliliters to real units.
or liters at least?
Hey, the real units up here. Don't insult me. I love.
750 milliliters is 0.79 quarts.
So almost
Right,
2
so-
quarts.
okay,
So
got
it's
it. Thank you.
basically a frickin' quart. Okay, good. I figured it was. Yeah.
I'm guessing 1,000 millimeters is about a quart. So
Okay. And how about who would like to read this?
PvP, I am in a category of getting a pass.
All right. Getting it. Lemon Pie says, I tried a new beer tonight. It's pretty bad. The lesson is never try a new beer. Gorilla's the master at that. He's always trying new stuff.
Uh-oh.
hey, it's real easy when all your beer's given to you for free. So
Even better, yeah, even better. What was that last step that you did that short on, Gorilla?
I'd have to look to even see what.
Trying to remember. If I remember right, you said it didn't taste very good.
And then it must have been one of those cheap beer brands then.
No, this stuff ain't cheap. I'll tell you that right now. This ain't PBR.
Oh, Pabst.
Or any
What is it?
BL.
Is it Schlitz?
Pabst
you
Blue
talking-
Ribbon. I think that's what Scotty drinks.
Oh, are you talking about the Victoria or the Pirates Beer Club?
I don't remember.
Dude, I don't know.
It was some weird flavor that you did a short on. I just don't remember what it was. But if I remember it, I think you said it wasn't very good. Daniel, are you still there? Daniel's Hot Topics?
Oh, Danny don't know if he's coming or going half the time.
Well, how about this will be interesting. Sci-Fi Sit Dan, can you read Daniel's comment?
Press the button, Daniel. No one will be upset with you. I'll press it if I were there.
Yeah, I'd press it too. Press the button, pull the string, whatever's necessary. And how about, let me choose. PvP, would you like to read this? Are you there?
Oh, that's
I think-
good. I just got back. Just give me 1 second to get myself together. Lemon Pie says PBR, the official beverage of Scotty, and I have no idea what the hell that
Yeah,
means.
that's what I was just
Oh,
saying. That Scotty drinks Pabst Blue Ribbon.
That's the one.
And I was like,
Okay.
I remember when I
That's
saw
what
him drinking that, I was like, I didn't even know they still made that shit. I remember the commercials when I was a kid.
Hey, Pop.
That proves Scotty's not a real Canadian because he's not drinking like Canadian beer.
Go ahead,
Because I
Gorilla.
know he's always
Yeah.
bitching about being in Canada. It's like, okay, Scotty, if you don't like Canada, just move somewhere else, buddy.
Pop.
Love it or leave it, I say.
The high schoolers still need their beer, their cheap beer.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. You're right about that.
So, Edge of Time
All right.
has a comment.
Lemon Pie got those double timing new beer blues.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, did you guys? I put in the private chat about that possible Christopher Nolan Prisoner film. I don't know if any of you guys have checked that out yet, but apparently it was put up by Variety just like a day after the Academy Awards when he won Best Picture and Director for Oppenheimer. So I found that quite interesting because, if a guy's, kind of running along at top speed at the top of his game like he seems to be this week, I kind of start to think maybe there could be some credibility to this story because he did have an interest in working on The Prisoner, I believe, like 4 or 5 years ago before that god awful TV series came out. Most people seem to hate. I've never seen it, but I heard it's really bad. And it seems like he is apparently working on the next screenplay for his next film. And there is a lot of conjecture, of course. I mean, there's no confirmation of this, so take it with a grain of salt, as some people often say. It's basically, though, the video goes, okay, it's like, he could go with The Prisoner, or he could go, with something, totally different and original. But I just found an interesting video, kind of a food for thought kind of video, if you guys want to check it out. And I think Christopher Nolan, I mean, I liked his first 2 Batman films a lot. I've liked his earlier work. I think he's definitely a talented director. And of course he's done shit as well. Like most directors fall down once in a while, but I think if anybody can get The Prisoner right and get the concept right and condense like a 17 episode series from the 60s into like a 2 hour, 2.5 hour decent film, I'd be willing to, take a chance with Christopher Nolan because I can't think of another director I would trust more with a project like that. I'd love to hear your thoughts, guys.
Well, it'd be interesting to see his take because it's not like The Prisoner was based on a book or something else. It was a series that was written for the series. So it would be interesting to see, is he going to like remake the episodes per se, like kind of combine and remake them at the same time? Or will it be like a completely different, unique story?
I think he's going to take the concept of the series and work it into a film, like an adaptation. So it won't be episode by episode. It'll be kind of taking all 17 episodes and working them into some kind of coherent film. Taking
Okay,
elements,
well, that'd be interesting.
taking the main elements, right, Pop? If that makes any sense.
Yes.
I think it's the best news
Yes,
I've heard in a
exactly.
long time, though, because we actually have a decent, reasonably decent director that might have a actually decent, film project, in his mind that he's working on. It's like, geez, I can't remember the last time I heard about that.
Well,
wow.
what could make it even better is if he was saying that about Star Trek. Can you
That would
imagine
be
a
cool.
Star Trek movie with him?
That would be actually, geez. Well, we should start telling him, hey, we should start messaging him and, hey, Chris, how about Star Trek, Chris? How about Star Trek?
Yeah,
He'd
Star
probably
Trek,
ignore us,
save
but-
us, save us
Well,
before
you
it's
guys-
too late.
Yeah, is there any credence to that Universal Warner Brothers buyout that we've been hearing about Star Trek the last week or so?
No. The
Haven't
news
heard a word.
changes every day. Yeah, the
Yeah.
news changes every day because they're trying to sell Paramount. So they'll say anything. So right now, don't believe anything you see or hear.
Yeah.
And
I'm
sorry,
used to-
Daniel, but don't expect that Section 31 series, Daniel. I think they were saying that just to hype up the stock value.
No, that Section 31 that the series was to keep Michelle, whatever her name is, on.
Yo,
Yeah, the only reason they're probably because she said she'd only stay on if there's a Section 31 show. So they kept
Good
saying
God.
that.
and she's got an Academy Award. What the hell is she thinking? She doesn't need Star Trek. I mean, yeah, Star Trek needs her, but she definitely does not need Star Trek.
It sounds like to
So,
me she has no ability to pick good projects.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe she thinks that that last movie and Academy Award, maybe she thinks that's the end of her career. I don't know.
Well, either that or she's desperate for money still. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
plus
assuming she's broke, that's possible.
plus there is some news going around the internet that season 5 of Discovery just premiered a few days ago.
Oh no! Oh.
God, that means
Why?
everybody's gonna all
Why?
those shill YouTubers are gonna be talking about it.
I mean,
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
official. It's not official, but there's a rumor going around that it has premiered, unless it's.
I
not
heard
going to for
something
at least 2
too.
weeks.
Yeah, you're right. I heard something about it too.
Yeah.
But that means, like I said, that means all those shills are going to be coming out of the woodwork with their own reviews of it just for clicks.
Yeah. I don't know why anybody even pays attention anymore to Discovery. It's been a dead horse for years for me. Like,
Yes. Well, the Greg says it's after midnight here in Texas. Good night, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Night,
Same to you,
Greg.
Ola Greg.
Okay,
Have a great night.
Hi, Oler.
okay, Euler, just don't drink as many drinks as you posted here because you'll be totally sloshed, man.
I know, right? Unless I'm there, yeah. But thank
Yeah.
you for joining us, Ola Greg. Have a great night.
Have a good one,
Actually-
buddy.
Well, actually, if
Sleep
he
well,
does,
OG.
see, OG. Well, actually, if he drinks that many, he'll become like a gorilla. It's just like gorilla random plots.
He'll
That's
sleep
true,
well if
too,
he has
yes.
that many drinks.
Good
Don't
night,
drink
Ola.
too
This
much
is
green
Lemon
beer.
Pie. Night, Lemon. This is Ola Greg. And M. Sabine says, sleep well, OG. And M. Sabine drops a link here. Thank you so much. There's a link for Ola Greg's channel.
I will tell you guys this: I haven't seen an ounce of the new Star Trek because I haven't touched it.
Wise decision.
Yeah,
I don't know.
very good decision.
I've enjoyed Decks. Their Prodigy was pretty decent in my
was.
opinion.
That's the cartoon one, right?
Yeah, and Strange New Worlds wasn't too bad. I mean, yeah, it
Wasn't too
had.
good either, but
You know, the thing I
sorry,
think
go ahead,
about,
Gorilla.
Yeah, well, the pro, yeah, they had a couple like maybe iffy episodes, but overall, I was enjoying it. Like, at least it's going back in the right direction versus doubling down on like Discovery and Picard. They decided, oh shit, they changed directions on it.
Or is the
Yeah,
bar
because
really
those
that
shows
low
are
for it?
crap.
Is the bar really that low for it though?
oh God, oh
Okay,
Really?
God.
it's not your DS9 or your original series of that, but it's not Discovery or Picard.
I think Sit Down was asking if the new Trek is bad.
I mean,
And
how low is the bar set for bad Star Trek? Is it down in hell already, or is it not
well,
that low yet?
let's put it this way, Dan. Um we people who are old Trekkers, like original, that love the original stuff up through Enterprise, um, that don't, we're not big fans of the JJ movies and stuff like Discovery. I tried watching it. I got like 2.5 episodes in, and it was so bad. The writing was awful. The characters were ugly. The special effects sucked. The
Wow.
Klingons weren't Klingons. They were Kling orcs, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It was
that
just
famous meme.
it
Yeah.
was garbage. I gave up. I watched. I didn't watch the first 2 years of Picard because I heard it sucked so bad. I heard season 3 was good. So myself and other people like Jill, gave it a
Me.
chance. I watched the first 5 episodes, and it was like we had all the old TNG cast back, and basically when Worf decapitated a helpless person with his battle axe or whatever,
That's
I was
Batleth.
like, battle. Thank you, Gorilla. I was like, that's not Klingon honor. That's not what Worf would do. He would not murder a helpless opponent. And that's when I tuned out after the 5th episode. So, yeah, I think most of it's probably garbage now. I hate to say it, but yeah. Actually, you asked Jill about the new track. Oh man, she will tell you what she thinks.
Well, tell me, is the bar in hell, or is it basically they dug deeper than hell to put the bar down lower than
I
that?
think they scraped the bottom of hell and then they went deeper. Yeah, it's pretty bad down. But yeah, actually, Jill's probably the most knowledgeable because I don't know how much she's watched, but Jill, she's very passionate when it comes to any kind of Trek, and I'm sure she's watched some of it. So if you ever get a chance to direct message anti-derivative Jill, I'm sure she'll be happy to very much share her opinions because I think we kind of agree that it basically sucks, most of it. So yeah.
Well,
Interesting.
for anti-derivative having a few kids, she will have a higher pain tolerance than most men since she had kids.
Oh, she's a very beautiful, intelligent, and thoughtful, and person that does have a lot of patience. Yes,
She has a lot of pain tolerance too, probably.
she's just a great lady. I have nothing. I could never say anything bad about Jill because there is nothing to say bad about Jill. She's classy.
Yeah, just don't press the soft spot when it comes to Gene Roddenberry, from what Pop says.
She still defends Roddenberry to a point, but she sees his flaws for sure.
I just had to take a
Anyway,
jab. I just had to take a jab of both pop culture and anti Jill right there.
anyway, if other people want to actually have a discussion, I don't want to hog the stream with Dan here. Was not my
Oh, come
intention.
on! Oh, it's so lively on this side of the stream though. And question is pop culture still listening, or is he just doing something else over his mic?
I'm
right
here.
I
I'm
don't
here.
know.
I'm listening to you
Everybody's so
guys.
quiet. I'm kind of thinking, gee, guys, do you have something you want to say? Like,
Well, I'm just
I feel bad. I don't like to hog conversation ever. So if I am, please tell me and I'll shut up. You know.
I'm just listening to the filter card.
Well, I was just listening to you guys there.
Well, in any rebuttal to my jab I took at you, pop culture curator?
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, it's a playful jab because he told me how anti-derivative Jill feels about Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, she doesn't like to hear some of the stuff, so I tend not to talk about it too much.
Yeah, I think Jill is a fan of Roddenberry, but she does understand that he was a far less than perfect man. You know, obviously he was kind of a womanizer and all the stuff I don't want to go into here, but Jill has talked about that on some of her live streams, and yeah, I think she loves Star Trek, like real Trek, right? You know, the original Trek, and she does respect Roddenberry as being the great creative force that brought all the elements together, even though she does say there were other people that contributed that don't get the credit often that they should get, and I agree with that. But yeah, I think Jill, you know, she understands the nuances of things, and you know, as much as she'll love something, she'll note when it has flaws.
So, do you want to change the subject on this sort of
Yeah, let's talk about something.
this is a top topic?
Yeah, somebody else talk. I don't want to keep talking all night.
Oh, you're doing good.
Yeah, but some people say, "Oh, you're talking too much," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a chatterbox. I admit it. I'm a chatterbox."
Okay,
I'm
let me
sorry.
ask a question. Let me ask a question. Is when it comes to Star Trek, and they're talking about all the different ways they could bring it back.
Hmm.
My question is, if they were to bring it back, don't you guys think they should move forward and not keep going to the past with remakes and prequels and all that other bullshit? Or what do you guys think?
Well, technically,
Yes, yes.
technically, Discovery is in the future since season 4, season 3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about not in the hands of Paramount, not in the hands of Kurtzman. I'm talking about if they were serious and they would make serious Star Trek again. I'm talking something that would take off right about where. Now, bear with me, guys. I'm not familiar, as you guys know, with some of the newer iterations of Trek, but I'm talking about something that takes place after like DS9 or something like that.
I would say try to do a series that's well maybe when the next generation crew and all those characters sort of die off to try to do a fresh start. I mean, unless they want to do a TV show where all the old Star Trek actors come in for a quick cameo.
No. I don't want to see any of them again. I wish they all would
So
get
so you
together,
want to see
get together and drop dead. I wish they would have just all dropped dead. I can't
All
stand
right.
the TNG cast, and I don't want to see them ever again.
so you
All
want
right.
to see a 25th century show is what you're saying.
Yeah, I want
Now,
to see a new cast, but that takes into consideration everything we've seen as canon, doesn't respect it, but moves forward with the story, and where every episode is a bottle story in itself. No more of the season-long soap opera bullshit episodes. None of that shit
No,
anymore.
Oh my god, really? Dude, no way. Oh,
Right.
fuck. No, I couldn't watch Star Trek if you did that.
Oh
so Pops,
No.
wow, we got
Pops,
controversy already. I
so
love
Pops.
it.
So in
I'm
other words,
loving it.
you want a time skip from what they did to the original series to next gen. In other words, because next gen and the original series took about a 70-year time jump. So you want to do that for a future Star Trek show then? Jump up.
Well, I don't
do a
care how
large
many
time skip
years.
then?
I don't care how many years, as long as they move forward. And by the way, no writers from the union. They've got to be professional sci-fi writers. None of this. Where this week it's written by Susan, and next week it'll be written by Chloe, and then next week it'll be written by some other pussy, and then it's written by the same four people. They're just taking turns. I don't want that crap anymore.
Oh God, I'm visualizing right now in the titles, written by some other pussy. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually put that on screen.
All right, so for a baseline, if you want to do a future Star Trek show, let's do the late 25th century, say about the 2480s. In other words, that's roughly about 75. That's roughly 75 years after Voyager and DS9 and all that stuff happened.
Sounds good to me. And no Q, no Ferengi.
Oh fuck
no Cardassians.
I hate
none of that fuckers. The only people I want to see are Romulans, Klingons, maybe some Andorians here and there, and that's it. I don't want to see any of those motherfucking Ferengis, Cardassian, or any of that shit that came out for DS9 or for Voyager. I don't want to see any of that garbage. I don't consider that Trek. I don't consider it canon.
This is great. I'm loving this so much.
JLS, beat me up. There's no change of life down
You're
here.
touching my heart. So my heart's beating faster with Pop's absolute awesome evaluation of what we want to see. Yes.
What do you think,
I
Jim?
agree. 100% I agree.
What do you think, Jim? What's your opinion?
You don't want to go there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, sounds like you disagree. You're allowed to disagree, sir.
Well, maybe like I said before, maybe everybody's just overanalyzing Star Trek a lot. Yeah, you got writers out there that don't know jack shit about Star Trek because they probably don't understand it. You really would have to watch the episode and really listen to it and try to understand what the message is in the episodes.
Okay.
Well, and yes, Discovery was shit the first season. I think I watched it up until where they was going to protect Earth, and after that, I haven't been back over there since.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is hiring sci-fi writers that are published sci-fi writers. I'm talking about not sticking with a room full of writers and then the same people all season long. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. So, well, you got to have writers that understand Star Trek, as I said.
Yes, you do. They did well. They were able to manage with TOS. They had a Bible that Gene Roddenberry wrote, and they stuck to it. It was very simple.
Right.
The only difference is it got to where the networks didn't want to pay for it.
Well, Pops, that's going to be hard to come by nowadays. It is.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
No. I have to. I'm sure. Well, let's put it this way. There's 7 of us on this panel right now. We're all hardcore lovers of the original Star Trek.
Well, I'm not.
Sure.
I'm not.
Okay, well,
let's say Star Trek. Let's say Star Trek in one form or another.
Thanks for derailing my comment.
Unless you don't like Star Trek at all, which is totally fine.
Well, my comment was going to be: I'm sure there are many of us like-minded people out there, and some of them are talented writers that would be happy to get a chance to submit a script to a new Star Trek series that was actually real Star Trek and not crap. And I'm sure there are people of talent that could be called upon, and that's what I wanted to say.
There are. Just because right now they're being rejected because they're not part of the message does not mean they don't exist. They do exist, and they're out there and they're waiting to get hired for good jobs. I would make it to where the scripts have to be competitive. I'd say, okay, we're going to make another Star Trek series, and now we're going to open it up to writers. And I'm willing to take scripts from professional. First of all, like I said, they have to be professional published authors, and it would be competition. It was like, the best scripts get the job, and I guarantee you they would come rolling in.
And that's what TOS did, right? They were open season. I mean, they would take a script from anybody good enough to write a good story, and they would consider it, and they could reject it too, of course, but they'd give it a shot, right?
Yes.
Pop, look, you may, I've seen some of the later Star Trek TV shows and all that. I would say that it includes some of the later alien species into it. Like, you may hate the Cardassians or the Andorians or the Dominion, but try if you want to. I say just keep some of the political landscape, but try to do the logical jump. Like, I've seen some Lore Reloaded videos on the aftermath of the Dominion War, and he theorized what could have happened after the Dominion War. He said that the Klingons would have.
I know, but I know, but no offense, but I do not like Lore Reloaded and don't believe in anything he says.
All right, but can I finish what I'm trying to say though?
Well, I'm just saying no offense, but
All right.
he's a fan of New Trek. I'll put it that way.
My point is, he says in his the day after the Dominion video that the Klingons, due to their political tension in their empire, they fall into civil war between the various houses of the Klingon Empire. They fight for influence and control of the empire, and then the empire eventually settles down, and they become somewhat of a militarized federation. And then after a few decades or maybe a century, they join the Federation as a major player in their politics. Then same goes for the Romulans too.
Well, Klingons and Romulans are all fine. That's what I was saying. Is I like them.
Yeah, and after the Dominion War, you mean not like the Cardassians, but in DS9, the Cardassian Union was devastated due to the war. Their home world was basically they lost.
I don't know what that has to do with. Yeah, but that's a different subject than what we're talking. I was talking about different aliens, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, the Cardassians are a major power in the DS9 era of Star Trek. My point is, then I'm trying to get some context on how the new series could be. So the Cardassian Union is basically after the war, they're a devastated, basically third-rate power since they took a lot of the brunt of the Dominion War damage in that war. They're trying to rebuild their galactic nation, and from what Lore Reloaded says, the Federation brings in building materials, all that. They bring somewhat political support. Then eventually, the same way over the decades or possibly centuries, then the Cardassians eventually joined the Federation as well as a major player in that. And then you could introduce other species. I mean, there could be some tension on the geopolitical board and of the Federation. When there's no conflict or tension in the Star Trek, I mean, call me more of a Star Wars fan, but I'd rather have some tension or action in Star Trek along with some.
Me too. I like Star Trek that had tension and action. Let me clarify. This might make it simpler to understand. I do not like Michael Westmore. Do you know who that is?
If you tell me some of his work, I don't know who you're talking about unless you tell me some of his work.
All the names you just mentioned, he was the makeup guy.
Oh, all right.
So a lot of the reasons why I did not like the aliens they were introducing is because they all looked the same. Like all they did was just switch up and say, move the latex from the left side to the right side, add a couple tattoos. There, you got a new alien. So that's why I don't want any of the newer aliens, because the makeup was shit. And I mean shit. Especially on that stupid bitch with the, I don't know the names of the characters, but Bert shows the video of them kissing, the two girls.
Yeah, you're talking about Dax.
Whatever the name of those aliens were, I hated. Because by then, the makeup artist was just phoning it in, like saying, oh, just spend 5 minutes on them. So that's why I don't like the new aliens. They had no imagination. The makeup was shit. And they were just like slightly different combinations from one to the other. They would say, well, slap some latex on their forehead.
Hey, Pop.
Slap some latex on their forehead and you got a new alien.
Hey,
holy moly, bro.
In the defense of the Dax and the Trill there, the studio did tell them that they didn't want prosthetics on Terry Farrell's face because they want to hide her. They didn't want to hide her beauty.
Because she was
all the more.
Thank you.
See, you just proved my point. How stupid it is. You just proved my point. And that's
Yeah, but
also why I
in
don't, why I
here,
don't like
okay,
that.
yeah, but
That's also
dude,
why I
come
don't like
on
that.
now, like,
That's also a reason why I don't like that damn 7 of 9. That's not what I watch Star Trek for. I don't watch
No.
Star Trek to ogle at the stupid bimbos.
I had
I
so
want
much.
Star
well,
Trek to
it's
be
not
Star
about the
Trek.
stupid bimbos, dude. It's about like you're telling me that like you think the Vulcans look good and the Romulans look good and that the original Klingons look good. Like, come on, dude. They all look terrible. They're all everything you just said about everything else was
Hold on.
it. No, no, no.
Back
Let's
then,
let me talk. Pop.
go ahead.
Come on. Thank you. Everything you just said, the Klingons, the Romulans, everything, they're just minor variations of the same thing. It's everything you just complained about on DS9 and everything else in the original. Just because you don't like the dude who did it doesn't mean that it's not any better.
I have a question for you. With TOS, they were
Okay.
limited by budget. With TOS, they were limited by budget. They were not with the future Star Trek. So there's no reason for that. TOS, they were limited by budget.
Oh, okay, of course. That makes it so much better.
No, I'm just saying that's the fact. They had more money in the future Star Trek, so there was no excuse for it.
Yeah, and then when you look at TNG, look at how many more vastly different aliens there are.
There's a couple, I guess. I guess there was the fish people.
Oh, dude,
But I
there's the
don't
fish
like
people,
you.
there was the snake people, there was the lion people, like there was the weird alien like sun people, like there was all kinds of different stuff.
Okay.
Lots of different aliens.
Yeah, like that's the whole thing that I loved about it. I'm just like, yeah, show me all this other stuff. I can understand your point, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, bro. Like a lot of the stuff, your Trek and my Trek are completely different.
Totally, that's fine. I know people like TNG and some people like TOS. That's totally fine.
And Pop, just to sort of bounce off of Niv's point, if you want real aliens in Star Trek, then are you willing to spend a lot of time and money on the makeup or the CGI that makes real aliens look alien? Because if you do, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Right. That's money, right?
That is
Wait,
sucked out of the TV budget.
Here's what it is. Not necessarily money. No, you're right. I agree. You cannot spend that much money on makeup. No, what I would do differently is simply have a different person doing the makeup each time. I would have it contracted out to where they have to compete. Where this season is done by this company, next season is done by a different company, next season is done by a different company. That's my point. I just want a variety. It's a variety of what I want.
All right, so
Because when you think about it, Westmore did all those series, and it showed. I just think that there was no originality and they ran out of ideas. I just want to see some fresh new ideas up there.
Yeah, and Pop, and there's a problem too. Like, you may hate to hear this, but if you're doing a TV show is limited by a budget unless the fans or the company that's willing to do it is willing to spend a pretty penny on doing all the special effects, all the makeup, all the CGI, all the new ship designs you want to
I
do.
know.
That costs a lot of money. Like, and like if you want to do like, I don't know, I'm throwing a number out here. If you want to do like a show like that does all the best CGI on a TV budget, then good alien designs, a lot of good makeup, a lot of CGI aliens to try to create new aliens that you want. I'm gonna say at the nearest budget of that will cost about $10 million per episode, and
you don't necessarily hiring a different makeup person each time doesn't necessarily mean more money. Like, I'll give you an example. I don't like Discovery, but they waste a lot of money on screen. They can easily afford some really killer aliens, but they don't do it. So I'm just saying different variety is what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily saying throw a lot more money at the aliens. I just want a variety. I don't want where this one's tattoo is slightly different than the other one's tattoo. It's the variety is what I'm talking about.
Right? We just want like bangs and pointy ears. That's what we want.
No.
I'd really like to ask a serious question eventually, but you guys are enjoying talking.
What is that?
So.
Go for it, PvP.
Well, I just want to ask Sci-Fi Dan, have you ever watched the original series of Star Trek?
Besides a few episodes, no, not really.
Okay, then you really don't know what you're talking about, because if you haven't fully experienced the foundation, the bedrock of everything Star Trek, if you haven't experienced the greatness of Kirk and Spock and McCoy, as well as all the great secondary players like Scotty, Uhura, and Sulu, you really, I don't think you really have a right to talk about Star Trek, because
Yeah. Well, he's got a right to
that's
his
what Star
opinion.
Trek is. I'm not
Yeah.
saying he doesn't have a right. Please let me finish. I'm just saying, if you really want to know Star Trek, if you really want to understand Gene Roddenberry's vision, if you want to, give opinions about Star Trek, you need to go back and you need to watch the original series, all those 3 seasons, 79 episodes. Some of them are crap, most of them are great,
Yep.
but you really need to go back and do your homework and watch those episodes, because there's a reason people like me and Pop and Stone Racket and us old school guys love that show so much. It's because
I'm just chopped liver.
well, sorry, Captain. You know what I'm saying, though. It's like we love that show for a reason, because
Yeah.
it's damn good. The writing is excellent. The acting is excellent. The cast is excellent. They have a chemistry. The music is almost a character in itself. It's excellent. The ships, the Enterprise, the Klingons, all of it is just so damn good. It's like you really need to go back to the source, to the foundation, to the bricks and mortar. And if you really want to understand and talk about Star Trek, you need to do your research with the original material. That's all I'm saying. I don't mean to be a hard ass. I'm just being passionate about something I love so much. So please, Dan, go and watch the original series, please.
Oh yeah, the original series is the best. It's way better than TNG in my opinion.
Oh, but really,
Yep.
do go back and watch all the episodes, especially season 1 and 2. They're fantastic.
That's right. If you don't like every episode, and if you haven't watched every episode, your opinion is invalid. You have to watch every single thing to understand and have any opinion about Star Wars or Star
No,
Trek.
Star Wars, okay.
That's right.
Star Wars
They're
blows.
basically
I don't think that's what we mean. I never said
No,
that to
I'm
anybody.
just saying.
no. That's not what you said, Pop.
I'm just saying. Watch the source material and know where it started. That's all I'm trying
I
to
just
say.
want fresh new ideas, and I want creativity and originality. Is all.
I heard.
Go ahead.
Guys. Well,
I heard something really.
Wait,
really
hold on, Gorilla. Are you gonna call it a night?
yeah, it's already 12:30 here.
Yeah,
I know.
you got-
Happy St. Patrick's Day, Gorilla. Tell us about your channel.
Hi, Gorilla. Take
Well,
care.
All right, so tomorrow we're going to be watching Lord of the Rings. It's only about 30 minutes longer than what we have been watching, so I might be able, depending what time, we might be able to do a little bit earlier start, but it all depends on what time the Pinewood Derby gets done. And then on, yeah, that's the one I won the poll. Wednesday is Justified Watch Party, and PvP. We'll just be doing the Peter Jackson ones. We're not gonna be doing the Hobbit. We're just
Okay,
gonna
that
watch-
sounds good, because The Hobbit seems to be generally hated as really bad. So yeah.
Are you doing the extended version?
whatever on Look Movie.
So that is a watch party tomorrow, because I have not. I'm
Yeah, it's a watch
embarrassed to
party.
admit I've never seen Lord of the Rings movie,
It's-
so
It's a watch party.
oh, good. I should be able to be there then. Awesome.
Yeah.
And
That's
before Gorilla leaves, we won't be doing time crimes because I have not been able to find both the English and the Spanish versions. So I just want to let you guys know that we're still going to be doing the horror, or the Revenge of Frankenstein.
I'm good.
There's
I'm
a
good.
Spanish version?
Yeah, that's all I can find is the Spanish version with English subtitles. I can't find the English dubbed version.
It was probably filmed in
Interesting.
Spain, I'm guessing.
Yeah, just like
I mean, which would
Well, on video they have both, but on as far as the these these streaming channels that we watch stuff on, I can't find an English dub version. All I can find is the Spanish language with English subtitles, and I know some people don't like that. So
Love Captain's
that's a
ears.
shame. It's a shame. I wanted you guys to see it.
Captain's ears are great.
Hippity
Well, I
hop.
mean,
Easter's coming.
All right.
does it have English subtitles though?
It does have English subtitles, but some people don't want that.
Actually,
Okay.
I don't mind subtitles at all. But if you're going,
I know, same here, but some people don't want it.
yeah,
Oh.
Frankenstein's good though because it's been like a month. We were going to do it a month ago.
I
Yeah.
hate subtitles.
All right,
I
night, guys.
love subtitles.
Good night,
Good night,
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
I'll plug your channel.
Good night,
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
All
Hey,
right,
Gorilla,
please,
thank you for being here and helping me out.
Sleep
Yep.
well.
All right, bro, take
Sleep
care, buddy.
well. Oh man.
All right, so
Gorilla.
PvP.
All right, he's gone.
So
Is
just-
Gorilla always tired? He seems to be.
I
always
know.
tired.
So
He's
No.
got kids.
He is a dad.
No. I think because this is right. From what I heard earlier, he had a busy day, and then you had the kids and all that on top of it.
Mhm.
I completely understand.
No, I do too. I just
And
get
then
him
the
about
kids,
it.
and his kids are right at that age where they wear you out.
It's just
Yep.
like Jill's youngins. I'll go out on the weekends doing Voyager or whatever, and she's like, "Oh, sorry, I gotta go away." And then it's like 20 minutes later, she'll come back because
Mhm.
it was like an emergency with the kids. And I
Yeah.
actually kind of love it. Actually, I've gotten so used to it. I'm thinking, okay, let's see, we're going to watch 4 episodes. That should take about 3 hours time wise. So I'm guessing Jill time is going to be about 4.5 hours or 5
Yeah.
hours.
Easy.
But
It's
I don't
long
mind
hours over there.
because I enjoy hanging out with Joe so much, and we
Oh, yeah.
man, the snarky comments we trade about the episodes back and forth are just so
Mhm.
good.
Edge of Time says, Yo's career is just a happy accident. Use. Lemon Pie, Pop might be on
Joss,
board.
like Joss Whedon.
Yas' career is
Yeah,
a
Joss
happy
Whedon.
accident. I know who Joss Whedon is. I don't understand the connection.
Oh, okay. Neither do I. But I think that's what they were saying. Anyways, regardless, carry on.
Oh, okay. Lemon Pie says Pop might be on board if Ferenginar is bombarded into oblivion.
the home world of,
I don't know what that is.
the home world
That's
of the
that's a Frankie homeworld pop, and I'd be right along with you. I could. That would be good. That would be good.
That's a planet of rain.
As
Always
long as they don't have any follow-up episodes where, oh look, a couple of Ferengis survived, and they're down and out,
Yeah.
or they're a ragtag team. No, done with.
So
But with the
you-
Ferengis, it's personal. I just didn't like those aliens. I hate the way they were written.
So you're not saying
They're-
if he still had his bar going, you'd let it go.
I wouldn't watch it. Lemon Pie says good night, Gorilla. And Lemon Pie says the revenge of Senor Frankenstein. And Nems Sabine, thank you so much for dropping this link here. We have a link here for Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Everybody check him out. He's got an amazing channel. Very funny. And Lemon Pie says Pop insists on complete destruction of Ferenginar.
Frankenstein.
I'm just not a fan of some of those newer aliens, guys. I'm sorry. But that's my opinion.
Oh, dude, you
I know
are.
I know some of you guys like them, and I don't want to upset you.
So if,
No. Well, it's inevitable. We're going to upset each other. We have disagreeing opinions, but
What?
I still have
Really?
enough respect that we can. No, not at all. No.
And you know what? Some of those aliens, I might like them more if they were written differently than the way they were. So if they were written differently, I may like them better. I don't know about the Ferengi,
Well,
but maybe some of the other ones, I might enjoy them more if they were written differently.
I gotta
Well, and it's
say,
kind of like me with the original series, man. If some of the stuff was written differently, I might like it more. But
I gotta say, I always liked Quark as a character.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a Ferengi, and he was an asshole, and he was a pain in the
Mm-hmm.
ass. But there was something kind of lovable about the guy because he did fuck up at times, like a human, and make mistakes, and his family paid the price. And he was like, "Oh shit, I'm fucked." And I kind of like that because it made him kind of vulnerable and relatable. But maybe he's just an asshole. We should forget. I don't know.
no, like I like the Ferengis. I like Quark. I didn't like their interpretation in TOS. Like it was laughable, where they were basically like
Oh,
weird monkey people.
fuck!
Wait,
It
wait,
was
wait, 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 wait.
horrible.
The Ferengi weren't in TOS.
Oh,
Ferengi
they
weren't in
were.
TOS.
They were.
Yeah, they were.
TOS, which
They
episode?
were early on, and they sucked rocks. They were horrible.
Wait, wait, wait,
TVP
wait, wait.
Enterprise.
At which episode from TOS was the Ferengi in?
Oh, go
Please
back to
enlighten me.
season 1. There's a number of them.
From TOS.
They're the next generation. Yes.
There you go.
That's not no
Sorry,
TOS is
I
not
said
next
TOS, and
generation.
my
were
apologies, Pop. I meant TNG. You are correct.
TOS is not
TNG.
is not
Oh yeah,
next
TNJ.
generation.
Sorry, Pop. So fuck. Apologies.
But if you go back to Enterprise,
Next generation.
if you go back to Enterprise, a Ferengi was introduced then, 100 years early.
I don't know. I didn't watch Enterprise, so
That's one reason I never liked Next Generation because the Ferengi were supposed to be the big bad replacing the Klingons, and it's like, oh my god, they were so laughably stupid. It is like,
Well, Gene Roddenberry said that they were the Jerry Lewis of the galaxy at the
Oh, they
convention.
yeah, they
And
should
that
have been.
will always stick in my mind when he said that. I was like, oh no.
It would have been better if they brought Jerry Lewis into those episodes. Actually, it would have been more entertaining.
He was probably dead by then.
Oh, well, even yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I think, in
Yeah.
my opinion, because I attended several conventions and I attended at least 3 or 4 with Gene Roddenberry over the years. And in my personal opinion, I always thought that he had dementia or something, like he was losing his mind. Because it seemed like everything that came out of his mind was getting out of his mouth was getting worse and worse and worse. But that's my opinion.
Oh,
Pop
you never know,
culture.
right?
Can I speak to do a rebuttal against PvP?
Oh,
Whatever
please,
you want, I don't care.
rebuttal me. Oh, okay. I put my boxing gloves on now. Come on.
So let me get this straight, PvP. You call me not a Star Trek fan, really?
No,
I seen.
no.
Hold on. PvP, hold on. PvP, hold on.
I never said that.
I seen all the Star Trek movies. I seen about half of DS9. I seen most of Voyager. I seen most of Enterprise, which I forgot most of it. It was boring as hell. And I never seen any of new Star Trek. And you say I'm not a real Star Trek fan because I haven't seen the original series, even though I've seen a few episodes. You say I'm not a real Star Trek fan, or a casual Star Trek fan for not seeing. If you count all the movies I've seen, all the later TV shows of Star Trek, and the movies I've seen. So you calling me not a Star Trek fan or a casual Star Trek fan? That's like me calling all of you on this panel not hardcore Star Wars fans or Star Wars fans like I am. I've gone down the rabbit hole of the Star Wars lore many times. I have read some of the books. I've listened to Star Wars fans. I've gone into the Star Wars lore on Star Wars characters, expanded the world of Star Wars. I know much more of minor characters or characters you never heard of, just like you guys can say about Star Trek. So don't come bashing me down by not being a Star Trek fan. That's like me saying you guys aren't Star Trek fans, Star Wars fans, hardcore ones. So don't come bashing down my door with that argument.
Okay.
May I give a rebuttal now?
Go for it. I guess
I don't think I ever said Dan was not a Star Trek fan. I just said if you really want to understand Star Trek at its deepest level, you need to go back and watch the original series. even though those 79 episodes may not be perfect, many of them are absolutely fantastic. If you really want to understand Star Trek, you need to understand Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, as
Mhm.
well as the secondary characters like Uhura and Scotty and Sulu.
And
And
check off.
I think, yeah, Chekhov. Well, in season two,
All right.
season two on, got to qualify that.
Yep.
But I don't think I was trying to be disrespectful in any way to Dan, and I'm very sorry if he took it personal. I was just, trying to elaborate that maybe if you really want to understand Star Trek, if you really, really want to get the full grasp of how great this franchise is, you really should go back, watch the 1966 series from the beginning, and you will be very much rewarded in very many deep ways because those characters. Oh man, I mean,
They're great.
when I watch the interaction between Kirk and Spock and McCoy on the bridge interacting with each other, it's like this is gold. Writers don't write stuff this good anymore. This is
Right.
freaking gold. And I never intended to, insinuate or insult Dan that he was not a Star Trek fan. So I hope he understands what I was trying to say. Anyway, that's pretty much what I'll have to say, and I'll shut the hell up now. If whatever you guys think.
Yeah, you're right.
Star Trek: The Original Series is very special to me, and I'll tell you why. When I was growing up, I was 4 years old when I watched the original series when it first came out, and they talked about drugs and wars and stuff like that. And when I went to school, kids were pushing drugs, and I remember what Star Trek said about drugs. It's not good. Don't do it. And that saved me from drugs and being a bully in school and stuff like that because I watched Star Trek. It had a message in every episode. You just have to listen to the episodes. It's that simple.
Yeah, but that holds true with anyone, dude. Like, if I grew up with TNG and DS9, I could say the exact same thing. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
But the original series had the
but
special stories.
I get
but it had a special story to you, Jim, because you grew up with it, bro. Just like anything that I grew up with has a special meaning to me. Like, I'm very glad that the TOS was able to shape and help you become a better person. That's awesome.
So Nemesis,
Like, I'm glad that it held space to or meaning to you. That's fantastic.
Nemesis, is that our experience in the '60s mean less?
No, your experience is your experience, is what I'm saying. Just because you think it's special to you doesn't mean it's going to be special to everyone.
That's
right?
I never said that. I never said that. I just said if you want to understand a franchise, you need to go back to the foundation. And I never try to judge anybody or say anything negative. Um, um, so whatever. Because I don't like to ever.
Is that okay? Did everybody get that off their chest?
Well, the point is, the point is,
I'm done. If everybody else is, like,
well, how should I put this? The point is, each of us are Star Trek fans of different eras of Star Trek. That's how it is usually. We are, yeah,
which is fine,
right?
And we will defend it to the death, no matter how close or how wrong the other side may be. It's close to our hearts, no matter which era you're in. It's close to our hearts. Just like Star Wars is close to my heart, Star Trek is close to your hearts.
Right, which is totally fine.
Yes.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to say, Dan, if you really want to love Star Trek, really, please, I'm begging you, check out the Foundation with the original series because those episodes are really good, buddy. They're really, really good. You'll enjoy them. I think you'll really love them, buddy.
I wanted to add that Gorilla Brandon Thought says TNG Nemesis.
Oh
Yes,
God.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. My bad. I was making a cake.
I'm sorry. Can you help me out? Misspoke about what? I don't get it.
Oh, because I said the three were in TOS, but they were in TNG.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, I misspoke, and I apologize.
I can
Oh,
read
no,
this.
that's okay. That's okay. No one's gonna hang you from the highest tree.
Should I
Everything's
read
allowed
this one?
here.
Oh, by the
Go
way,
ahead. Go for it.
PvP never said Sith End wasn't a Star Trek fan. He just said he thinks watching the original series helps one to understand the whole franchise.
Correct. And it does.
Okay. And who would like to read this one?
I will. It's mine. I said,
Go for
I'm
it.
sorry. I misspoke, Gorilla.
Forgive me. And who would like to
Mercy.
read the? Yes, who would like to read this one? How about-
I will read it, I guess. Oh,
What,
Okay,
me?
yeah, I know everybody's
Okay.
afraid of talking over everybody else. I apologize for that. I know it's kind of spontaneous.
I would gladly
It's-
accept the title of a casual Star Trek fan.
Well, I don't want to.
Since-
I
since-
don't want
since-
to. I
since
don't
I've
want
seen
to hog
most-
the reading.
Since I've seen
Well, hold
most of-
on. Let Dan finish reading it. Go ahead.
I'll start over. I gladly assume the title of a casual Star Trek fan since I've seen most of DS9, Voyager, very little of TNG and TOS.
Okay,
And-
that's totally
and-
fine.
And he's seen most of Enterprise too.
And I would have to say, in that context, I guess that would make me a casual fan because I've only seen TOS, and I was not. I did watch TNG when its original airing, but I did not watch the newer stuff after that. So I guess that would make me a casual fan because there are definitely people who like all of it, and they know more about it than I do. Like Bird of Prey, I wouldn't compare. He knows it way more than I do. So I'm willing to be honest about that. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to insist and say I'm an expert, which I definitely am not.
well, and don't get me wrong, dude, because, like, I don't claim to be an expert either. Like, I didn't grow up with any of these. Scogli introduced me. He's like, you have to watch Star Trek. I'm like, oh my God, okay, here we go. And I was pleasantly surprised. But yeah, I didn't grow up with it. So I've watched all of these DS9, TNG, all of my Discovery, Strange New Worlds, all of that, all within the last year. So I don't have any nostalgic bias going into this. I'm looking at this all as objective, fresh eyes.
Yeah.
There ain't no
which is
rose tinted
totally
glasses
fine.
with me.
Yeah, which is great. That's just it. I like the variety of the depth of how much each of us like Star Trek, and I really like that. I guess I got somebody in the audience like that one.
And pop culture.
And Lemon Pie says, "Oh, sorry, go ahead."
And just for reference, when it comes to you, Star Trek fans, there are different eras of fans. The same goes for Star Wars. I'm a classic Star Wars fan. I mainly like the latter half of the Old Republic and the Rise of the Empire era, which is basically the prequel trilogy and the sequel and the original movies, and a little bit past that because it has a lot of world building and characters that are introduced and are in the background that are expanded in the expanded universe. So I'm that era of Star Wars fan, and there are different eras of Star Wars fans. There's some that focus on the mainly focus on the ancient Republic era, which is about 7,000 to 4,000 years before the movies, or there are some fans that cover the Old Republic era, like from 4,000 years to 1,000 years, and there are others that cover like past the movies, like from 50 years after the Battle of Yavin to up to about 150 years after the Battle of Endor. That span of years, there are different fans for each era, just like you guys are for each era of Star Trek.
Exactly. Yes, I totally agree.
And
Lemon Pie says, "Oh, sorry. Go ahead."
And each fan base or fan specializes in a certain type of era or expertise in that area of franchise. Like you guys are TOS fans, so you mainly are. You focus on the TOS era of Star Trek because you love it so heart and dear. Like I am with Star Wars, I am mainly heart and dear to the Rise of the Empire era and the latter half of the Old Republic and some of the some of the Star Wars lore after the movies. Like that's my
Right.
era of expertise. Even though there are other Star Wars fans that study different eras of Star Wars.
Right, and I do have to say, the fact that we do have a variety of Star Trek fans really makes me happy on this. For all you guys, the thing is I don't want a channel where it's only TOS fans, or it's only TNG fan, or it's only DS9 fans. I like the fact that we have a variety of tastes on here. It makes for healthy, entertaining conversations, and especially because I like different opinions. So I do appreciate, and I love you guys for your opinions. I don't care if they're the same as mine or not. I love the variety of opinions, and I encourage you guys to speak up and defend that you like, and I welcome you to feel free about saying what you don't like without feeling like people are going to say anything bad about you. Like I've said it before, I'll say it again. All opinions here are welcome, and they're encouraged. That's another thing; they're also encouraged. Lemon
Right,
pie. Yes, lemon
The
pie
toughest
said-
part is just sorry, go ahead, Bob.
No, go ahead and finish because I was just reading the chat. Go ahead, I could do this. Go ahead.
Oh,
What were
okay.
you saying?
Yeah, it's just a matter of like being polite with the disagreements, understanding that generally speaking, nothing's meant to be personal here.
Yep.
But like, yeah, so.
Yes, I totally agree. Thank you. Lemon pie says I wouldn't call it
You want to fight? You want to fight? Okay.
Lemon pie
Look
says
out!
I
He's gonna
wouldn't
hit me with the back maneuver.
Hey,
I wouldn't call a top casual fan. No, says Lemon pie. And looks like Gorilla's still waiting for a little while. Gorilla says, "Great, I'll never get to sleep because now I gotta catch a plane to come back." Smacks Nemesis from speaking on the
Oh,
trek.
man.
Hey man,
Lemon
if you want to
pie-
come up to Canada, go ahead. It's gonna drop 30 degrees here in like the next 3 days.
Right, and as long as you both
Do
smoke
that.
a joint together first, you both have to get high together first before you're allowed to share your opinions.
What? We can't get high together? What? I missed that.
No, I'm saying you have to. That's a requirement.
Oh, damn!
That's right.
I wish.
That way,
Oh, I'll smoke
that
them up.
way,
Don't worry.
yeah, exactly. That way I know you guys are both mellow. Lemon Pie says, Gorilla, can't you walk to Canada from there?
yeah, really?
From
might
Minnesota?
not
That
be
sounds
that
like a
far from the border.
long walk. I
Yeah.
don't think
He
he's...
is-
Forrest Gump, he's not.
It's a northern state, though, so.
Now the question is, which province are you in, and are they bordering each other, or are you further to the west or east of his home state?
Daniel's Hot Topics, are you with us? Would you like to read this?
Yep. Yeah. So I right here. Say, have you heard that CBS Paramount may be sold off to either WB or Skydance? Is this if this happens, Alex Kurtzman and Bad Robot may go, and when they do, then the new continuity Disco season 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be made non-canon. They'll just pretend it won't happen. It didn't happen.
I hope so.
I'm just like, that's what a waste. What a waste, you know?
No,
Yeah, it would be a waste.
fuck Discovery. I just think that should be non-canon because it's not.
Because I like season 1. I like the Klingon War. I like season 2. I like Section 31. I like season 3. I like the new century, the 32nd century. They opened up, right? And
Gosh, I'm glad
I
somebody
don't
does.
want it to be. I don't want it to disappear.
I do. I want it to all disappear.
I just
what
wish that
I-
if they had
I
said it
look
all
forward
in
to a
difference.
day when Discovery is a distant memory we've all forgotten.
Anyways, so if it had just been set in its own continuity, it would have been fine, right? But that's and no one would have had a problem with Discovery. It's the fact that it stepped on the toes of everyone is why people are upset.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Stepped on the toes. That's very polite. Thank you, Nemesis.
Plus,
It stepped on the Klingon toes.
yeah. Plus,
You mean the Kling orcs? Are you talking?
Yeah,
If they just
no hair.
Like if they just put Discovery like maybe 30 years after Voyager, it would have been perfect, right? You could have explained everything.
Yeah.
You
Plus
say,
another
it's
point.
just 30 years after.
If they'd put it in 6 Feet Under, it'd be great.
Yeah. Plus another point is that STD did not give a shit about the canon timeline about technology either.
Star Trek disease.
STD. Well, that is his nickname too.
Yep.
Very bad choice, isn't it?
I
Yep.
prefer the name Discovery, but that's my opinion. Daniel's Hot Topic says Canon, and Gorilla says Scurvy, not Alberta. And Daniel's Hot Topic says
somebody is.
this sucks because. Sorry, go ahead. Can you beat this, Daniel?
I'm a little tired.
I'll read it.
Then I'll read it.
Daniel's Hot
Daniel's
Topic.
hot.
Daniel,
Go ahead, Pop.
Daniel's Hot Topic says this sucks because I like Discovery season 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm sure I will love season 5, Picard season 2, and 3 were also good. What pooch? Sorry, guys, about my
So
dog.
if CBS Paramount gets sold and Kurtzman and Bad Robot walk off, then CBS Paramount will just have to start again post Voyager and pretend the other treks never happened. What a waste of all that.
No, it's not a waste. It would be a reawakening of actually good Trek after years of shit, in my opinion.
Yes, but that's your opinion, PvP, and Daniel is entitled to his own.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Daniel's
I-
Hot Topic
I do
says
think- I do
continuity.
I do think everything since the end of Enterprise was pretty much garbage. Sorry,
And
I'm
then
a hardcore
yeah.
old Trek fan. Sorry.
That's fine.
I mean,
Lemon
I
Pie says,
started-
yeah, Alberta is pretty far from Minnesota. So that
Yep.
explains that.
Minnesota.
Gorilla
Yeah,
says,
it is. It is.
okay, my fleets have landed, so I'm officially off for the night. Good night, sir.
His
Take care,
fleet has
Gorilla.
arrived. Off
Flates, oh
the
my
air.
goodness, this gorilla got aliens landing in his backyard. He's saying the fleets have landed. Wow. Good man. Good man.
Yeah, and PvP, those aliens are called his children.
Oh, wow. He's taking aliens in tonight.
That's possible. I haven't thought about it from that angle.
It's a
I
joke.
haven't seen any new Trek yet, says Lemon Pie. You're very lucky. Mrs. Beaton says, sleep well, my young gorilla. Yes, Gorilla, have a good night. And I will try to stop by your stream tomorrow. I'm not a fan of the Lord of the Rings, but I'll stop by to say hello, to give you the watch hour and the algorithm or whatever the hell it's called.
But you know what?
Mrs.
What's the
Beaton
point?
said, well, I already said that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Like, what's the point of making all this new Trek if it's just going to become non-canon when Kurtzman walks off because he owns the rights to the new stuff, right? So what's the point of making it if it's just going to disappear?
Ka-ching.
That's
all about
what
money.
we've all been saying for years now. What's the point? What's the point?
Ka-ching. Ka-ching. They're just there to earn a paycheck.
Nobody, no Star Trek fans have. Okay. I watched 2.5 episodes of Discovery. I watched 5 episodes of Picard season 3 because, crazy people were saying, "Hey, this is pretty good." I watched it. I was like, "No, this is shit." And once again, my friend Jill and I talked about it, and we came to the same conclusion. So, yeah, what's the point of new Trek? I can't answer that. So, yeah.
What do you consider new Trek?
Anything after Enterprise.
Yeah, like Disco, all of Disco, Picard, and anything
Disco.
else that comes after.
Lemon Pie says Gorilla might be playing an online game. And Lemon Pie says, so is Discovery set between what series chronologically?
Enterprise and TOS.
No, I couldn't care less.
Well, if I was
Accept your word for it because I don't know.
well, how should I put this? From what I see on clips on YouTube, Discovery has a mixed bag when it comes to the technology retcons. They have holographic technology, even though they're not supposed to have it until next gen, and that's in season 1 still. So, and if that's the case, then Discovery stole technology from the 23rd century then and brought it back through time, or what? And then it got transported either at the end of season 2 or at the end of season 3 to the 32nd century, which is by that time standards is a relic of history, outdated totally. And then from the clips I see, they version got disintegrated because of the Great Burn or all that bullshit from a crybaby alien that burned up all the
That was crazy.
all the dilithium in the galaxy. And now
That's right.
And now
That was a crazy episode.
Then the Discovery crew are trying to reform the Federation somehow within less than a year or two of the season, and somehow they formed it. And then Michael Burnham, the character, got promoted to captain. Now they're in season 5, and then doing all kinds of bullshit now. I think roughly, and that's the biggest of terms of what I seen and heard and watched on YouTube.
You forgot about the space-time traveling angel suit that allows Burnham to go wherever, and
Well, I sort of covered that. I sort of covered that when they jumped to the 32nd century.
Yeah, but she's space Jesus. You
32nd?
forgot to mention that.
Did you say 32nd?
Yes.
Yeah.
9 centuries after TOS?
Yep.
Oh my God, how stupid. No offense,
Why-
guys,
why
if
is
you
that
like that
stupid?
show.
Why?
Well, because from what I understood, if I understood correctly, that is, I was watching Bird of Prey's reviews, and he was describing what that future was like. And if that's supposed to be 10 years, that's terrible, because it sounds like it's really miserable. But I guess if I don't accept Discovery as canon, then it doesn't bother me. So screw it. I don't care what year they cover it in. I thought I had heard that it was something else, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. Like I said, I know there's
But
fans
it's
out there that
Mikey
like it.
Spock, bro. She's related to Spock. It's tied into the TOS. Come on now. She's like her granddaughter.
And pop culture, just to play a little the devil's advocate for Daniel. Sadly, whether you like it or not, he's a fan of the new Star Trek, so you have to learn to tolerate it and deal with it. Whether you like that show and you have a fan on the panel, whether you like it or not. To all of you Star Trek fans.
Yeah, that's fine. If somebody on the panel likes it, I don't care. I don't have to watch it myself, but if somebody likes it here, that's totally up to them.
And for the new Trek, there are fans and kids that grew up on that. So to them, this is their Star Trek, and you're gonna have fans like that actually like that stuff.
I know. Yeah, I know. I understand that too.
So
See, that's the thing. Like if the licenses get split, right, and CBS Paramount have to go back to their continuity, then all that new stuff is gonna disappear. You're gonna alienate all the new fans, right? That's the problem.
Uh-huh.
What are they gonna do then?
Start trying to find another new set of fans, I guess, right? Because they've already killed off the original fans, and now if they kill off the fans of the new Trek, all that's left is to try to find new fans. Do they exist? I don't know. Do you guys think they exist?
I don't think so. I think everybody's into Star Wars now.
well, Star Wars is dead. It is.
Yeah, Star Wars is dead too.
Yes,
Star
sure
Wars
is.
is dead. Star Trek is dead.
But yeah, the question is which one is deader? Yeah, which one's deader, I guess, is the question.
Well, they're both still kicking
Star Trek.
in TV show roughly. I mean, but I would say as a Star Wars fan, Star Wars died when the Last Jedi came out. officially, it died right there.
Yep, that was definitely like a big old knife right through the heart. I
Yeah,
agree with
thanks,
that.
Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, that was a stick through the heart of the Star Wars franchise to me because I found that movie dark, depressing, and boring all the time. That wasn't a Star Wars movie. That wasn't.
Not only that though, but after it came out and did the damage it did, all he could do was laugh about it and rub it in everyone's faces. The guy was like a total piece of shit.
They should have never hired Ryan Johnson.
I know.
Well, Ryan Johnson was actually writing the script of The Last Jedi while the Force Awakens was being filmed. So, do you really blame him for actually when he wrote the script when The Force Awakens was being filmed or being made already? Because he did not know
Yes.
how The Force
Yes.
Awakens was not
Yes.
going to end.
Yes,
Yes, I
him.
blame him entirely.
Yep, it was all intentional. I definitely blame him too. I blame him. I blame Kathleen Kennedy. I blame Jar Jar Binks, whatever the hell his name is.
JJ
Yeah,
Abrams.
all the above. I blame them all. It was all intentional.
I was going to say Jar Jar Binks was intentional. He was like George Lucas's favorite character back in the day.
Yep, he sure was.
And even as a kid,
I
I hated him. I'm like, what's the point of this?
That's what I was gonna say too. I hated that character so much.
Yeah, well, if we're going to the Star Wars lore or the movies, fans hate him even more since he gave Supreme Chancellor Palpatine unlimited power to become Emperor, basically at the end of Episode 2. So basically, Jar Jar Binks it failed. He was the catalyst that was the fall of the Old Republic or the last remnants of it.
That's because he's a Darth. Come on now, we all know this.
Okay, now I have to ask. Now that we've all shared our opinions about Ryan Johnson, how many of you guys have watched Knives Out? Those movies that he makes.
I
did.
haven't.
I did.
I'm not.
Well, the
What'd you think?
It was
That's right.
garbage.
No, wait, somebody said yes.
Yeah, Daniel. What'd you think, Daniel?
Oh wow! I didn't expect that. Go ahead, Daniel. What's your review?
Well, actually, come to think of it, it was okay. It wasn't anything special, but it was okay.
Okay.
tell
Did you
me,
see the sequel? Did you see the
ahead, Daniel,
sequel?
answer.
'Cause I know wasn't there a second one?
I think they're gonna make it.
Oh, I thought they already did. I thought there was something because I remember I thought the title said whatever the title, and then a Knives Out sequel or something like that is what I thought I saw, but I could be wrong.
tell me, is Looper a movie of Ryan Johnson?
Sorry, what's
Yeah.
that?
Is Looper a movie of Ryan Johnson's creation?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, then I have seen that movie a few times, and in that movie, I found it depressing, boring, and the timeline was somewhat confusing.
I did watch Looper too. I'm guilty. It was before Star Wars came out, but I watched Looper one time. I have not revisited it.
Yeah, and it to me, if it's boring and depressing and just plain old confusing, after watching it just a few times, I'm done with it.
Somebody eating on mic?
Is that PvP?
All right,
Please don't. Whatever it is.
Yeah, that's PvP.
Please don't.
I'm
Please
so
don't.
sorry.
Can you mute your mic for a few minutes?
I didn't. Oh God.
He's hungry. Come on.
Well, it's late, so yes, but he shouldn't know that.
I know.
How cultures the rules, though.
But
Right?
no,
It's like,
hopefully-
I've been making
hopefully-
cupcakes this whole time. Ta-da, hang on. Gotta flip the camera
Okay.
around.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
cupcakes. Yeah. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah,
Are
bro.
they chocolate? I have to ask. Guilty. Are they chocolate? always
No,
gonna
they've
ask
been French vanilla.
Friends
Ugh.
and Nelson.
Still gotta make the
That
icing,
sounds
though.
good, too. Wait, what kind of icing?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I still gotta make the icing. Ta-da!
What kind? What
Where's that?
kind? Hold on a
I'm gonna
second.
make
Don't
vanilla icing, I think.
hold on. Hold that image there.
There you go.
There we go. All right,
So-
that's better.
So basically,
Oh my God! Vertical video. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Saved my life.
So basically,
Ooh, I
they're
almost didn't make it through that last scene.
they're
Oh, dude.
they're white flour cupcakes. In other words,
No, they're White Crocker Betty.
White flour?
Super moist cupcakes. Thank you.
I'm
Yeah,
still
they're going to be
right.
amazing.
I'm still right.
Yes, you were. Oh, yeah.
So good.
Is that a pressure cooker I see?
Yeah, my Instapot. Love that thing, bro.
Oh, by the way, Nemesis,
Oh.
I sub to you.
Hmm?
I sub to you.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yeah, very
I really
cool.
appreciate that. Thank you, Daniel.
I have the reason why I asked is I have a pressure cooker and I love it. I absolutely love it. But I bought it before Instapot became popular. So what I have is
Okay.
strictly pressure cooker, slow cooker. But I've been trying to debate. I've been going back and forth in my head. I don't have a lot of room where I'm at. Whether I should buy an Instapot, because I know they're very handy and people swear by them. And I like the looks of that Ninja one that they have. Looks really cool. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's okay. I don't know. Like, if you have a pressure cooker, I mean, I cook almost everything out of my Instapot. Like, I can do stews, cakes, eggs, rice, saute, whatever I want if I can't get the oven going. So, I mean, it is super versatile. Like, if you can get one for cheap, definitely do it. Like, it is a lot more
let me ask you
versatile than
this.
just a pressure cooker.
All right, let me ask you this. If I have a pressure cooker that's a pressure cooker and a slow cooker, and also separately from that, I also have a air fryer / microwave. Does that mean I probably don't need the Instapot?
That is correct. You have everything you need already. Don't waste your money on an Instapot if you have all of this stuff to begin with.
Gotcha. How good did cakes turn out in that thing?
That's a fantastic question. I haven't actually baked a cake in it yet. That'll be my next project.
Yeah, because since mine, like I said, is like an air fryer. So what I was thinking is I want to try to bake something in it. But as far as cake is concerned, I want to make like maybe cupcake or something. But I'm thinking since it's as a fan, like a convection oven, that maybe I should cover it so it doesn't dry out. I'm wondering if that might be too much air on it. That's my next experiment that I'm planning on doing here soon.
Yeah, you'll have to let me know because I've never actually thought of that.
All right, yeah, because I already bought the cake mix. I'm looking at it right now, in fact. But for me, my weakness is chocolate.
Oh, I got an air fryer. They're really good.
Have you ever cooked a cake in it or baked in it, like something like that?
No, not yet.
Not yet. The
air fryer is like kind of small for a cake.
What would you say is the best thing that you cooked that came out of that?
Fries, chicken strips, chicken nuggets, and pizza. Little pizzas.
Little pizzas. Yeah, you know what? I bought some. Was it chicken thighs? I'm trying to remember that what I was cooking when I first bought this air fryer, and I was cooking. I think it was air fryers, but anyway, it made a mess of that oven. It splattered all over. So I'm thinking next time I air fry meat or something like that, I've got to start covering it with aluminum foil. But then that defeats the purpose of having an air fryer. So I've got to figure out a balance somewhere in between, I guess.
Pop culture. If you want Nemesis to hog all the limelight, you can leave him up there unless you want bring him down.
Darn. Sorry about that, Nemesis.
He probably doesn't mind getting all the attention. Just wondering, do you want to give us some attention too on your panel?
Well, I don't mind.
Oh my goodness, calm down! I was up there for like 2 minutes, bro.
I don't mind looking at his. I don't mind looking at his face. He's a very handsome man. But
thank you kindly. I appreciate that.
I'm also willing to give everybody equal time. So if you guys want 2 minutes up there to show your face, just let me know and I'll do it. Maybe
you better throw up if I sit down for you, Pop. He feels upset.
No.
Maybe I'll even let you do a little song and dance.
Oh shit! There you go.
Oh no.
I just don't want any glory hogs on this panel to take all the limelight.
Yes, of course. Glory hog. That's my new name. I'm fucking changing it. Hang on.
It would have been my fault anyway. Nemesis did not choose to be up there like that. That was my mistake because I got distracted talking about the air fryers. I wish I could do it honestly. If my situation was different, I wish I had a cooking channel because I love cooking, and I would love to do that. I love to watch cooking channels, and I would love to have my own because I think it's very fun and enjoyable.
Oh, you still can.
Yeah, dude,
Not
straight
my,
up. You just have a second
no,
channel.
not,
Just
I
do
don't
it.
have a no. It's my. I don't have access to the kitchen where I'm at, so it's not easy to do.
That'll do it.
Yeah,
That'll
it's
kill the
not
whole
easy to
damn
do a
thing.
cooking channel without a kitchen.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
I mean, although you could make a cooking channel about how can you do things without access to a kitchen? What
Right,
can we
that would
make
be an
now?
interesting topic, wouldn't it? Right, that would be an interesting topic, wouldn't it? Yeah, because
I think
imagine this:
so.
what I have is equivalent is a small bedroom. So even when I do cook, I have a hot plate, electrical hot plate I have to use. I have my pressure cooker, and I have like a George Foreman grill, and I
Well,
got
there
my
you
air
go.
fryer. So that's how I usually have to do my. I don't have a kitchen per se.
Oh, it's fine. Just use what you have and just do a couple videos and see what people think about it.
Oh my God. The comments I would get just because of the appearance. Oh, that would be too embarrassing.
Eh,
PvP says eating in case any of us couldn't figure it out.
yeah, I
And
know.
PvP says ketchup chip. Oh, that's those ketchup
How
chip ones.
Canadian.
I've heard about those.
Oh, I do that
Yeah,
all
I've
the
heard
time.
about those. Like, I'd be willing to try that. That's no moon. It's Ryan Johnson's head, says Lemon
Mm.
Pie.
Hey,
And PvP
Muted.
says muted. Thank you, PvP. Lemon Pie says ketchup chip. Yes. And Pleasantville Light Picker says, sorry, me sleepy. I think is what that says. Lemon Pie says, why not mustard chip? Yes, that's what I say. I like mustard. Pleasantville Light Picker says,
it's
I
grosser than
am.
you think. It exists.
Oh, they have mustard chips?
Yeah, bro, they totally do.
Well, what's your opinion about the ketchup chip?
Well, honestly, I'm not a fan. Like, I grew up with it. You think it would make sense because you're like, of course, French fries, potatoes, ketchup goes together. But I mean, to me, yeah, I don't know because it's like a weird powdered ketchup. It's not the same.
Ooh, that does sound yucky.
Yeah,
Lemon Pie
they
says,
made
you're
ketchup
fine,
flavored
bud.
Cheetos.
Ooh, no, that's a new one. Lemon Pie says, you're fine, bud. Now, as far as I like tomatoes, so I would go as far as saying maybe like a salsa flavored. I would like to try that, something like that. Something like oh, what's that stuff called? It's really good. It's like a salsa, but it's not. I can't remember the name now.
I'm also blanking. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know where like if you go to a Mexican food place and they have a little bar there with the different dipping sauces, and they have a red sauce, they have a green sauce, and they have one that's like vegetables that are all ground up, but it's not salsa. It's got a different name. I just can't remember. I can't believe my mind blank. Pico de gallo.
I can picture
That's
what you're
it.
saying.
Pico de gallo.
Okay.
And I want to try, damn it, chorizo flavored chips. I think that would be amazing. I just don't know if there's a big enough audience for that. A lot of people are like, "What's chorizo?" So I'd say, nah, never mind.
Just give me
What is
some.
chorizo?
Mexican sausage, extremely delicious,
Oh,
especially if you have chorizo and eggs. It's
And
delicious.
they do have
sounds
spicy
good.
chorizo too, do they?
What's that?
They do have spicy chorizo too, do they?
Well, the rest it's not really called spicy, but it depends on what recipe you get. Because some people can make it spicier than others. But chorizo is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking is my dad usually eats chorizo, but I'm not sure what flavored chorizo he eats. Sometimes he does spicy, others he does regular flavored chorizo in his breakfasts.
As far as I know, chorizo is chorizo. If you want something a little spicier, I would say linguiça. If anybody knows what that is.
Dude, you're speaking foreign language to me. We don't have such Mexican food up here.
Oh, see, that's why if I went up there, I'd be dying within a week or so. I'd be saying, "Oh no!"
Oh, we got our own stuff.
Oh, I know you do. I know. I'm sure you do. But I just
But
specifically
it'll-
love chorizo.
Dude, it sounds good.
So did PvP exit the studio by accident, or is he too sleepy to remain on the panel?
Are you there, PvP? If you're leaving, have a great night. I appreciate you spending time with us, sir. And Lemon Pie got it right. See, this is what I was trying to guess right there. Pico de Gallo. That's it. Exactly it right there. Delicious stuff. That is so good I could eat it by the spoonful. It's so good. Lemon Pie says chorizo is good. Yum. Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is. I like it so much I started putting it in my spaghetti and my pasta. And we have welcome back, PvP.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what happened because I didn't push on any buttons, but
You hit the wrong button
That's
again.
okay.
I don't
Am I
hit
missing
on
some?
any buttons, but it seems to happen.
Are we missing somebody? Because I see 6 people, and I thought we had more than that. Didn't we have 7?
By the way,
Stone
I
Racket. Stone
just
Racket.
wanted to mention I only bought. No, the reason I bought a bag of ketchup chips was I'm not a fan of, but the local supermarket had a thing was if you spent $50 on no-name chips or any kind of food, you'd get a dollar's worth of points, 1,000 points, and that's what I did.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, thing is, the chips were 99 cents last week, right? 99 cents. I bought
Oh,
6 bags, and now they're $1.99 when I went in there today. So it's like, are you
wow.
kidding me? Yeah,
Yes, that
exactly.
is quite the difference, isn't it?
Stock up when it's
And
cheap.
it looks
That's
like
what I say.
PvP, would you like to read this for us?
Okay. Give me a second. PVB is buried in ketchup chef. Well, not quite. Oh, I still
And
have
Pop.
some on my plate here, actually.
And
But I'm
Pop,
not a fan of them, to be honest. Yeah.
And Pop, to answer your question, yes, we did lose a few panelists, but that was roughly 30 minutes to an hour ago. First, we lost Stone Racket, then because he had to go to sleep, then we lost Gorilla
That's
about
right.
30 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, sleepy time. Yeah.
My mind, I'm a little tired. I took pain. When I was talking to you guys about the painkillers, I took them at that time. So my mind's going to get a little wishy-washy.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like 11:30 here at my time. So,
That's 12:30 at my time.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
I could
it was
crash
about a
in
half hour
another
ago.
hour. Yeah, I could crash soon.
Well, judging by how you sound, PvP, I bet within 30 minutes you're gonna be snoring inside the mic if unless you get off early or Pops wraps up the stream in 30 minutes. If not, then you'll be sleeping on the panel.
I can hang in there as long as
Depends
needed.
on how you guys. Yeah, and it depends on
I
how
will
you guys
definitely
feel.
sleep well tonight. And despite this god awful modem, it's so loud. I feel like throwing that fucker against the wall, to be honest, guys. But oh well.
Do you want a baseball bat? I'll give you one.
Oh, I don't need a bat. I can just throw it against the wall, but then they'd be charging me for damage. So fuck the cable companies. That's what I say. Fuck them. Fuck them all.
For PvP, I have a suggestion.
Thank you.
However, I cannot guarantee its conclusion.
Okay, please. I'm open to any suggestion right now.
You are paying a monthly fee on that modem they just brought to you.
You got that right.
You can go out and buy your own modem and then not have to pay the monthly fee, and it'll be quieter.
That's what I was going to suggest, and they haven't talked about that, but I'm going to phone the fuckers tomorrow. Well,
who hasn't talked about it?
The 2 texts didn't mention that. I'm going
Well, of course they're not going to. That's the company itself.
Sure.
But that's what I did. I went and bought a Netgear. It's a really good one, completely silent. And guess what? No monthly payments on that rental. So you don't have to pay the rental on it.
I will see if that's available in Canada because
it is.
May vary.
They're designed for all cable systems. If they tell you they're not, then they're lying.
Okay. What was that one again? Can you repeat the one?
Netgear.
Netgear. Okay. I'll give it a shot. I'm
Now,
gonna
and
phone.
at first you
I'm gonna
might say,
phone 'em.
"Oh," right? At first it might seem like, "Oh, that's kind of expensive," but just remember, it pays itself off in no time because you're not paying the monthly rental on the box.
Yeah, I actually thought about that. Can I
Not to
just?
mention you be able to sleep.
I thought
Go
about
ahead.
getting my own modem. Yeah, I really did. So, well, I'm going to phone
Yeah,
them tomorrow afternoon and bitch and whine and complain like they're not going to see another customer that's going to bitch them like I will. So,
I
thank you,
know. I'm
Bob.
just saying. I'm just saying in case they say, "Well, there's nothing we can do." Then
Mm,
that is an option. Is to just go get your own modem and tell them to get fucked and tell them to
yeah,
come pick this piece of shit up. I'll just get my own
yeah.
modem.
Can you actually give me that one more time? I'm going to write it down. So,
I'm gonna send it to your Twitter right now.
actually, that would be great. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Yeah,
And
No
I'm
problem.
bad at
Give
writing
me a
stuff
minute
down.
here. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
good man.
PvP, you might as well check your local stores and listings online, see if they have any modems that are quiet and actually
Oh,
have a cooling
I'm
system
sure they
that's
do.
quiet.
It's not quiet modems. The trouble is, it's like quiet modems that the cable company will accept, right? Because they go out
Oh,
and
they
buy a
will. I
quiet
just said they
modem,
will. They
and
will.
they can go,
And
"You're fucked," you
and,
know.
right, and they will accept it. And the fact that you're buying it yourself, it means you can go get a refund if you don't like it or exchange or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a shot. Yeah, I have actually been thinking about that, actually, guys, over the last couple of days. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah, because
I would.
you're probably paying upwards between $15 a month, something like that, for the rental fee on that box.
No, the rental fee is included in the amount I'm paying, which is around 130
Of
bucks.
course it is, but what I'm saying is, if you return it and get your own, they deduct that out of your bill. So either way, you're paying for it. Yeah, the price is included in the bill. Yes, it is. Of course it is. But if you go and get your own and return that one, the bill will drop by 15, whatever it is a month. There is a certain amount
Yeah,
that they're
yeah, yeah,
charging.
yeah. No, I get your point totally, Bob. So I'm going to give it a shot, and I will let you guys know a week or two from now how this so
Sounds
fucking
good.
soap opera plays. Oh, guys. I'm sorry. I don't
And
mean to be a soap opera for you guys.
no,
And
you're fine. Lemon Pie says 1:30 a.m. here. And Lemon Pie says, PvP, could you unplug that to sleep? That's
Well,
what we
the
were
thing
kind of talking
is,
about earlier.
if I unplug it, then I have no internet, and then I got to plug it in the morning, and it might not connect again, and I got to work. So that's not
It'll
really an
connect.
option.
It just takes a while.
Not really an option. I don't want to risk it because I need to work and earn my money every Monday through Thursday mornings, right? So yeah.
and PvP to figure out which modem you gotta get or order yourself. You gotta make sure you write down the right series numbers or what size it is, how much memory it has, what type of cooling system it has, and all that, and then figure out the
Oh,
price range of it.
no, you don't have to do all that with a modem. It's simpler than that. What you do if you're not sure, here's what you do. Like whatever store you have, like let's just say Best Buy, for example. Let's say Best Buy. You go into Best Buy and if you're not sure, by the way, when you get there, ask one of the idiots that work there and say, "Where's your cable modems?" And they'll point you towards it. And then what you do is you right there with the box in your hand, call your cable company and say, "This is what I want to buy. Will this work? Is it compatible?" And they'll tell you.
And that's my point.
Yeah, but I'm saying when it comes to cable modem, there's no memory and RAM and all that kind of stuff. That's something different.
I was sort of theorizing because I have no idea what a cable RAM is anyway.
Okay.
Well, either PvP will pop back in on the panel, or he may call it quits and say bye in the chat. And
Yeah, PvP. I don't know if he's intentionally leaving or did he accidentally hit the
we'll soon find
bye
out.
button. I don't know.
We'll soon find out.
Okay. What do you guys think about about what's been hitting the press lately about the new remake of X-Men '97. Have you guys heard about what's going on with that?
Oh yeah, I am so excited for that. I can't wait until it comes out. It's only 3 more days left.
Yeah, well,
Well, you did you hear the showrunner, the guy who worked on the original series? He spoke up and said that it's crap and it's woke and it's garbage, and they fired him. Did you hear about that?
yes.
Really? I heard he was fired, but I don't know why.
That's why he was fired.
Well,
yeah,
that-
I know.
plus-
I know. Like, but oh my god, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, from what I hear, they're doing all last minute. Well, if you call it cartoon, doing reshoots or rescripting, they're doing all that, cutting scenes, probably remaking scenes to make it tolerable or somewhat salvageable to watch. Probably now they are.
Yes. Right.
I mean,
They're using the word inclusive because they're turning some of the new characters, not new characters, they're turning some of the original characters that we all know and love gay.
Or non-binary, probably.
Or a transformer or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm excited.
Just create new characters with those things, and don't use the old ones that way.
Right, but they know if they create new characters, nobody will watch it. So that's why they lure them in with the originals. Nothing new there, unfortunately.
And that's something what ruins franchises. I mean, there are these new writers that want to include their new ideas, but they can't because they know if they do, it won't sell with new characters, so they use the old ones to exploit it that way.
That's why they won't hire those writers, right? They're not going to hire the writers unless they align with them with their political message. So I have a feeling, this is my personal opinion, I could be wrong, I hope I am, but I have a feeling it's going to be X-Men '97 in name only. And it's going to say, you're going to say, well, that looks like it. That looks like the old Wolverine. But I have a feeling that it's going to be written completely different. I think we may be disappointed.
Well,
but like I said, I hope I'm wrong.
Well, the actors say it's going to be the best. You know, they say it's going to be just like the old one.
I'm not holding my breath. I think it's going to be a bait and switch.
Me too. I think if they speak up like the producer and the showrunner did, they're going to get fired just like the producer and the showrunner did.
Tell me, Daniel, how long ago were those interviews with the cast? Because they probably were lying through their teeth because they want that sweet paycheck.
I'm not sure. Oh, I just saw it a day or two ago. You know, the actors are like saying glowing things about the show, and you're gonna love this show, and it honors the old show. It's like a literal continuation of the final episode of X-Men in 1992. So yeah, it looks good from the commercials. It looks okay. It looks pretty good.
Well, it's like the new Fallout trailer. It looks awesome. But is it going to be? We can only time will tell.
Right. That's what everybody thought about He-Man, and look what happened with that, right?
Yeah,
and exactly. Said maybe BBB took my advice.
Yeah, and for what I hear, it may have been a few months since the He-Man Revelation came out, or a few weeks at least. Some He-Man fans that I originally were on the fence about He-Man, they said that season was better than Revelation, but for what other fans, actually fans of the original He-Man, they say that's hardly saying something when the other stuff was shit to begin with.
Oh yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, and just I would not be surprised if X-Men '97 is pushed back due to all this reshoots and rewriting bullshit. I would not be surprised if they are. And like they just dropped the first trailer. They probably call this the first trailer, and then they probably would do a few months later the second official trailer if they do decide to push it back because all this rewrites and all that reshoot shit.
It is very possible. Funny how it's Disney, huh? Whenever you hear about shit shows and reshoots, it's always Disney involved. What a coincidence.
Oh, man.
Well, if I'm proven wrong, and they actually release it, but it's all chopped up, and the storyline does not make sense because of all this last minute reshoots that will cause the plot line of the original the whole season to get convoluted and disjointed because all the bullshit. The question is, will the fans like that or will they hate it? Because look,
I
to
think
be
they'll
honest,
hate it. They're smarter than that.
I mean, because let me tell a disclaimer. I haven't seen the original X-Men cartoons. I'm thinking about this as an outsider, but answer me this: was the original X-Men, did it have overarching season storylines or just episodic storylines in it?
It had season-long story arcs.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then if any of the original X-Men fans of the original cartoon, they probably would hate this because if the rumors are true and they do all the reshoots, all this last-minute adjustments, the story will probably be disjointed, convoluted beyond oblivion.
Uh-huh.
There probably be seasons cut, at some point inabruptly in one area, go to the next scene, or all that. And for the new fans, they probably go, "What the hell is this? I was expecting a good show, and yet it's all cut up. It doesn't make sense. It's convoluted. It looks like crap."
Right. I want to clarify on something too with the original. It had the arches, the season arcs, like a comic book would. So it was like when they were telling the Phoenix Saga. Yes, it took 3 or 4 episodes. I don't know the exact number. I'm just giving you an example. But they did the same thing the comic book did. So back then it was okay. It was acceptable because that's how comics did it. But now the reason why they do the season arcs are for a completely different reason, unfortunately. And they're already talking about about who sleeps with what and all that kind of stuff. So that does not put a very good, in my opinion, that's not very promising, I guess. Lemon says lemon.
Well, if anything, they could Dial Destiny did this TV show.
Now, Jim, what are your thoughts? You've been kind of quiet here, man. Well, what's going on with you?
Well, I'm ready to sign off. I gotta get the rest of my editing done, and I'm falling asleep too.
That's
I know,
fair,
it's
bro.
great,
That's
yeah.
fair.
I am gonna, because I know, and if it's going on midnight for me, yeah, for some of you guys, it's probably like 1, 2, or 3 o'clock. So
Well,
I'm gonna be wrapping.
around 3.
I'm gonna wrap this up in about.
Holy shit!
About 15. Yeah, so I'm gonna wrap this up in about 15 minutes or so, guys.
What I'm excited of is that we could get. I can't hear.
Y'all have a good night. Take care.
Take care,
Good, Jim.
Jim. See you, buddy.
Take care.
See you around, Jim.
What, Jim?
So you were
I've been
trying to
there
say,
before.
Daniel?
What?
So you were trying to say, Daniel?
Oh yeah. You remember Spider-Man the animated series?
I have seen it. I've seen most of the episodes, but it's been a very long time since the last seen it. I think it's been about 15, 20 years since the last I saw it.
Like the way it ended, Mary Jane got stuck in dimensional limbo. She fell off a bridge. She fell into a portal. We don't know where she.
Madam Web, right? These are the episodes with Madam Web. Is that right? Yeah,
and then Spider-Man had to go with Madam Web to look for Mary Jane, and it ended right there. You see, what I'm happy for this X-Men show is they could tie up that loose end in the future if they want to, because they are
I
the
would
same
love
universe.
that. Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah,
but considering now, the difference between now and then is now Spider-Man's a Sony product, so that's why it'd be nice, but probably unlikely.
No, but you know what? It's weird. Like Sony owns the right to do the movies, but Marvel has the right to do animated.
Oh, okay. Let me see here.
You know, the rights are kind of strange.
Gotcha.
So in other words,
sorry guys. Sorry, go ahead.
So in other words, do they have the rights to this X-Men cartoon in theory, or do they not have the rights to it, Daniel?
No, they do. They have the rights for animation, but they don't have the rights to do it. They need Sony's permission to do in live action because
Well,
they own those rights.
How should I put this? Are they allowed to do Spider-Man in animated form, or is it in any form Spider-Man's in? You can't do it because he's owned by Sony.
Yeah, they can do it in animated form, right?
So they can or they can't.
They can.
All right.
Jim's Landscape says, sorry guys, I had to run, finish my editing, and I'm getting
Remember
tired
they did
and didn't want
they
to
did the
interrupt
awful
your talk. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry. You remember in the early 2000s they did the awful, spectacular Spider-Man animated show? That was awful.
Yes. That was one with Neil Patrick Harris, right?
Yeah.
Fuck them. Sorry, guys, I had to run, finish my editing, and I'm getting tired and didn't want to interrupt you guys. Your talks. Not everyone. Yeah, Jim, it's no problem. Nemesis, thank you for dropping that link. There's a link for Jim's Commodore Productions channel. And Nemesis Bean says, sleep well, have fun with your editing. Yes. And Jim's Landscape says, thanks, Nemesis Bean. And Nemesis says,
You're
no
welcome,
worries,
bud.
Jim. And I think that's a live long and prosper.
No, I'm giving the heavy metal, the devil horns.
Oh,
I probably should have given them the live long and prosper. That would have been more appropriate next time.
Either one works. And hello, Wes Cagle. Welcome. Good to see you. Wes Cagle says, hey, pop culture curator. Just popped in to say hello and share the stream on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. Well, thank you, Wes Cagle. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Lemon Pie says, Nemesis is a master link dropper tonight. Thanks, Nemesis. Yeah, especially since my Stream Elements is on strike or whatever the hell. I don't know what's going on. It was working for Jill's stream, but it's not working for mine. I guess it's revolting. And
this is what happens when you don't thank your AI overlords.
Yeah, exactly, and that is my fault. I guess I slept with the wrong AI. Lemon Pie says, hey, Wes Cagle. And Wes Cagle says, hey, Lemon Pie. I think there's probably some tweaking I have to do. Last time Stream Elements Bot did this, we had to go in and deactivate it, reactivate it, if I remember correctly, and then it worked again. So I need to do that. And I'm going to make sure, definitely today's Saturday, I've got to do it before Monday's Lost in Space stream. But for in the meantime, thank you, Nemesis, for helping me out with that. That really means a lot to me.
Yeah, bro. No worries. I got you.
Wes Cagle says, hey, Lemon Pie. Cheers. And Nemesis Bean says, hey, Wes Cagle. Thanks for being here and sharing us out. Yes, exactly. And once again, everybody, if you're watching, or if anybody out there, if you're watching this on the rerun, maybe consider hitting the like button. And if you haven't subbed to my channel, maybe consider that. We've got a lot of fascinating, amazing, and fun content with plenty of more to come. And I think you'll find something that you'll enjoy. And also, obviously, hit the notifications bell so that you'll know next time we have an amazing stream with all these amazing, fantastic people. As you can tell just by watching tonight, we've got the best people on the internet right here.
Hell yeah, we do.
Yes, exactly. Wes Cagle says, hail, Nemesis of Eden, and cheers. And Lemon Pie, thank you, Lemon Pie, drops a link for Sit Dan's channel. Very cool. Sit Dan is relatively new, guys. So, yeah, let's join him, support his channel. And I'll always shout out and support new people. So if there's anybody out there that you're starting up your channel and you're just getting started, let me know and I'll shout you out. I know I'm not a big YouTuber and I'm not like big and famous like some of the big names, but I will still shout out everybody and return the favor for anybody that comes by and spends their time with us. Oh, that's sad knowing that they're going to start talking about Star Trek Discovery. And what I mean specifically are those hate streams. Oh, we watch this so you don't have to. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, but it should be the last one considering it's ending. So
Last
get this
episode,
rundown over with, and it'll be like flushing the toilet. It'll be fine.
Well, let's hope so. And that's at the very let's open this at the very last minute. By some miracle, they renew it for a 6th season at the last second.
I doubt it.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. And that means don't forget also we'll get a each of these people that do this will get a stream for every episode. So I don't know how many episodes there'll be, 6 or 8 or whatever. But that means expect every week, or I don't know how they do it every night. Or they don't do one stream where they cover all the episodes, do they? Don't they do like one for each episode? Is that right?
You get more
Yeah,
views with one per each episode.
yeah. Plus, it's
That's
sort of like,
exactly. That's their whole point, right?
yeah. Plus,
Exactly.
pop culture. It depends on the YouTuber too. Some will do it. Each episode individually. Others will just let it run its course and do a whole season review after the whole series is over with in that season. It depends on the YouTuber too.
Yes, yes, you're totally right. But it's sad how they'll milk that stuff, even though they say, well, I don't like this show, but I'm going to go ahead and watch it just for you. Yeah, right. Or like Teague. He actually said that he watches each episode like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, oh my God. And that's why he's always talking about it all the time. He goes on these on regular the good channels like this one and like Ed Ritter Gills. He'll get on there and then he'll start plugging and talking about that damn new Trek, even though he knows we don't want to hear it.
Well, first off, is he a fan of it, or is he just hate watching for
He
his
says he
audience?
doesn't. Well, that's just it. Give me your opinion, okay? He says he doesn't like it, but he watches every episode, according to him, 3 or 4 times, and then all he does is talk about it constantly. So, what would you say? I'd say a
Well,
fan.
well, sometimes a YouTuber that actually reviewing the show has to rewatch the episodes a few times to understand it and do a in detail analysis of each episode too to give a thorough review on it.
Okay, let's get you good. Let's use that as an example. Let's say just by chance that's you. Let's say you're the one that you're going to watch each episode 3 or 4 times so that you can review it. But then when you come on my stream, I say, please don't talk about it. Would you talk about it anyway? Is my question.
Maybe
On my channel.
That depends if it's a Star Trek subject stream and if you will allow it. If not, then I won't talk about it.
No, that's right. That's what I'm saying is if you let's say you cover it on your channel, you watch each episode 3 or 4 times, you cover each episode, whatever, and then you come on our channel, and then I say, okay, I understand that you watch it, but please don't talk about it on my channel. We don't want to hear about that here. My
In that
question
case, I won't talk about it to respect your wishes.
oh, see, that's the way you would think that it should be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people have told Teague not to talk about it. And he does it anyway, and that's what I can't figure out. I don't know why he does that. Okay, we've got about 3 to 4 minutes left. I want to make sure we plenty of time. I want everyone to be able to plug their channels. And reminder anybody in the chat there, if you have a channel that you're starting or that you have that you're trying to promote, please let us know so that I can do exactly that. That way I can advertise for you and in my little way try to help you out. Like I said, I don't have a lot of whatever you want to call it, but I'll help out any way I can. I love you guys for being here. And like I said before, if you're going to spend your valuable time here with us, then the least I could do is do the same for you in return. This darn squeaky chair, I hate it. I take it PvP's not coming back, I don't think. So if not,
Don't think
have a
so.
great night, PvP.
Night, dude. Sleep well.
And
Akeem says watching it TD more than once is insane. I agree.
And don't forget to add oil to your chair, pop culture.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that, huh?
Just a friendly suggestion, and hopefully it works. If not,
Yeah,
you're
all I have to do is just breathe and this damn thing squeaks. It's like, ah. And that's because they make these chairs so cheaply these days. It's garbage. It's like there's a few pieces of metal in there somewhere, and the rest is all plastic. And extremely uncomfortable, my goodness. Especially with my back the way it is. This thing is like a torture chamber. But I guess the advantage of that is it keeps me awake. I won't have to worry about falling asleep during my streams.
Yes, and to
So-
one of your chatters in the chat, real fast. They may say that SCD is insane to watch only once, but here's the kicker.
More than one. No, he
If-
said it's more than one.
I mean, how should I put this? If you're a professional YouTuber or a channel that does episode reviews or TV show reviews, sadly, you may have to watch, even if it is a bad TV show, a bad episode, a few times just to figure out, okay, what are the plot beats of this bad episode? What details can I point out to pick out in my review to try and make it entertaining, and talk about what do the characters do in this episode. It may take you a few watches to figure out what the hell that is, even if it is a bad episode. And sometimes you gotta rewatch it plenty of times and try to figure that stuff out. And then when you do your editing and reviewing in your video maker, you gotta make sure you do it right and all that. And once you publish it, hopefully your audience will be entertained and will enjoy your criticism of the episode. That's why sometimes when people hate a show or review a show or episode they hate, sometimes they have to force themselves to watch the episode over and over again and try to remember the episode, remember certain plot points, certain character traits, or what happens in the overall plot to figure out what the hell's going on to make a cohesive review of the episode. Sometimes they have to do that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to be closing this up. So I'm going to go around clockwise if that's okay. Sci-Fi Sit Dan, tell us about your channel.
Better make him big, otherwise he might be upset.
Oh, well, I'll do that for everybody if I can. Go for it.
To all my panelists and to pop culture's chatters and viewers, I'm Sci-Fi Sit Dan. I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies or different subjects depending how well versed I am in those fields on my YouTube channel. I cover the same subjects of different TV shows or franchises. I usually do my live streams on Saturdays, 4 to 6 Pacific time. If any of the panelists are available during that time period, or any of the chatters in this chat are able to join, it would be nice to have some company. And if any of you are not subbed to my channel, every new subscription helps to encourage me to make more content to entertain you guys and to expand my audience and my reach to hopefully make a living off YouTube. Beyond that, I'll turn it over to Nemesis to let him have the limelight instead of me taking up about 30 seconds or more.
All right. Thank you, Dan. And thank you for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. Nemesis of Eden, what say you? Anything you want to share about your channel?
Yeah, well, I mean, I do Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and I do Skullgirls Mobile. So if you're into beautiful drawn women with big boobs and pop culture references, check out the Skullgirls Mobile. If you're into Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, check out that. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone who has made it this far and watched so far in the rerun tonight. Everyone in the chat, you guys have been amazing. And of course, thank you so much, Pop, for having us on here and allowing me to be on here. I always enjoy hanging out with you, dude.
Likewise, and believe me, I'm very happy to see you too. Always looking forward to seeing you when you come by.
Likewise.
And thank you
Cheers.
for being here tonight. Cheers
of course.
to you too. And now your turn, Daniel's Hot Topics. What say you? Anything you want to share about your channel? Daniel, you there?
Daniel?
He may have stepped away from the mic, or maybe fell asleep.
No, I'm here.
There you are.
No, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm not doing any videos right now. And I do like to hang out with other people and do their streams. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. I am trying to get my friend to do a stream so I can join in, but he's really busy. So yeah, so pretty much all I can do is hang out with you guys. I love hanging out with you guys. By the way, you're awesome. Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, we love having you here, Daniel. Well, I look forward to it. I know sometimes
Yeah, dude.
you're not able. Sometimes you're not able to make our Lost in Space and our Gilligan's Island streams, but I do love when you're able to. So thank you.
You bring a good energy.
Thanks.
Absolutely. And I like your comic book knowledge and stuff like that. So, yeah, thank you for coming by.
By the way, speaking of comic books, okay, like
Uh-huh.
I gotta say, you know, you remember, okay, the '90s animated Marvel shows. They didn't really know how to do they didn't know how to do a shared universe properly, right? Because like
Uh-huh.
if you look at Spider-Man the animated series, right? Do you ever see any mutants on that show? Do you see any Sentinels on that show?
Not
Like
that I can
they don't know
remember,
what
no.
they didn't
That,
know how to do crossover or shared universes properly.
well, actually, they did in 1 or 2 episodes in the Spider-Man.
One or two episodes, yeah, but you didn't see
That,
mutants come
yeah,
on. Yeah, what
that reminds
the
me.
events of one,
Go ahead, sorry.
sorry, the events of one show didn't affect the other. That's the point. They feel like parallel universes.
Yeah, you'd think there'd
Yeah,
be more
yeah.
interaction versus minor crossovers here and there.
But that reminds me, though, how come we never got any good Sentinels out of all those fucking X-Men movies? All those movies they made, we never got any good scenes with them fight the Sentinels. Who the hell in their right mind decision was that? Because that's an easy $1 billion right there, easy $1 billion movie. And all we got was a slight tease of it in the one movie with the midget. I don't even remember the name of that fucking movie. I hated it so much.
I think X. I forget the name of it too, but I think it's the.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I do know which one you're talking about. It's where they're in the future, a post-apocalyptic future, where the Professor X and Magneto have forged an alliance, and they decided to send Wolverine back in time to try to stop
Yeah,
Mystique
that's
from
it.
assassinating the president Nixon, and they're able to achieve
Yeah,
it to
yeah,
restore the
that's it.
timeline
Yes.
roughly and all that. And
Yeah, they showed that. I'll never forget. They showed the Sentinels, and I was all excited. They got about fucking time, about time, and then they fucking blew that out the fucking window. Fucking assholes. I
yeah,
hate Brian Singer.
yeah, and well, they could have stuck with the humanoid design. I mean, they did in the movie, but just keep with the cartoon, or the comic book sentinel design.
Yes,
Just sort of uh, make it somewhat more believable, more. Oh, what's the term? A comic book has a certain medium to it. Kind of make it more
yes,
of a. I don't want to try to come off as real world stuff, but try to make it somewhat more real world based because it's live action in other words. But and sure, live action
yeah,
can be cartoonish at times, but it also has to be in theory somewhat based in reality too. So try to
yeah,
make it somewhat
exactly.
believable and all that.
Yes, but will we ever get that? Probably not. Especially now with Disney owning them. So screw them. And with my channel, as you see here, we do our Rumblings from the Lab on Saturday evenings at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And on Monday, we'll have Lost in Space at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And Tuesday, we'll have Horror Sci-Fi Stream, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Wednesdays, we'll have Gilligan's Island with my good buddy Gorilla's Random Thoughts. That's actually at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. And then we'll be back next Saturday with another Rumblings from the Lab. But with that, I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for everybody on the panel for helping me out, giving me someone to talk to, and always, always inspiring me. You guys always inspire me. And I want to
It's a
say hello and thank you. Sorry, what's that?
it's a pleasure to be here with you, Pop Culture. Hopefully, I'll see you next Tuesday in the Frankenstein review if you don't push it back
Yeah.
at the end of the week. If not,
No,
we'll see
we
you
were
next Saturday.
definitely, yeah, we are definitely doing Revenge of Frankenstein this Tuesday. Since, like I said, I can't. I wish I could show you guys time frames, but I'm going to keep looking. I won't give up. I just need to spend some time with Gorilla. He knows more about those online channels than I do. Maybe he can help me come up with it. Or if worst case scenario comes to worst, we'll do a watch party and we'll do it in the StreamYards backstage. That way we don't have to worry about a copyright strike and I can show anything I want without any problems. But I think that's it. And I want to, like I said, thank you thank you to everybody in the chat. You guys are wonderful. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing you, as many of you as possible, on Monday, where we will return for, like I said, another classic episode of Lost in Space. Is there anything anybody wants to add before we close this up? I think I've covered most of my bases. What do you guys say? Anything you want to say?
Just try to stay healthy and stay alive, pop culture curator.
Thank you. And
Yeah, dude,
for all of you,
it's just been a
Go
blast
ahead.
as always. Thanks to everyone here. Thanks to you, Pops. Always a blast. And yeah, I look forward to everyone. And don't forget to like and subscribe, everyone, if you haven't, to everyone's channel here. I know it's a big request, but been trying to drop the links in the chat.
right, and they're all very, very nice people. So yes, I definitely encourage that. And thank you all too. Also, have a great night. Stay warm if you have to work tomorrow. Hopefully you don't, but if you do, drive safe. And like I said, thank you for spending the night with us tonight. I will see you all soon. Bye bye, everybody.
Adios.